sir.
Okay. Please take your seats. We have a quorum. Obviously, we'll have others joining us shortly. Call this meeting of the Appropriations Committee to order. I'd like to welcome everyone to today's meeting. Thank you for all the hard work, sincerely, over the last couple of days. Before we begin today's markup, I want to remind you of the plan for today. First, the markup we are in right now will cover the defense appropriations measure for fiscal year 2026. I'll have more to say about this bill a bit later, but as I announced last night, no matter what else is on the schedule, we will complete this bill today. We'll consider all amendments. We'll take a vote on reporting the defense bill to the full House today. So you should just take that to the bank in terms of how you want to use the time in front of you. As you all know, our markup on the Ag bill is in recess, subject to call of the chair. Once we complete our work on the defense bill, it's my intention to resume that markup and resume our work on the agriculture bill to work through as many amendments as we can. This evening is the White House Congressional Picnic. I know many of you have friends and family in town for the event, so we will break for a few hours for the picnic, and depending on where we are in the process, we'll likely resume after the picnic is over. That said, I also know that many of you need to head to New York City to pay respects to our former colleague, Representative Charlie Rangel. And we will, of course, make sure to get members who are flying up to New York to their flights on time. But that doesn't mean we'll stop working. If you want to go, you can go. But if we're not done, we're going to keep going. So just know that. I'm not going to keep you from a funeral. You'll decide whether or not you want to keep yourself from work by the amount, how we proceed today. But we will get done. So there won't be a point. We're going to stop and let people go to the picnic. That's a big deal. We certainly want people to be able to go pay their respects, but I'm not stopping the meeting. So just be aware of that. With that said, again, we'll complete our work on the defense bill today. It's my hope that we can finish more work, and hopefully all our work, on ag. That's a big lift, but you're aware, we also had hoped to do Homeland Security. Clearly, we can't do that. So that's going to be placed off into the future, and we'll try and get back on schedule during the course of June and July when we get back ahead of the August break. So, again, thanks so much for all the hard work over the last couple of days. With that, our only order of business today, again, is consideration of Defense Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2026. I now recognize Chairman Calvert to present the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. Thank you, Chairman Cole, for your leadership and guidance through this challenging process. Because given the recent conclusion of FY25 process and the continuing lack of a detailed defense budget, we need to move forward. I'd like to thank Ranking Member McCollum, Ranking Member DeLauro, and for their continuing friendship and partnership many years. And so we have a very short day today, I hope, and everyone's tired. I will seek to be relatively brief. This bill before us today reflects the resources needed to face significant and proliferating threats challenging the United States and its interests. It's important to note that the nation's critical interests are global. The American public, the economy, and our national security rely on international communication and digital connectivity, safe and open channels of transportation and trade, and stable and reliable access to energy and other critical resources. We protect those interests first to promote a safer, more prosperous America, but also to respect the obligations we have with our allies and partners. Our ocean borders, including the Arctic to the north, no longer provide the insulating protection we once relied upon to protect us. New and more dangerous threats can reach our shores through many means. Our fundamental priority to protect our homeland depends on being prepared to protect our interests across multiple domains. The growing sophistication of cyber capability of nation-state adversaries, criminal organizations, rogue independent aggressors is a great equalizer. that results in risking our economy and safety here at home, even from remote non-state actors. Similar, space, which we rely on for our great enabler for critical capability, communication, navigation, situational awareness, is critical but still vulnerable domain. We must not lull ourselves into a false sense of security. For all of its promise, we must be cautious against the temptation to rely exclusively on space capabilities at the expense of other complementary, highly capable, versatile, and survivable air and terrestrial platforms. Even with the late conclusion of the FY25 process, the Defense Subcommittee conducted 6 oversight hearings, 7 classified sessions with Defense Department and Intelligence Community officials this spring in preparation for FY26. The committee recommendation includes $831.5 billion in defense discretionary funding, which is equal to the FY25 enacted appropriation. This bill invests significantly in modernization of the force, maintaining U.S. maritime and air dominance, fostering both innovation and the production capability it relies upon, air and missile defense, and support for our service members and their families. The bill also supports the President's priority to initiate Golden Dome for America by enhancing our air and missile defense research and development, and it helps protect against threats such as trafficking of dangerous drugs at the border. The committee recommendation is fiscally responsible, adheres to the budget cap put forward by the administration in an abbreviated budget proposal. The committee recommendation was developed with an awareness of the defense investments moving on a parallel legislative track through the reconciliation process. While we sought to synergize the investments in our bill to extent possible to those in reconciliation, the mandatory spending proposals in the administration budget fall outside the jurisdiction of this committee and not addressed in this bill. However, taken together, these spending proposals represent the first $1 trillion budget for defense. Importantly, enhancing our investments in national defense is not just about additional funding. It's also about targeting available resources where they can be most effective. We reflect a shared commitment with the administration to eliminate waste and pursue government efficiency within the Department of Defense and the intelligence community by codifying a streamlined functions and management improvements. For example, the recommendation realizes $3.6 billion in savings and reduction of almost 45,000 civilian personnel to capture the President's Workforce Acceleration Recapitalization Initiative effort. We also continue robust investments in innovation entities within the department, such as DIU, AFFIT, and the Office of Strategic Capital in order to deliver capability in a time frame of relevance. However, the committee's effort to support this goal was somewhat hampered by the lack of full budget proposal and detailed justification material. This lack of information meant the committee was unable to examine up-to-date program execution data, found it more difficult to assess either opportunities for increased investment or for additional reduction and elimination. Despite the lack of detailed information, this bill maintains the committee's long-standing tradition of conducting a thorough bipartisan evaluation of available information to ensure the appropriate use of valuable taxpayer funds. This committee has produced a bill that invests wisely to meet our obligation to the warfighter and to keep this nation safe from an ever-growing threats. I'd also like to extend my sincere thanks to the committee staff on both the majority and the minority for their great, efficient work under some of the most challenging circumstances in many years. I'd especially like to thank the subcommittee's majority staff, Ariana, Jackie, Bill, Kaya, Max, Gina, Dan, Adam, Harris, John, Kyle, Taylor, and our clerk, of course, Adam Sullivan, and my personal office defense team of Danny, Brent, and Naquan. And certainly I want to thank my good friend and partner, Ranking Member McCollum, as we work through this bill for a long time. My thanks and colleagues to all the committee, on all the committee, personal staffs, and their hard work, dedication, not only in this bill, but for many other analytical and oversight activity undertaken in year round to advance this work to this committee. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to recognize Ms. McCullum, my very good friend, ranking member of the Defense Subcommittee, for her remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Cole, Ranking Member DeLauro, Chairman Calvert. And for those of you who listen to what I say carefully, I don't use the word friend lightly. I consider both chairs good partners to work with. And Mr. Calvert and I have been in opposite roles, both in Interior and here back and forth, and we strive to serve the United States of America together. I also want to recognize the work of the staff. The three members on the minority side, Jennifer, Jason, and Ed. I would like to take a second to also thank Ben Peterson and my defense fellow, Lisa Lawrence, in my personal office for the work that they've done in this crushed time frame, as well as Adam, Sullivan, John, Bill, Kyle, Ariana, Jackie, Dan. Well, as you can tell, I'd be taking a lot of time to mention all the great staff on the majority side. Thank you all for working together as one team to try to get information out to the members of this committee. You had to pull the bill together without a full budget request from the Trump administration, and those are unprecedented circumstances, as the chair pointed out. So here we go. The 2026 Defense Appropriation Act totals $831.5 billion. That's the same level that DOD is currently operating under a full-year continuing resolution. As I said, this bill was constructed without having a full-year 2026 budget request in front of the subcommittee. And that's a huge problem. Here's why. The Defense Appropriation Act is this committee's largest discretionary funding bill. It is an incredibly complex piece of legislation. It deals with a wide range of national security issues: the construction of ships and submarines to build a modern Navy, the launch of technology, advanced satellites, the development of hypersonic weapons, and most importantly, supporting our service members and their families who bravely serve our nation. It is in the best interest of our nation for this defense bill to be written the right way, with thoughtful analysis. The DoD's program requirement is a detailed annual review. In particular, the budgets for procurement programs and research and development efforts require them to, be looked at with the ebb and flow that naturally occurs with them. And that's the only way our subcommittee can analyze this information in order to write a thoughtful and informed bill, is to review a full budget request. Now, I want to take a moment to illustrate for the members. I have two poster boards that represent a single DoD program that we fund. Okay, this is one single program. The Future Long-Range Assault Aircraft. This is an advanced helicopter for the Army. It's an important program. This poster shows the 9-page congressional budget justification document for this program from last year's budget review, when we worked on this bill last year. These documents represent the critical granular details that the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee needs in order to properly evaluate these DoD programs. It not only shows us what the request is for the coming years, but also what is expected to be spent over the next 5 years. That detail, the next 5 years, is how the staff can see the program, if it's on target, and that's where they compare information from the previous year. That's the ebb and flow that this committee needs to keep track of. That's part of our oversight duties. Now, a lot of this work goes into analysis. And then these are the annual documents required by Congress. They are required by Congress, totaling thousands of pages all across the department's programs. The submissions of these documents is part of the normal budget request. It is normal to get these documents. Every administration, every Congress in modern history has operated under this. So this year, because of the Trump administration's failure to submit a full budget request, what did we have to write this bill? Let me call your attention to the second poster board. You see a number there, one line. It represents all we received on the Future Long-Range Assault Aircraft. 9 pages of background on one hand, one number on the other. That's what the administration gave us. No information to make these decisions. It is completely unacceptable. And once again, it is not the chair's fault that we did not have this information. I know he would like it as well. So I ask my colleagues on the majority to consider this, because I know that we'll have discussions about how we're doing our job here. What would be your reaction if the Biden administration had failed to submit a budget request? I think I know what the answer would be, and that's why I bring this up today. This is unacceptable for this administration to not provide us what's known as the full J-books. That's what makes this bill right now incomplete. For example, Golden Dome at this point is merely a concept. We don't have a plan. None of us have been briefed on how the administration intends to spend $175 billion, or even deliver it in 3 years. A portion of Golden Dome is also in the reconciliation bill. What happens to the department? What will they do if it doesn't pass in reconciliation? They can't come back to this committee and ask us to fill those gaps. And that's why defense spending should have never been included in reconciliation. Another example is the cost to deploy the National Guard around the country. On Tuesday, we finally found out what the cost of deploying the 4,000 California National Guardsmen and the 700 Marines in Los Angeles is $134 million. But now, Secretary Hagseth is reviewing a request from the Department of Homeland Security to deploy more than 20,000 National Guard troops across the country. What is the end goal? To turn the National Guard into the National Police? The National Guard is intended to be used for specific purposes. They're used by their states when natural disasters occur, or yes, in times of civil unrest, but that's when their governors call them up. And then there's the Title X missions, when they are deployed overseas, or at times of national emergency like September 11th. Deploying troops of that magnitude has a serious, very serious budgetary impact. Because Secretary Hagseth has not given us a complete budget, we have no idea what thought has gone into the duration of these deployments, or how much they cost, where the funding will be pulled from to pay for them, and the courts have still not yet decided even if the California deployment is legal. Bottom line, we need a complete budget to make informed decisions in this bill. The President proposes, Congress disposes. That's the way our system works, and there are consequences to not following this process. We may end up buying too many of one platform, wasting precious tax dollars. We may end up buying too little of another, leaving a gap in our military and defense capabilities. When we do not see the budget request, we fail to maximize the buying power for the taxpayer. So it's unfortunate that the Trump administration and OMB in particular has put this committee, put all of us in this position. Fiscal year 2026 Defense Appropriation Bill also includes many of the same poison pill riders that were included in the previous two Defense House Appropriation Bills. And once again, this bill includes partisan social riders that should never become law. This bill begins to lead us down a road that may once again put us towards a full year continuing resolution. Last year's CR was bad enough. A second would be a catastrophe. Our national security cannot afford another lost year. Once again, the bill limits the ability of service personnel and their families to receive reproductive health care they deserve. And I would remind my colleagues that women now make up 20% of the military service. Approximately 800,000 women service members live in states that has limited or banned access to reproductive health. Once again, these provisions disenfranchise gay, lesbian, and transgender service members in this bill. These poison pill riders will not go unnoticed by our troops and their families, and I believe they will reflect later on in our abilities to recruit and retain. As I told Secretary Hagseth on Tuesday, many Americans, and myself included, have witnessed what is a deliberate effort by the Trump administration to silence and diminish the activities of minorities and women in the military. Their dedication, heroism, and sacrifices on behalf of our nation deserve recognition, not erasure. As a former history teacher, I know and I acknowledge the uncomfortable truths about our own history. By acknowledging them, that's the way we move forward together. Since World War II, the Department of Defense has made great strides in building a military that is more reflective of the population of the nation it defends. And that should be celebrated, not reversed. And that is how, I can say it over and over again, how we work to form a more perfect union together. So, Mr. Chairman, as you know, we've discussed this. Regrettably, at this time, I'm going to be unable to vote for passage of this bill. And I cannot recommend to my colleagues that they vote for it. The time is short. If we are to avoid a second consecutive year of funding the Department of Defense with a continuing resolution, every member needs to know what we have to do for this bill to become law. The Trump administration needs to do its job and submit a complete budget request to Congress. The partisan writers have to come out. It's the only way this bill will get the bipartisan support it deserves. It was deeply unfortunate that we wasted an entire year. So Chairman Cole, Chairman Calvert, Ranking Member DeLauro, to all the members of this committee, let's do our job as appropriators, not fail as we did last year. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I thank the gentlelady for her remarks. I now recognize myself for remarks on the bill. Chairman Calvert, thank you for all the work you've done to ensure leadership in America's defense, and thank you to Ranking Member McCollum for your partnership with Mr. Calvert in that endeavor. And it's always good to be here with my good friend, the Ranking Member of the full committee as well. We hope for peace, but while we always are prepared to sustain it. That's always been the burden and the honor of a free nation, and generation after generation, our military has stood as the greatest force for liberty the world has ever seen. We must never allow that posture to change, and the complex threat environment before us today demands serious focus. Ample evidence of this fact can be found in each hemisphere. Aggressive and malevolent regimes, such as those in China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, are not standing still. They're pouring resources into their militaries, expanding their reach, and testing the resolve of our leadership. Their goal is clear: to outpace the United States, overmatch us, and outmaneuver us, militarily, economically, and strategically. This bill meets that challenge head on. It takes key steps to give our troops every advantage and build our superiority now and into the future. This means focusing resources where they make the most impact. Each investment in today's legislation modernizes our military, revitalizes our industrial base, and supports the most fundamental part of our defense, the heroes who wear America's uniform. Today's bill ensures our defense resources are invested as effectively as possible to help equip our armed forces with the weapons and tools they need to confront any foe anywhere in the world. It invests in enhancing our production capacity and hypersonic programs. It supports the modernization of our nuclear deterrence and submarine arsenal. It strengthens air superiority through investing in fifth and sixth generation aircraft, including acquiring the lethal F-47. And it focuses on the battlefields of the future through prioritizing innovation and the use of autonomous and unmanned systems. We also provide our defenders a pay raise and reinforce important quality of life provisions for military families. All in all, the legislation reminds me of the key elements Secretary Hegseth and General Kane just this weekend reiterated when discussing the objectives of our Commander-in-Chief. That is, restoring the warrior ethos, rebuilding our military, and reestablishing deterrence. I will always work to ensure our service members are the best equipped, best trained, and most successful in the world. I again want to thank Chairman Calvert and Ranking Member McCollum for their hard work on this bill, and I look forward to supporting it and our warfighters today. I yield back the balance of my time, and I now recognize kind of told me what I was going to say. I now recognize my good friend, the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Laura from Connecticut, for her opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for as best I can put it, is the care and feeding of the committee, not just with regard to the feeding, but thinking about the schedule and what it means in the context of us getting it all done, and we need to get it all done, so grateful. I say thank you to you, to the ranking member, and I want to say a thank you to the subcommittee staff for their hard work, and in particular, Jennifer Chartrand, Jason Gray, and Ed Etzkorn. It is unprecedented that we are holding this markup with hardly any detailed information whatsoever from the Department of Defense. No real budget, no detailed spend plans, no specifics for how we are going to get our submarine programs in order, no vision on how the Black Hawk platform will be utilized into the future, no information on the administration's claimed priorities like Golden Dome. It is unacceptable for us to move forward with a defense funding bill without this information. And it's regrettable that the administration has put us in this position. And unfortunately, it speaks volumes about the competence of this administration and the department's leadership, and I fear what it portends for our national security. Through this bill, we have grave and solemn responsibility of appropriating the funds necessary to defend and to protect our nation, and to protect the safety and the well-being of our men and women in uniform. I come from a defense-dependent state. I understand the importance of investments that we make in our nation's defense. But I cannot support this bill, which abandons our allies, damages our political readiness, and promotes divisive policies that undermine morale. We also need to zoom out and understand the bigger picture here. The cost of living crisis is felt by every American family. That includes military families. But the president is not laser focused on the cost of living crisis, which he is actually making worse. This administration and Republicans in the Congress are attacking programs that help families make ends meet in order to give billionaires a tax break. The cost of living crisis has a direct effect on our military readiness and capabilities. I am proud that Pratt & Whitney produces the F-135 engine, the power plant for the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter in my district. The highly skilled workers at this plant are critical for our defense industrial base, and the rising cost of living is making it harder for them to make ends meet. They bring immense value to Pratt & Whitney, to Connecticut, and to our national security, and they recently fought for their value to be recognized. I proudly joined them on the picket line. Kiana Brown, a worker at the East Hartford plant who has been at Pratt & Whitney for 3 years, said, and I quote, "Job security is the biggest thing for me. What is getting money handed worth if you're not going to be here in a couple of years?" This is yet another reason why predictability in budgeting and contracting for our defense industrial base is so important. This is yet another reason why it is unacceptable that Secretary Hegseth has no budget, and no spend plan. And while I'm pleased that Pratt & Whitney and the union representing that facility's workers have agreed on a contract, Congress must do more to address the cost of living. Instead, what Republicans are pursuing will only make it worse. Safety net programs, other basic services that have been attacked by the administration and defunded in Republicans' reconciliation bill, not only help with the cost of living, they are critical for national security. I said this to the Secretary in our hearing on Tuesday. America's future service members are learning in our schools. They might rely on Medicaid to see a doctor. They may only have a meal to eat because of WIC or food stamps, or they may live in subsidized housing. If tomorrow's service members are worried today about having their most basic needs met, then they are being held back from their fullest potential, and that weakens our national security. Turning to the bill before us, rather than working with House Democrats to strengthen our national security and prioritize the issues that matter most to our men and women in uniform, House Republicans are abandoning our allies, undermining democracy at home and abroad, and failing to support our service members. Despite broad support in the Congress for helping Ukraine, defending itself against Russia's brutal invasion, They empower Putin by failing to include the $300 million for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. The majority's bill holds the door open for disinformation created by America's enemies rather than allowing the Department of Defense to counter the threat, allowing extremism and propaganda to proliferate across the internet and the media landscape. The bill continues House Republicans' attacks on the right of women to seek an abortion and the rights of minorities to be protected from discrimination, while destroying the department's efforts to build a more inclusive, effective, and modern military. And the bill weakens the department by continuing the administration's reckless and indiscriminate cuts to vital civilian personnel and yielding to DOGE and Elon Musk. And further conceding our prerogatives for funding the Department of Defense to reconciliation and DOGE, the majority directs the department to find nearly $8 billion in cuts. Everything from military health care to troops' pay and operations accounts potentially facing reductions, to the detriment of our readiness and to service members and military families' quality of life. Instead of focusing on how to keep the American people safe and improving the quality of life for members of our armed forces, House Republicans are undermining readiness and abandoning our allies. I cannot support this bill, but I believe that we can make critical improvements to it in support of our country's defense and in support of our service members. Thank you, and I yield back.
All right, thank you, Gentlelady. Any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Gentlelady from Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today, unfortunately, in opposition to this bill, primarily because of the process, as the ranking member clearly laid out, but also because it harms our military readiness, undermines our national security, and fails to support our service personnel, and further limits our female service members' access to fundamental health care. It's incredibly disappointing that this bill has been made partisan and includes these devastating provisions, because there are some good parts of the bill. Specifically, I support the increased funding for critical minerals as well as the funding for the Collaborative Combat Aircraft Program. On the issue of critical minerals, I want to point out that the Department of Defense paid an Australian firm 10 times more than it paid an American firm, MP Materials, headquartered in Nevada, to onshore the full ecosystem of rare earth production, including samarium. Now, samarium is a rare earth that is almost exclusively used for military purposes, and yet for which the entire world's supply of samarium comes from China. So this should be a top priority. MP is the largest rare earth, the U.S.'s largest rare earth producer. It's invested $1 billion of its own capital since 2020 and employs more than 800 Americans. Yet it was undercut by an Australian firm that never even broke ground in the United States. MB Materials is ready to help the U.S. combat China's export controls and ensure the rare earth metal being used in our military applications is being sourced in America. Earlier this week, the Secretary committed to me that the department will ensure subsidies will first support U.S. critical mineral companies already investing, hiring, and paying taxes in our country. I support the $341 million increase to IBIS in this bill. And when talking about the Collaborative Combat Program, it's important to understand that Creech Air Force Base in Nevada is leading the charge. It literally is the center of excellence for our military uncrewed aircraft system. We've all seen how remotely piloted aircraft and uncrewed aircraft systems are playing a significant role in combat in the Ukrainian war, as displayed. Investments to support critical mineral extraction in America and the CCA should be top priorities. But unfortunately, they are part of a bill that will harm our military. For example, it continues gutting the Air Force Reserve Pilot Fighter Force. Air Force Reserve's fighter force is projected to be cut by 48% by 2030, with no clear plans for replacement. The Air Force has had significant pilot shortage over the past several years, and gutting the reserve's fighter units means that there will be fewer places for experienced pilots to go when they leave active duty. This will exacerbate the total force's pilot shortage. The bill also leaves behind our allies around the world, which weakens our own national security. And lastly, unfortunately, this bill attacks women's access to health care. Our brave service members risk their lives every day to protect our nation, and it sickens me that we would prevent them from making personal health care decisions about their own bodies, lives, and futures. About half of our service women stationed in the states are stationed in states that do not protect a woman's right to choose. And this bill will prevent them from accessing abortion, even in cases of rape and the life of the woman. We should be voting on a bill that will help equip and prepare our service members to carry out their mission, boost national security, and importantly, improve the lives of service members without jeopardizing the health of our service women. This bill does not do that, and I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield.
Gentlelady yields. Mr. Bishop, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Cole, Ranking Member DeLauro, Chairman Calvert, and Ranking Member McCollum. I'm unable to support the Department of Defense funding bill for fiscal year 26 in its current form. I represent three major military installations: Fort Benning, Robbins Air Logistics Center, the Worldwide Logistics Command for the Marine Corps at Marine Corps Logistics Base Albany, and many men and women who are veterans of our armed services. The current bill, in my opinion, establishes a defense strategy that is rooted in leading from fear, a tactic that might generate short-term compliance, but ultimately undermines long-term stability and global leadership. History teaches us that sustainable power is built not on intimidation, but on respect and cooperation. For instance, after World War II, the Marshall Plan didn't coerce European allies. It invested in their recovery, forging durable partnerships that have lasted for decades. Similarly, NATO's success rests on mutual trust, shared values, not on unilateral threats or coercion. Respect has consistently proven to be the most effective long-term motivator, cultivating trust and cooperation among allies. This synergy is essential in today's complex geopolitical landscape. Synergy is defined as the interaction of multiple entities producing an effect greater than the sum of their individual efforts. Simply put, America is stronger and safer when it leads by building alliances, not by bullying and sowing discord. Our adversaries are keenly observing the fragmentation and dysfunction within our government. More critically, countries like Ukraine and Taiwan, which rely heavily on U.S. support to deter aggression, are increasingly uncertain whether America will uphold its commitments when it matters most. This erosion of confidence risks emboldening our adversaries and destabilizing entire regions. If we want to ensure global security and maintain our leadership, we must adopt a strategy that prioritizes respect, builds trust, and fosters genuine cooperation, because the stakes are not just political, but they are existential. Inside our Department of Defense, I have serious and growing concerns about the blatant attack on any semblance of diversity, intellectual diversity, cultural diversity, or demographic diversity. The current administration is weaponizing the Department of Defense as a political tool, demonstrated clearly by the wave of firings disproportionately targeting women and minorities. This is not just about personnel changes, it is an unmistakable message. Dissent or disagreement will not be tolerated. Disagreement is not weakness, it is essential to effective decision making. Without it, organizations succumb to groupthink, a dangerous conformity that suppresses critical voices, that stifles innovation, and creates a false sense of security. The consequences are grave. For example, the recent incident involving the discussion of sensitive classified information over unsecure, unclassified channels was not just a lapse, it was a systemic failure. People involved understood the gravity of the breach, yet no one raised objections. Why? Because dissent was either discouraged or punished. This culture of silence and enforced conformity is a perilous path, one that risks not only policy failure, but the lives of our servicemen and women. Tragically, some of these careers have already been lost as a direct result of this administration's reckless disregard for open dialogue, diverse perspectives, and sound decision-making. If we continue down this path, the price will be paid by security failures. This bill fails to implement the necessary safeguards to adequately protect our service members. It alienates our trusted allies while simultaneously emboldening our adversaries. It falls short in securing our most sensitive intelligence from those who would exploit it without regard for national security. While it could be the largest national defense investment in the history of our nation, $1 trillion, it lacks specificity, transparency, justification, vision, and overall suitability to meet our strategic national security challenges at this very volatile moment. Hopefully, these deficiencies will be addressed during this appropriations process, but until then, I cannot support the bill in its current form.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Clyburn, recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this legislation. My colleagues, led by full committee ranking member DeLauro and subcommittee ranking member McCollum, have already laid out in great detail their concerns with this legislation, concerns with which I agree. But I want to focus on a particular concern of mine, a concern that seems to be an obsession with this administration and many of its supporters. Many of my colleagues are aware of my fondness for President Harry Truman, a man who had the capacity to rise above the circumstances of his birth and the constraints of his social limitations. One of the major reasons for my emotions about Truman surrounds his signing of Executive Order 9981, which integrated the armed services in 1948. Now, Truman did not wake up one day and decided to sign that executive order. Instead, he woke up one morning to the news of the blinding of Sergeant Isaac Woodard, who was returning home to South Carolina in full uniform after helping to win World War II. He was welcomed home by a lynching at the hands of the local deputy sheriff. Mr. Chairman, I would respectfully ask each member of this committee to carefully reflect upon the actions of President Truman and the statements of Secretary Royal and consider whether the bill that we are doing here is of any real significance. Look, the first clause of the executive order declared, it is essential that there be maintained in the armed services of the United States the highest standards of democracy with equality of treatment for all those who serve in our country's defense. This statement and the executive order it prefaced were highly controversial at the time. The Secretary of the Army, Kenneth Royal, spoke out in opposition to the Commander-in-Chief and ultimately resigned. I want to quote him at length. "The Army is not an instrument for social evolution. It was not the Army's job to favor or to impede social doctrines." He continued, "A total abandonment or a substantial and sudden change in the Army's partial segregation policy would, in my opinion, adversely affect enlistment and re-enlistments, not only in the South, but in many parts of the country. And a change in policy would adversely affect the morale of many Southern soldiers and other soldiers as well." I want you to reflect, all my colleagues, on what President Truman did and what Secretary Royal said. Are we going to pass a bill today in the spirit of Truman's actions or the spirit of Secretary Royal's words? A little bit later today, I think the last amendment that I see on our schedule is being offered by Congresswoman Underwood. And she is going to offer an amendment to deal with this DEI issue. I want to ask my colleagues, what does Army readiness have to do with erasing Medgar Evers's war record from our website? Medgar Evers fought for this country, came home to Mississippi, and was shot dead by an assassin. And we are now erasing his contribution from our website. Mr. Chairman, I had some others here that I can't do down in the South. We talk a little slower, and therefore I can't get to these other examples. But I want us to think about these contributions. Think about Jackie Robinson, who fought for this country, and what he had to endure just to play baseball. And we are erasing him and his record from the website. I'll yield back, but please, let's think about this as we vote today.
Appreciate the gentleman. Ms. Capter, you recognize. You asked for time, Ms. Capter?
I have to take a deep breath so that I don't cry. Chairman Cole, thank you, Congressman Clyburn. Thank you. It's on.
Turn the mic on.
Thank you, Congressman Clyburn, for serving our country. Chairman Cole and Ranking Member DeLauro, Chairman Calvert and Ranking Member McCollum, as we review the fiscal year 2026 Defense Appropriation Bill, I approach it with profound concern. Serving the defense of this country is my primary priority. As we've discussed at length in our Defense Subcommittee meetings, this bill before us today is totally hollow. There is no number to which we are marking to. It is an embarrassment. And it isn't because of any person in the leadership on this committee that is preventing this from happening. But there's something bigger going on up the street. As I speak, our subcommittee has no budget request from the new administration, nor related justification books. If we were an expedition, there's no proposed route, nor a budget, nor supply list. We don't have orders where to send the battalions. After our hearing with Secretary Hegseth earlier this week, it is clear the administration is not even sure when it might submit its full budget request. What a disservice to our nation. Whatever the Office of Management and Budget is doing, the new administration still does not have its full budget request together. It does not have a plan for defense. No plan creates apprehension, hurts U.S. security, gives our enemies succor, and means service members' lives are placed at higher risk. The fundamental responsibility of Congress is to protect and defend the American people against all enemies, foreign and domestic. We must strengthen America's security in a dangerous world and uphold liberty's call. This bill falls far short of meeting those obligations. Instead, the delayed submission weakens our strategic posture both at home and abroad. A defense bill should be prioritized rather than embroiled in unending internal administration wrangling and multi-year delays that is so dangerous to this country. Our enemies are watching. From what the administration has stated publicly, one glaring example is the cutting of $300 million from the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. Either you stand up for liberty where it's being fought for, or you don't. There's no wavering that can happen. And let me just say, in terms of Ukraine, there is no place on earth where more people have suffered for their liberty. Going back to the Bolshevik Revolution, all the way up to the present day with Putin, even history can't properly account. How many died there? 11 million or 15 million? All the way back to Lenin, to Stalin, and now the current demagogue that's in there in Moscow, and they're fighting. And they're inventing the warfare of the future with drone warfare. Even our country couldn't do that. China's close to it. We have to have this budget in order to protect the people of this country and allow the Defense Department to do its job. Achieving that requires, and that's why I ran for office, rebuilding America's defense industrial capabilities. And don't think they don't need a lot of attention. We have to rally together to expedite the provisions for exceptional, deployable, and innovative air, sea, and land systems. And don't think we're not challenged on every level. America's larger power lies in the alliances we build. Without maintaining these hard-won alliances at cost of hundreds of thousands of American lives, we leave gaps that China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran eagerly fill. They are fast at work. Make no mistake about that. This bill's delay weakens our long-term strategic capabilities. We must not miss essential strategic opportunities requiring our leadership maintain a competitive advantage precisely when adversaries rapidly expand their capabilities. In closing, I sincerely regret I cannot support this bill that I view as my first responsibility. A bipartisan majority of members must unite across this Congress to expeditiously and fully rise to America's defense. We are capable of doing so much better, and our allies and liberty depend on it. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, recognized. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Defense Appropriations Bill usually enjoys wide bipartisan support, or at least it's supposed to. But unfortunately, the one before us is woefully inadequate to address the critical national security needs of our country, and it's why I'm opposing it. First and foremost, this fiscal year 2026 Defense Appropriations Bill was written without the Department of Defense's full budget materials being available to us, as Ms. McCollum capably described. Conducting necessary oversight over the department's programs cannot be done while Congress is kept in the dark. As Ranking Member McCollum accurately pointed out, this order of events could lead to more waste, fraud, and abuse, and more confusion and uncertainty after subjecting the DoD to a year-long continuing resolution, which we just did. This is appropriations malpractice, plain and simple. I would oppose this approach no matter who was running the Department of Defense, OMB, or the White House. But with Pete Hegseth at the helm, we have someone who has proven to this committee he has no intention of following the law. Therefore, it is more critical than ever that we check the Pentagon's work on these budget requests. We learned the hard way that we cannot trust and we must verify. To start, this bill betrays our Democratic allies in Kyiv. By eliminating support for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, we empower Russia and put innocent people in our commitment to democracy in Putin's crosshairs. As the Ukrainian people fight for their lives and future, this is no time to abandon this critical ally. It's sickening to see this committee advance a bill that turns our back on democracy. Ronald Reagan would be ashamed by what his party and this president are trying to do here. Making matters worse, this bill also carries provisions that would harm readiness, recruitment, and retention of our all-volunteer fighting force. And once again, this bill targets female service members' right to make reproductive health care decisions for themselves. While women service members put their lives on the line for our freedoms, the Republican Party wants to strip them of the same rights they have stripped from civilians. It's a cruel irony. Unfortunately, because of the Dobbs decision and the actions of the Trump administration, our female service members are in a position that they have never been in before. Their right to control their own body now depends on which state their duty station is located, and that will dictate their access to reproductive health care, creating an unequal patchwork of basic human rights. Unreal. All that I and my colleagues on this side of the room are arguing is that service members should have the ability to request leave to seek medical care if the care they are seeking is not allowed in their state of assignment. Beyond that, this bill includes language directing the Department of Defense to find $7.75 billion in cuts to the funding amounts that we put in this bill. That is an absurd mandate that will put almost everything on the line to be cut. This money could come from pay for our troops or the maintenance for our installations. It could be funds for our allies abroad, defense health programs, Department of Defense schools for military families stationed abroad, or almost any other line item in this bill. I don't understand. Have we just given up? Are we throwing in the towel and giving up our Article 1 authority? Are we going to defer our authority to make just under $8 billion in cuts to the Department of Defense without 1 ounce of oversight from our committee? I'm sure Elon is proud. What's next? Should we give the DoD the power to declare war on their own or allow it to override the Congressional War Powers Act? I want to be blunt. We are failing to meet the moment. We're failing to hold the Hegseth Pentagon to account, and we're abandoning our critical congressional due diligence. This bill is bad for our national security, bad for our international allies, and bad for our readiness. We could have had a bipartisan product that I would be proud to support, as I have in the past. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill for our service members, civilian personnel, our national security, and for the strength of our nation. I yield back.
What if everybody gave you these little tiny suits for you to wear, men? It wouldn't be very comfortable. It's the same thing for the women. If they're getting body armor that's made for a man, it creates dangerous gaps in coverage and can mean the difference between life and death. Right now, there's more than 4,000 women in combat that rely on specially fitted protective gear, and funding would ensure that they can fight effectively and return home safely. Third, as been pointed out by my colleagues, this bill reinstates a deeply harmful abortion policy requiring service women to take unpaid leave and travel at their own expense to access care or be forced to carry pregnancies to term. Or our service women, they don't get to choose.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
All right, well, with that, well, I'll end by saying this, since my time is expiring. We trust women to operate Black Hawks and lead special ops. We should trust them to make personal decisions about their own reproductive health. And listen, I just hope as we move this bill along, folks, let's be smart, and correct these gaps, not out of partisanship, but out of patriotism and respect for every man and woman who serves. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Mr. Aguilar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to compliment you and the majority staff, as well as Ranking Member McCollum and our team for all of the work in such a small amount of time. I rise in opposition to the bill, and like many of our colleagues here on this side, we would love to support this bill. We have in the past, we will in the future, but right now, this time, this is a broken process. And a lot of this is not on you, Mr. Chairman. As the ranking member mentioned, this is probably the largest expenditure of funds this committee has ever seen with the fewest details. It is shocking, $831 billion and the lack of detail and information that we have seen. I could be corrected, and if I am, I'm open to it. But it is quite jarring on behalf of the taxpayers for us to be taking this step at this time with so little detail behind the information that we are seeing. Mr. Chairman, as I said, we're marking to numbers that we know can't be law. Many of us here, we're in this room, we're on this committee because we want to have the ability to spend the resources of the taxpayers where it is most appropriate. That's not the executive's job. That's our job. And we want to be here to make law. We don't want to be here to make points. We want to make law. Mr. Chairman, I'm also concerned that the state that you and I hail from, California, has the largest civilian workforce that supports our military installations, and this bill has a $3.6 billion reduction in the workforce that could cut over 40,000 full-time equivalents. That will hurt our warfighters. That will not put us in a posture that is helpful when we talk about the Indo-Pacific, and I'm concerned. Secretary Hegseth, at our hearing earlier this week, where you, Mr. Chairman, even commented at the lack of detailed information that our committee has received, it just certainly seems that the Secretary is either unwilling or unable to give the committee the necessary detail that we need to carry on our work. I'm not sure if that's because he can't hold staff or because he is unwilling, working with OMB, to get us the information. I've heard our colleagues comment about against CRs, but in this committee right now, we are doing everything possible to lead to a CR. The lack of coordination, the lack of consultation, the lack of detail is putting us on a path that I think none of us want to be on. And I do genuinely mean that. I don't think that this committee wants to pass CRs. It negates all of the important work and all of the priorities that we spend hours looking to accomplish. So, Mr. Chairman, I hope that I know that this is just one step in a process. I hope that we can continue to work, in a bipartisan way to pass bills that become law. But that's going to mean that we have to make some choices, and that's going to mean that we're going to, upset some folks who prefer for us to have CRs, who prefer an unfettered ability for them to spend money. And I'm not seeing the majority in a position to push back against the administration. There's a lot of happy talk, but there is not a lot of willingness to actually exercise our ability to do the job that we are here in this room to do. With that, I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise regrettably in opposition to this bill, but I start with a glaring reality that perhaps we both agree on, and that is that we must in fact increase our overall defense budget. We must increase our overall defense budget. This is a dangerous, uncertain world, and it will clearly get more dangerous and uncertain. It's not going to go backwards or stabilize where it is today in and of itself. We face the generational challenge of the People's Republic of China, and they're not sitting over there having these debates. They are proceeding as fast and as expeditiously and as broadly as they can. We face the harsh authoritarian reality of Russia, Iran, North Korea, and others. We face terrorism and other asymmetrical threats everywhere. And hope and aspiration and posturing are not a plan, are not a strategy. Only a strong national defense, coordinated and delivered over time, will achieve the foundational necessity of all else. And a strong national defense is not just advanced and too often expensive and over budget weapons systems. It is complexity and interoperability over time across all domains: space, air, land, sea, cyber, intel, and on. It is certainly personnel and facilities. It is campaigning and training and interaction with partners and allies and friends. And yes, it is quasi-soft and soft power, much of which is beyond this particular bill. We're talking about all manner of interaction with our partners and allies around the world. I'm often reminded of an experience I had in a very small but incredibly key nation where a civic engagement team of 6 service members had that entire population supporting our country because they built a basketball court and played basketball with folks in that country. Talk about the cost benefit, and any military leader will tell you that. And yes, it is everything beyond this bill. It is development assistance. It is trade. It is on and on. It is a coordinated strategy across a number of bills that add up to a strong national defense. We cannot silo ourselves in this bill and call it national defense. And let's be clear, we can and should increase our overall defense budget without risking our economy and without shortchanging our non-defense needs. This is a false choice that is presented, and we can do that if we are honest and efficient in how we handle this particular bill and allocate the responsibility fairly across our society. According to the Congressional Budget Office, we currently spend 2.9% of our gross domestic product on defense. Contrast that with 3.3% in 23 and 3.4% in 24, at a time when we're asking many countries around the world, and many countries are in fact spending more than that on their GDP. We can and should do more. And we can and should expect our partners and allies and friends to meet their own obligations. That is right for us, to expect them to shoulder the responsibility of our mutual defense. But we must lead by example, and we must cover that period when we are asking them to ramp up to a much higher level than they have. Let's not talk about whether they should or shouldn't have done something in the past. They're going in the right direction, but we cannot leave this gap and cut our national defense at the same time as they are ramping up. Regrettably, this bill, in combination with other related bills in other subcommittees, does not offer our best way forward. First, reconciliation. This is a dishonest bill. This bill does not increase our national defense. It is the Biden budget. And okay, fine, you can say that there's $150 billion more in reconciliation. That bill hasn't passed. Why isn't that money in this bill? Let's be honest about what it's going to take for national defense over time, year by year. Second, there's a glaring overfocus in weapons systems. Third, there's a lack of coordination with other bills. This does not add up to a cohesive defense strategy on other areas. Fourth, there are glaring deficiencies. My colleague spoke compellingly on what amounts to the desertion of Ukraine, and we'll have more to discuss on that. It fails to invest in space research and development. There's no cohesive strategy for the Indo-Pacific. In sum, this bill does offer a foundation, at least, for an honest, full, and coordinated defense strategy. But until we get there, I regrettably cannot support it. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate all the hard work that you've done, and it's a privilege to sit on the subcommittee that has led us to this bill. I want to also thank the ranking member for her leadership and her friendship. I want to make 3 points, I think, as we consider this. The first is, obviously, we all agree, in order for the United States to maintain a strong, capable fighting force, our servicemen and women deserve nothing less than our full support. but to understand that security doesn't begin on the front lines. It begins in our communities, in our classrooms, in our kitchens, in our health clinics. A defense that is strong relies on strong, healthy Americans. A skilled military relies on educated and skilled Americans. Our future soldiers, sailors, Marines, Air Force, Guardians rely on quality schools, affordable health care, adequate nutrition. I saw, shockingly, a recent study from the Council for a Strong America that 77% of youth between the ages of 17 and 24 cannot qualify for military service. 77%, it's shocking. And the reasons were malnutrition, obesity, lack of adequate literacy. If tomorrow's service members are worried about whether they have a meal on the table or access to quality health care, then we're failing them and we're weakening America's security. Cuts to public education, SNAP, and health care make us vulnerable and make us weak. And it's not a problem the Pentagon can or should be called upon to serve. It's an American problem. It demands a long-term approach. Second thing I want to raise is I was and continue to be distressed by lack of clarity around America's place in the world, defending democracy, defending freedom. I asked Secretary Hegseth during our subcommittee hearing about Ukraine. He indicated that he would give, that the approach was going to be to give less security to Ukraine. We have walked away from our leadership role in the world. And what I find striking about this is talking, as I've done and many have done, to allied nations who I frankly thought naively when I came to Congress that probably many of our partners around the world resented American leadership on some level, that, you know, the notion had to rely on Big Brother. But what I have found instead is other nations saying to us, other leaders saying, we rely on American leadership. American leadership has helped build the post-World War II world and keeps us safer and keeps us safe for democracy. And what we have seen in our retrenchment from our support for NATO, European allies around the world, to me is something that I frankly have a hard time wrapping my head around. And I got no confidence after our conversation with the Defense Secretary. And I also want to just reiterate what others have said, and I associate my remarks about the process that we're going through. You know, by not having the president's budget request, we have no real idea what the priorities are here. We're working with some top-line numbers, and I appreciate the work that the chair of both the subcommittee and the standing committee have had to do in trying to piece this together. But this is really, I'm sort of an average guy, and I try to work hard to convey to taxpayers I represent whether the money that we're appropriating is spent well, and whether families can rest at night knowing we've done the utmost to protect the citizens of this country. And we're here considering how to fund a military and defense apparatus, and we can't get the commander-in-chief to be bothered enough to give us a budget request. I'm not sure how this average Joe will assure the folks he represents that the president or this Congress have met their solemn obligations in this regard, and it's very troubling to me. I understand the challenges here. I know we have work ahead of us, but dear Lord, we have to do better than this. And I know the men and women in this room want to do better, but this budget falls woefully short in being able to help us assure Americans that we have done the very best to give them the security and safety that they demand and that they deserve. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Levin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Calvert. I too am disappointed to rise in opposition to the bill. I am deeply honored to represent the Marines and sailors on Camp Pendleton, where Marines are trained to fight and win our nation's wars. They're among the most disciplined, capable war fighters in the world. My focus is making sure they always stay that way, fully prepared, fully supported, and always focused on the mission they were trained to carry out. I don't think we can do that for them or for our military writ large if we rely on CR after CR after CR. I don't think you believe that either. Also, part of operational readiness is that our service members have a clean and safe place to live well on base. I think we all agree, and I appreciate that this bill increases funding for junior enlisted barracks maintenance. It's a step in the right direction, but broader challenges remain. The hiring freeze and some proposed cuts in the bill could undermine the very readiness that we're trying to support. Increased operations and maintenance funding only works if we have trained civilian personnel in place to do the work. Without them, our barracks will continue to deteriorate and our junior enlisted service members will continue to pay the price. I'm also deeply concerned about the steep cuts to medical research. The most recent continuing resolution slashed funding for the congressionally directed medical research program by 57% from fiscal 24 levels, but the damage wasn't spread evenly. 23 of the program's 35 subfields lost all funding entirely, including research into epilepsy, lung cancer, pancreatic cancer, Parkinson's disease, and traumatic brain injury. These aren't just budget lines, they represent real hope for service members, veterans, and families battling serious illnesses. Many of us know someone who's faced one of these diagnoses, and cutting off support for this kind of research is indefensible. Finally, I want to raise concerns about recent reports of active duty Marines being deployed for domestic purposes. This week, I formally asked Secretary Hegseth, Northcom, and local commanders for clarity. What is the legal authority for this deployment? What are the rules of engagement? And what non-lethal training has been provided? So far, no one has offered a clear, consistent answer. In fact, the headline in Politico just yesterday read, Hegseth says troops in LA are lawful, he just can't explain why. It continues, the Pentagon chief stumbled when pressed on the legal underpinning for the deployment of 700 Marines to California. Even if you support this administration, I know you all do, I hope you watch his testimony. It should concern you, just like it concerned me. So too should the reports that these Marines are assigned to a domestic mission, as Task and Purpose reported this morning, and have not yet completed training on the standing rules for the use of force or on non-lethal tactics. These rules govern the use of force by military personnel operating within the U.S. and are far more restrictive than rules in combat zones. You would never permit someone to serve as a law enforcement officer after just 4 days of training, let alone without completing it. This too should concern us all. Active duty Marines are trained to fight and win wars, not to serve in civilian law enforcement roles. Deploying them without clear legal authority, adequate training, or straightforward rules of engagement sets an incredibly dangerous precedent. We must, and I will always support our service members in every way. That means being honest about their role, transparent about their orders, and committed to the laws and norms that govern military force in a democracy. And today, my colleagues, we are falling short on all fronts. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back to balance of his time. Mr. Espaillat, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this bill. Unfortunately, like many of my colleagues on this side of the aisle, I am unable to support this measure for many of the same reasons that have been stated here by my colleagues. Despite the heavy price tag of this bill being $831 billion, the administration did not undertake even the most basic form of cooperation with this body. They have not submitted a budget request or any detailed planning for the department. You would think that a matter as important as national defense will be pushed in a bipartisan manner, but that has not been the case. They have not submitted a budget request or any detailed planning. Think about that. Almost $1 trillion with almost no details whatsoever. That's not the right way to go. This is the security of our nation we're talking about. Most of us agree that the threat presented by China, North Korea, Russia, Iran is a serious one. Rather than taking the mantle, Secretary Hegseth and this administration have used their time to diminish and attack war heroes simply for their background. They took the unprecedented step recently, the president did this as well, of circumventing Governor of California to deploy National Guards. They're also deploying Marines in the streets of Los Angeles, costing $134 million to taxpayers, while we don't get any details regarding this budget. So this is not an endless money pit. This is a serious discussion about the security and the defense of our nation in front of China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, etc. This administration has provided scarce and scant details on its plans for ensuring our security interests in Africa, for example. Instead, they have adopted the same playbook of dismantling a key agency or office, such as AFRICOM, with no replacement strategy whatsoever. The decisions that the administration is making as part of the budget process within the daily management of the department are deeply distressing. Therefore, I cannot support this measure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Quigley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, we're marking up a bill that should reflect our responsibility to support men and women who defend our nation and advance our interests here and abroad. Fortunately, this bill doesn't reflect our values. It endangers our national security and the security of our allies. And at this time, when we are tariffing our allies, telling NATO that they're on their own, and treating Ukraine the way we are at the critical point in their history, I'm not sure we have friends and allies. It is a reminder of FDR's last inaugural address, his shortest, but the one that speaks to us today, the man who fought the isolationists in the 30s and is critical in the victory in the Second World War. And in that address, he said, "We have learned that our welfare is dependent on the welfare of nations far away from our home. And that to have a friend in this world, you need to be one." I'm not sure who considers us their friend when we talk to Greenland and Canada, for example, the way we do, when everything is loss or victory. There's no subtleties in between. Rather than meeting the moment, this bill maintains funding levels that were set under previous administrations, levels that don't reflect the complex and evolving global threats we face today. At a time when Ukraine is still fighting for its sovereignty, this bill eliminates funding for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. Not surprising with an administration that won't pick sides in this conflict. It's a betrayal of NATO, of our partners in Europe, and of the very ideas of rules-based international order, and be clear, a gift to Vladimir Putin. This bill also undermines our own military readiness by injecting toxic policies into what should be clear, focused, and united defense of our country. It strips women in uniform of access to comprehensive reproductive care, putting ideology ahead of readiness and well-being of our service members. It attacks LGBTQ plus service members and chips away at policies to ensure everyone who is willing to serve can do so with dignity. And it takes aim at diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives that not only reflect our values, but strengthen our force by ensuring that we're drawing on the full talents of our nation. We should be investing in strategic deterrence and innovation in cybersecurity, in partnerships that prevent conflict and project American strength. We should be honoring the service and sacrifice of our troops by ensuring that they and their families have the health care, pay, and support they deserve. The Defense Appropriation Bill should strengthen and unite our armed forces, not weaken and divide them. It should help us address evolving threats head-on, not retreat from them. I urge my colleagues not to support this bill because we can and must do better for our men and women in uniform, for our allies, and for the security of our nation. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mrs. Watson-Coleman, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you and good morning. I want to associate myself as in opposition to this bill with everything that my former colleague right here, my colleague formerly spoke to. I'm concerned about this bill, this department, the fact that we keep putting money there, but we don't know what the heck they're doing with all of it. I'm also concerned that he spoke to our issues and our dealing with our friends, or our continuing to maintain our role in peacekeeping and in values that are democratic in nature and respect the ability for all folks to live in peace. And he spoke to Ukraine, and I think we're still in the muck and the mire of how we're dealing with Gaza and Netanyahu also, and that needs to be stated. But let me also say that there are so many other reasons to be in opposition to this bill. This bill includes $700 million for congressionally dedicated medical research programs to fund high-risk medical research. But this represents an extreme cut of over $400 million from fiscal year 2024. This CDMRP funds research that directly benefits military service members, veterans, and their families. So are my Republican colleagues suggesting that advancing medical and scientific research and filling research gaps in the Defense Health Agency not imperative to the overall defense of our country? CDMRP often supports underfunded or stigmatized conditions, such as rare diseases or women's health issues. It also reflects the congressional oversight and democratic responsiveness to public concerns and diseases that may otherwise be neglected due to a lack of lobbying power or commercial interest. I am so proud of my military. I am so proud of the role our military has had all over the world, trying to bring peace, dignity, and respect and stability to communities and to people all over the world. So I am really unsettled, unhappy, and embarrassed by the fact that we're going to put our Army on display in some performative way, spending over $100 million so that they can parade down the streets of DC, wrecking the infrastructure just so it can salve the ego needs of this corrupt president. It offends me that we should do this. So I just want you to know that I find myself needing to stand in opposition of this bill, in opposition of our support for ridiculous things like a military parade as if it should be a clown show. And I am very concerned that my Republican colleagues will not stand up for the dignity and respect of our military. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields the balance of her time. Ms. Underwood, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am unable to support the fiscal year 2026 Defense Appropriations Act we have before us today. While it does include a few provisions that I would support, especially an increase in basic pay for all military personnel and additional pay increases for junior enlisted, it fails our troops and our national security in almost every other way. Our service members and military families make enormous sacrifices to serve our country. The least we can do to honor those sacrifices is treat them with dignity and respect. Unfortunately, the Republican majority has chosen to use our armed services as political pawns instead of prioritizing the health and safety of our troops, their families, quality of life, or our nation's military readiness. For starters, this bill codifies a dangerous new policy of the Trump administration by banning service members from traveling to access reproductive health care. And thanks to the ongoing effort to ban abortion nationwide, almost half of active duty servicewomen are effectively unable to access abortion services without traveling. This extremist provision is a slap in the face to the women in uniform who risk their lives for a country that refuses to provide for their health or acknowledge their fundamental rights. I am disappointed in my Republican colleagues, but not surprised. At this point, in their all-out assault on reproductive freedom, the bar is on the floor. This bill also includes provisions that target LGBTQ+ service members by blatantly endorsing discrimination. And of course, this bill also bans funding for diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts within DoD, despite widespread agreement among security professionals that a diverse talent pool is a mission-critical priority for our armed forces. Just to give one example of how diversity strengthens our military readiness, the Navajo Code Talkers played a key role in securing our victory in the Battle of Iwo Jima, saving countless American and Allied lives. In fact, in both World Wars, Native American service members have used indigenous languages to successfully transmit secret information. It recently got harder to learn about this history since the Trump administration deleted information about the Code Talkers from DoD websites. So let me remind my colleagues that the military's ability to recruit and retain, for example, speakers of diverse languages is essential to its ability to win battles and save American lives. In other words, the GOP's obsession with culture wars hurts our readiness for real wars. It's foolish, it's short-sighted, and it's making us less safe. While House Republicans are happy to rubber stamp the Trump administration's reckless and hateful agenda, I am not. This bill fails our service members, it fails to keep us safe, and I will be voting against it. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. Ms. Escobar, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And I want to begin by thanking the staff. They've been incredible, helping to support our work, working through the night, early into the morning. And so I want to give a shout out to all of them. I am so privileged to represent Fort Bliss, which is a premier military installation in the middle of my hometown of El Paso, Texas. And I served for 6 years on the House Armed Services Committee and was very excited about coming to this committee so that I could bring the work that we did as authorizers here into the Appropriations Committee. But I want to echo what my colleagues have said and the disappointment that they've expressed, not just in the process, but in what is happening in terms of the administration and what it is prioritizing, which I think is really contrary to what all of us here should prioritize. In fact, what the administration is doing with regard to the Department of Defense should be alarming to everyone. The hiring freeze and the plans to further cut the DoD civilian workforce, that is not helpful. Turning the Department of Defense into an arm of the Department of Homeland Security, that is not only harmful to the mission of the Department of Defense, that not only harms our readiness, but that's not the way that our Department of Defense should be operating. We've seen the administration move money from things like barracks. As a member of the Quality of Life panel on the House Armed Services Committee last Congress, we worked in a bipartisan way to focus on the things that make our active duty service members' lives better. At the top of the list was the need for barracks. And to see money shifted away from the needs of our active duty military personnel in order to fund border operations, that's a DHS appropriation, should not be a DoD appropriation. We've also seen this administration use our installations for immigration detention. At Fort Bliss, they're building a 5,000-bed facility to house families, and it is slated to cost about $4 billion. All of us should be outraged by that. That's not a DoD priority, nor should it be. Using our military assets for DHS purposes, that degrades our national defense, that degrades our mission, that degrades our readiness. Using Marines as support personnel for ICE in Los Angeles, all of us should be outraged by that. It is so alarming. None of this is part of what our active duty personnel are trained to do. And then there's the way that this administration has politicized DOD, taking down mentions of our bravest heroes because their service or our honoring of their service is considered woke or DEI, while at the same time erasing the bipartisan work of Congress that renamed installations that previously were named after Confederate generals who history regard as traitors to our republic. So now the administration is embracing Confederate generals, banning transgender troops. And then this bill limits reproductive health care access for women in the military. It implements language that protects those who discriminate against same-sex couples. Really? In 2025, that's what our defense bill is doing? I'm ready to do the hard work of making sure our DOD is adequately prepared to meet the threats of today. That's what we should be focused on. And being a check on an administration that is using our precious resources for political purposes. I hope we can get this bill to a place where we can support this in a bipartisan way. Maybe the amendment process will do that. I'm ready to put in that work, but right now I cannot support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Ms. Dean, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman. And I want to start also by complimenting the staff. I can't imagine the hours and the details and the work that you have put in. So thank you for making this more productive for us in order to do our job. I also want to compliment the leadership of this committee, both sides for the leadership, and for the honesty with which you opened this hearing, this markup. Saying that there are some important priorities that we must talk about in terms of the defense bill, but that we're missing critical detail. I appreciate that honesty. America needs to understand as we do our job, we're doing it with at least one arm tied behind our back. We don't have the numbers. We don't have the details. I'm reading from the report that is combined together with minority views, and I thank the chairman for this report. Literally on page 3, the first bit of text. The committee recommends for the fiscal year 2026, $831 billion, equal to fiscal year 2025. And the recommendation invests in American military superiority, shapes a more efficient and effective Department of Defense, protects from threats at America's border, and takes care of service members and their family. A pretty good mission statement. I think we could also be talking about readiness and some other things, but it's a common understanding of what this bill and this committee, minority and majority, are doing. But then, literally on this first page, however, the committee's effort to report this goal was hampered by the lack of a full budget proposal and detailed justification material. This lack of information meant that the committee was unable to examine up-to-date program execution data in the context of a full fiscal year 2026 request. Again, I compliment the leadership of this committee, majority and minority, for understanding that and for saying that on page 1. We're missing the numbers. So with that, I want to mention that I'm a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and I've had the opportunity to travel, whether it's to the Middle East or to Europe, and what's missing also in here that I think is gravely concerning is support for Ukraine. I'm very glad and heartened, and I work on the Ukraine caucus with Ms. Capter and Mr. Quigley and so many others. It is it's a grotesque omission that the security assistance for Ukraine has been pulled out, eliminated, gone from this budget. What we see in Ukraine, them fighting for their democracy, I'd say that is what we want to see in ourselves, the protection of our democracy. What we fail to do for Ukraine, we're literally failing to do for ourselves. So I look forward to that amendment passing and continuing that support. Because after all, we saw a very bad display of the president on February 28th in the Oval Office, where the vice president and the president literally bullied a president at war, 3 years at war, bullied the president of Ukraine and saying, "You don't hold the cards." Are you kidding me? It's time we stood in unison, Republicans, Democrats, people of no party affiliation, to say what happens in Ukraine matters to us, and we must stand with Ukraine. In Gaza, Gaza is starving. Let's face facts. In here, there's actually a prohibition of working with our UN partners to get humanitarian aid into Gaza. We know what is going on in the pursuit by Mr. Netanyahu in Gaza is wrong. Israel had every right and responsibility after October the 7th to go into Gaza and to root out Hamas. But in the meantime, they've gone well beyond that mission, and now they are starving the people of Gaza with so much of the infrastructure destroyed and so many people not getting aid. In addition, we traveled to Denmark with the Foreign Affairs Committee. Denmark is baffled and really appreciated our visit, Democrats and Republicans, to say we are your friend, we are your ally. But they are baffled by this nonsense on Greenland. They are baffled by the tariff chaos. And I know I'm getting gavelled out. Two quick things. $45 million for a birthday party for the president. That's grotesque at a time when we're worried about money and waste and fraud. I'll end with this. June 16th, this week, will mark 10 years since candidate Trump came down that golden escalator.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
And you remember what he said in his inaugural address. This American carnage stops now. Sadly, that was a foreshadowing of the 10 years of carnage that this administration is doing. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Mr. Hoyer, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On February 3rd. Seems to be on. Not working? It is not down. But when Mr. Vogt appeared before our subcommittee, he told us why. Not because he doesn't have it, not because he can't give us the information, but because they have chosen until the reconciliation pass, they will not give it to us. That is why we don't have that information on which to act. Now, I'm going to be talking at greater length on Ukraine when Ms. Capter offers her amendment. But let me say this. Last night, I met with a group of Ukrainians. One of them was Sergeant Andriy Smolenski. He's receiving treatment at Walter Reed for wounds he sustained fighting Russian invaders. He lost his eyesight. He lost both arms. But he has not lost his determination to make Ukraine free and whole once more. Let us not lose our determination to do the same. That's what strength looks like. He came to our capital and asked for us to stand with Ukraine. So sad that he had to ask. I thought we did stand with Ukraine. Frankly, Mr. Trump, Mr. Vance, Mr. Hegseth, Mr. Rubio, Ms. Gabbard have put that at risk almost every time they talk. If Russia wins, America loses. Mr. Rogers, the chairman of our Armed Services Committee, says, Mike Rogers, says that if puts it a different way. He says, Russia must lose this war, or the message we send will be louder than all the dollars we put in this bill. I hope every one of us will support the Captor Amendment. I'm going to talk more about it. Putin, I've said this before, Xi Jinping, Kim Jong-un, Khomeini, and the rest of their axis of aggression are watching us right now with this bill. Legislation like this, even when it fails to become law, makes America look weak, timid, lacking resolve, and uncommitted to defending freedom here and around the world from dictators, despots, and international war criminals. So do the reckless terminations of civilian national security employees and top-ranking military officers. We have to reject this bill and work on a bipartisan alternative to address these issues if we are to reaffirm our strength to the world. I have voted for 90% of the defense bills that have gone through this House in the last 44 years. I believe that America needs to have a strong defense. A defense which surpasses all other in the world. A military that has the equipment and the training to be the best in the world when we put them at the point of the spear. Since Russia's invasion in 2022 of Ukraine, this Congress has had at least 12 votes on the issue of supporting Ukraine. On average, 80% of the House of Representatives has voted to support Ukraine. 80%. 8 out of 10. Both sides, except on one vote, had a majority of their members voting to help Ukraine. And yet this bill withdraws money to do exactly what 80% of this Congress has committed to do. I'm going to talk more about what Senator McConnell has to say about this and what President Kennedy had to say about it. Suffice it now to say that we need to demonstrate our resolve, and we can do it today on our voting in this House. Sergeant Smolenski and thousands of others in Ukraine, but millions and billions of others throughout the world count on America. Let's not let them down. I yield.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Mervin, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Mervan, I should say.
Thank you, Chairman, Ranking Member, Subcommittee Chair Calvert, and Ranking Member McCollum. Defending our nation, supporting our warfighter starts with the hardworking men and women in Northwest Indiana's steel, manufacturing, and organized labor. I'm proud to serve on this committee to stand up for them, ensure their essential contribution to our national security, and are fully recognized and fiercely protected. The entire state of Indiana and our Midwest region has an awe-inspiring people and workers, not just at our manufacturing facilities, but also through research and innovation taking place at our institutions, higher education. They all are our selfless service members, put our selfless service members at the top of mind, as well as beginning the consideration of this important legislation. And I look forward to building on their vast skill set, knowledge, and proven success to continue to advance the strength in our national security. One area I'd like to see improvements upon with the Joint Light Tactical Vehicle Program. Earlier this year, the administration announced the Army Transformation Initiative, which I am concerned would have devastating impacts on Indiana's manufacturing base. In particular, the initiative targeted the Humvee and the JLTV programs, which support dozens of small businesses across Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, and Ohio. This bill, thankfully, returns the Humvee program to F-25 levels, yet my concern lies with the JLTV program. The measure appropriates more than $168 million for the JLTV for the Marine Corps and nearly halves the Army JLTV line to $345 million. As the Army begins to phase out the Humvee and the JLTV procurement, this creates an air of uncertainty for the future production line. So while I am appreciative of the efforts to bring the Humvee program and the FY25 levels, I remain concerned over the ATI and its impact on Indiana's workers and small businesses. In addition, I am deeply concerned by the significant funding cuts to the CDMRP accounts. I understand that this program was established to support research for disease and disorders that disproportionately affect our nation's service members and their families, and believe that underfunding the CDMRP substantially jeopardizes our ability to advance the treatment of cancers, neurodegenerative diseases, and rare diseases. I would highlight that I have met with Northwest Indiana constituents who have directly benefited from kidney cancer research in this program, and I look forward to continuing to advocate for the enhancements in research, prevention, and treatment of these conditions. This bill also includes a provision that would prevent our women service members from seeking necessary reproductive care. As service members' decisions to seek abortion in private and personal, and we should not include such provisions that create undue stress for our service members who are willing to sacrifice their lives in defense of our country. We must do more to allow service members and all women to make their own medical decision. Indiana's defense partners are trusted at home, abroad, and by our allies. You'll find Indiana-made equipment in Ukraine, holding the line democracy during Putin's war of aggression. You'll find them in Thailand and Taiwan, ready to keep the Chinese Communist Party from further encroaching on its neighbors. And you will find Indiana-made equipment on U.S. military bases across the world, protecting our men and women in uniform and defending the U.S. national interests. I thank you again for the opportunity to speak and look forward to debate the efforts in support of brave members of our armed forces, our essential defense manufacturing base, and our workforce and members of organized labor. With that, I yield back.
Want me to? Hang on. Thank you, gentlemen. Are there any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Boy, did I time that well or not. Okay, with that, seeing no other members wishing to make opening remarks, I'd like to recognize Chairman Calvert to offer a manager's amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. I ask unanimous consent to waive the reading.
Without objection.
The manager's amendment incorporates various non-controversial items in the bill and report that have been cleared by the majority and minority. I want to thank those members on both sides for working with us on various issues that have been brought to our attention. I urge adoption of this bipartisan amendment.
Thank you very much. Gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chairman Calvert, I would like to commend our staff for working to make this a bipartisan manager's amendment. As you said, it has several non-controversial technical changes, and it makes changes to the bill and report to address a number of topics important to this members of this committee. I hope this is an example of what you and I can be working towards in the future in passing this bill. So currently, I urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Obviously, we move into general comments about the manager's amendment. With that, gentlelady from Florida is recognized for any comments she cares to make about the manager's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to address the manager's amendment. As a breast cancer survivor, I do appreciate the inclusion of my proposal to increase funding for the DoD's breast cancer research program. While in the bill overall, the program still sees a cut from FY24 levels, I do hope to work with the chairman and the chairman of the full committee to see this funding fully restored as we continue with the FY26 process. Military women are up to 40% more likely to develop breast cancer than civilians, and these funds help drive life-saving and transformative discoveries. It's resulted in the development of innovative therapies and treatments, better diagnostics, and breakthrough research, improving outcomes for so many military families. Now is not the time to roll back investment in life-saving research so we can better understand how to best treat our service members. And I also appreciate the inclusion of longstanding report language regarding metastatic cancer research that was not included in the original report. We have to make sure that we continue to try to do research to make progress on solving the vexing metastatic cancer. The fact that we have not made as much progress in life-saving treatment and life-saving impact when it comes to metastatic cancer, and this program helps do that. There's also so many other things that in this bill that have been unfortunately reduced that we need to continue to work on moving forward, but I am glad that these changes were included, and I appreciate it. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? I recognize Chairman Calvert for 1 minute to close.
I thank the gentleman for letting us bring forth the manager's amendment and the gentlelady for her support and ask for its approval. Thank you.
The question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. With that, my good friend, the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. DeLauro of Connecticut, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment.
Mike.
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Would the gentlelady like the reading?
I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Mr. Chairman and my colleagues, this amendment should not be necessary. We should not have to tell the President of the United States that he is unable to accept a luxury airliner worth hundreds of millions of dollars as a gift from a foreign power. These things should be obvious. And yet, here we are. It is deeply troubling that some in the majority envision a president unbound by laws, who rules by decree, who accepts lavish gifts from foreign governments, who fills public offices with the ultra-wealthy political allies, individuals without any expertise or professional experience to carry out the missions on the goals of their agencies, who expels opposition and crushes dissent. Make no mistake, the world and the American people are watching. While the president imposes tariffs on our allies and eviscerates our foreign aid investments around the world, we see him also accepting gifts from foreign governments. Our allies, adversaries, and constituents all see that he is self-indulgent. This is not just any gift, a luxury plane, which will then be delivered to the president's library when his term is over. We all see what it is. The American public can see this for what this is, a president using the highest office in the land to boost his own image, ego, and future financial prospects. Even some of the president's confidants have said this will be a stain on the administration. Everyone who works in the federal government goes through ethics training. Our interns on Capitol Hill cannot accept so much as a burger or fries. And I hope all of you know the toothpick rule. Small snacks are acceptable, but a fork and knife meal is not. And yet, the President of the United States can accept a $400 million airplane without so much as batting an eye. It is hard to imagine a more brazen violation of the Emoluments Clause, which was written because the framers of the Constitution knew that even the appearance of improper influence calls a president's decision-making into question. The Constitution provision applies directly to the president, who, by the way, is exempt from many other government ethics rules, but not this one. Let us revisit the Constitution for one moment. Article 1, Section 9, Clause 8. No title of nobility shall be granted by the United States, and no person holding any office of profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of the Congress, accept any present, emolument, office, or title of any kind whatever from any king, prince, or foreign state. Congress has not consented. This committee should not consent. Just as we cannot give up our constitutional power of the purse, we cannot look the other way as this president makes a mockery of our laws and traditions. The president describes this as a good deal for taxpayers. But last week, the Secretary of the Air Force said it would cost up to $400 million of taxpayer funds to retrofit a commercial plane. Other experts say it could be closer to $1 billion. The ethics, optics, economics, and security questions are all alarming. They tell a story of a president who would happily indebt himself to a foreign regime simply to have a more opulent jet plane at his disposal. Does anyone believe that the government of Qatar truly expects nothing in return for this plane? If so, I have a bridge to sell you. Congress can easily put an end to this debate and restate clearly what we believe is in the Constitution with today's amendment. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
I thank the chairman. I object to the gentlelady's amendment. This is not a venue to arbitrate the legality or the appropriateness of a potential gift. This is something to be done through the courts. The FEC 25B program is significantly delayed, as those of us who have been working on this recognize that this contract was executed in 2018. It was supposed to have been delivered 2 years ago, and then they were notified by the primary contractor that it wouldn't be delivered until 2031. It took us 4 years to win World War II, but apparently it takes over 15 years to deliver a new modified Air Force One. Anyway, the current Air Force One has been flying for 35 years. The president should have a new Air Force One as soon as possible, given the age of the current aircraft. And I would hope that this plane can be modified for a reasonable price and the capability required for transporting the president of the United States. So hopefully that'll be done quite quickly. With that, I urge a no vote.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. And I want to focus on the ethics of this and the aspect of the Ranking Member Delores amendment. The emoluments clause was included in the Constitution by our forefathers to prevent exactly this type of situation. It's in Article 1. Its placement's important. It's at the front of the Constitution. And I'm going to quote again, "No person holding any office, a profit, or trust under them shall be without the consent of Congress to accept any presents, emoluments, office, title of any kind from any king, prince, or foreign state." What the administration is doing is ignoring clearly what's in the Constitution. Now, let me give you a shocking example of how that has a multiplying effect with other countries. During the visit of the President of South Africa with President Trump, the South African president's opening comment was, "Hey, sorry I didn't have a plane to give you." To which the president replied, "I wish you did. I take it." This is nothing to joke about. When I hear this and others around the world hear this, it makes people think that the White House, yeah, it could be subject or is subject to foreign influence. Furthermore, this does have a money aspect to it. The administration, if accepts this plane, is going to have to pull money away from other requested DoD programs, other priorities, without or with congressional approval to retrofit this plane. In this case, the money that will be used to retrofit this plane is our concern and does affect the budget in front of us. Now, I just want to say that sometimes people, have, alternative ideas on what's happening. And President Reagan, in his library, he did receive a gift of an airplane after he left office. He followed the emoluments clause. It wasn't a gift from a foreign government. It was not pre-planned, and the plane was already being decommissioned. The fact that the Reagan Library didn't take possession of the aircraft until President George W. Bush was in office. So there's no comparison here to say it's similar to what happened with President Reagan. I think this plane is going to be a gift that keeps on giving in a negative way to this committee's budget and also to our standing of upholding the Emoluments Clause and how other democracies view the United States when it comes to taking gifts. So this Congress must hold the administration accountable. We must make sure we protect the limited dollars in this budget, and I support the amendment, and I ask my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, is recognized for any comments he cares to make about the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative DeLauro, for championing yet another administration attempt to circumvent congressional authority and disregard ethical standards. Congressional Research Service's 2012 report, Gifts to the United States President, clearly states that under the Constitution, Article 1, Section 9, Clause 8, the President and all federal government officials are prohibited from receiving any presents from foreign governments, kings, or princes without the consent of Congress. In an apparent attempt to circumvent this constitutional safeguard, the administration has claimed that the plane in question was a gift to the Department of Defense rather than a personal gift to the President. However, the administration has publicly indicated its intent to transfer the plane to the Trump Presidential Library Foundation after the President leaves office. How can this not then be construed as a personal gift? This pattern suggests that this administration's ethical boundaries are malleable, written in pencil rather than ink, easily erased or rewritten to accommodate expediency, especially when there is little or no accountability. Without proper oversight, there's scant incentive to uphold ethical standards. Today, we find ourselves at a critical crossroads, presented with a clear opportunity to do what is right, to hold our leaders accountable for their action, no matter who they are. Public trust in our government is alarmingly low. As of February 2025, only 29% of Americans believe the federal government in Washington can be trusted to do what is right. What have we done to restore that trust? Do we even consider what our constituents think of our actions? I urge this committee to act decisively, to stand for integrity, to reject misuse of taxpayer funds to retrofit an unethical gift that lacks congressional approval. Let us demonstrate our commitment to accountability to the rule of law. Support this amendment, stand up for integrity, stand up for honor, but more importantly, stand up for the Constitution. Adopt this amendment and rebuke unethical conduct by the President. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the DeLauro amendment. It's amazing we even have to talk about this. Apparently, the President accepted this gift, but then had to hand it over to Secretary Hegseth over at DOD because what the President did wasn't really legal, and now we're stuck with this airplane. I think they ought to raffle it off somewhere and give the money to Ukraine because it's hundreds of millions of dollars that it's going to require to, even if it's able to be used, all right, and to strip it of whatever is in there in terms of security, but to add, it's just too complicated. You can't do that with an airplane. You have to build it from the ground. We've made sure that we've funded the U.S. Air Force to build a new plane for the President, but we shouldn't be retooling something that comes from a despotic country, that's for sure. We're talking about a private aircraft, all right? And who knows what's really in it. But what's interesting about this deal is, I'm from Ohio, we know corruption when we see it. 2 weeks before this was announced that the plane was coming, the Trump organization, through his sons, signed a golf course deal over in Qatar. Now, this whole set of exchanges is extremely interesting and really ought to go over to some inspector general to investigate, but the American people shouldn't be paying for any kind of changes to this plane. The risks involved are too great, and it all smacks of an ethical rot, which the Constitution anticipated. Others have discussed the Emoluments Clause. But we already have this funded contractor, Air Force One, and we're behind in that. Now we're stuck with this thing. I don't even understand why Secretary Hegseth accepted it. I think it should be put in a special hangar somewhere, and we should get a price for it and help to fund real struggles for liberty that our country is involved in many places in the world. We don't need to be subsidizing the palace in the sky with any gold attendant improvements that will be made inside that airplane. We shouldn't subsidize vanity. We shouldn't allow any nation to give a gift like that to the United States. We should stand for integrity, and I fully support the DeLauro amendment. Thank you so very much, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for comments on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in strong support of the amendment offered by my friend, Ranking Member DeLauro. The story of the Boeing 747 from Qatar with a big giant bow on it, like it is a car being purchased for a kid's 16th birthday, is almost too cartoonish to be true. I'm not sure the writers on Veep would have tried to pull off a plot line this ridiculous. This gifted plane, in quotes, is not only an ethics nightmare, it is unconscionable to accept it, and it is an unacceptable national security risk. Adding to the Ringling circus, President Trump plans to use taxpayer dollars to retrofit his second-hand jumbo jet. And what good is a freebie if the American people get socked with a huge bill from it? The American people already face a cost of living crisis, one that Trump makes worse every day. And now they have to pay to retrofit this so-called gift to the tune of up to $1 billion. Even someone with a 2-bit dime store law degree would know this isn't legal. Oddly, my colleagues across the aisle are always quick to lecture us on what the founders said and meant when they wrote our nation's founding documents. But on this, we hear zero mentions from our Republican colleagues of the clear, gross violation of the Emoluments Clause in the Constitution, which prohibits accepting gifts from foreign states. Time after time, congressional Democrats have asked the Trump administration if he will meet the requirements of the Emoluments Clause and what, if any, authority Trump has to accept and retrofit this plane. What does the self-proclaimed, quote, most transparent administration in history have to say about this? Crickets. So to recap, we have an illegal foreign gift of a plane and one that is a clear national security risk that looks like a blatant bribe. And it comes with a retrofitting job that will cost the American people hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. And this is occurring all while prices are still too high and rising thanks to the Trump tariff taxes. And what do we hear from Republicans in this body? Nothing. No demand for transparency or congressional oversight in what looks to be a clear influence scheme or demand for payment, all involving the highest office in the land. And there are reports that the plane will only be used for 3 years because after Trump's term is over, it will go to his presidential library. Talk about a wasteful grift. We need to turn the lights out on this circus, and in a few minutes, every member of this committee will get the chance to do just that. Vote yes on this amendment to protect our national security and adhere to the Constitution. By the way, 2 things that we commit to when we swear our oath at the beginning of every term. I encourage all my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady, and we now recognize the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, for any comments he cares to make on the amendment.
I'm embarrassed. The richest, most powerful nation on earth. We have a base in Qatar. Are we so lacking in self-respect that we have to take a plane for the President of the United States from a foreign country, a used plane? What have we become? A supplicant? With with a handout? Do we have no shame? Do we have no sense of pride? Support this amendment. America's not for sale.
Great.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Watson Coleman, for comments on the amendment.
Thank you for recognizing me. I stand in support of this amendment. First of all, this airplane is the most tangible illustration of corruption and the fact that we are for sale. This is not about a need. The United States of America doesn't need this plane. This greedy, unfulfilled, corrupt president wants this plane. And I am reminded of the Wizard of Oz, because I look at my colleagues across the aisle, whom I really have a lot of affection for, and I want to remind you of the lion that was looking for courage. You know this is wrong. You know that this is a form of corruption. You know that every time he or his family take a trip somewhere, you end up with a golf course or a project that will be curated in that area. You know that this is all about feeding this bottomless ego and helping him to become the billionaire that he had said he was all of these years. You know he's using us. You know he's allowing the abuse of everything, including our military and our local police and our National Guard. You know we're living in the midst of a unitarian, corrupt dictatorship. You know that our security, our rights, our constitutional rights and respect are all on the line. You know this. So I'm going to ask you to follow Dorothy on the road to the wizard so that you can find out that there is courage to be had, and that on behalf of the United States of America, once the most respected country in the world, you can help us to regain that respect. Because right now, we just look like a cheap date, ready to give it up for any little nugget that comes our way. Please, I beg you, I beg you, I beg you, as an American, as a member of Congress, find your courage and stand up to this corrupt president. I yield back.
All right.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the question is now on the amendment offered by the, I'm sorry, did I miss somebody? Oh, of course, I'm sorry. A gentlelady is recognized for a minute to close.
And I have turned on the mic here, so things are getting better. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleagues, all of you, for the powerful and eloquent statements on what is an embarrassment and what we really shouldn't be. It's beneath the dignity of this committee and its goals, its value, its everything. I wonder what Thaddeus Stevens would have said about all of this, you know, all these years ago. But they framed the Constitution. But, you know, we're looking at a pattern, my friends. We're looking at a pattern by President Trump and this administration. Unfortunately, it is the Republican majority's rubber stamping this pattern, and that there's no regard for the Constitution of the United States. Think about it. They're already abrogating Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7, and that is the power of the purse, which they have willingly given up and said, go ahead, you know, take it, it's yours. And now, Article 1, Section 9, Clause 8, in violation of the Emoluments Clause. This is supposed to be by the consent of the Congress. Consent of the Congress is what it said in the Emolument Clause. $400 million to $1 billion. Where is Elon Musk when we need him with the chainsaw? You know, he's disappeared. Speaking of wizards, he's gone. You know, a president personally accepting a luxury jet from a foreign power at no cost is not just a violation of the law, it flies in the face of what is acceptable for holding the job as an elected official. It flies in the face of Constitution, every impulse of our history. We've pushed away from the opulent trappings of a European monarchy and toward this American ethos of equal justice. If we do nothing else today, we should affirm that no one, even the President of the United States, is above the law and Constitution. I yield back, and I thank the chair.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Connecticut. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Maybe you'll get a ride on the plane. Recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested, sufficient number of hands being raised. The clerk is asked to call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro.
Aye.
Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor.
Aye.
Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Loloda. Mr. Loloda, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. McCollum.
Aye.
Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming.
Grace.
Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Do any other members seek recognition, to change their vote or to record their vote?
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Malloy.
Aye.
Gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Clyburn votes aye.
Gentlelady from Utah.
Ms. Malloy, no.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
He's already voted.
Okay. Are there any others wishing to record or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. My good friend from Minnesota, Ms. McCullum, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, and with unanimous consent, I would ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this is a very simple amendment which holds a portion of the travel funding for the Secretary of Defense and each of the service secretaries until they've submitted each and every one of them their J-books to the committee. Those are the books that have all the granular detail I was talking about earlier. And they've testified on their budget. Now, this is not an unusual amendment. At one time or another, this type of amendment has been included by all committees. This type of amendment has even been included in the NDAA. So if you've ever voted for an NDAA, chances are you have voted for this type of amendment in your career. I know that the lack of budget is a shared frustration on both sides. We just had the Secretary of Defense here on Tuesday to testify before the committee without a full budget request. He barely scratched the surface. He talked about $25 billion for Golden Dome. As I said, it's a concept for which we don't have a plan. $3.5 billion for a new F-47 program, and nearly $6 billion for shipbuilding. Now, that's a list which is woefully short of the $830 billion enacted budget for the Department of Defense. Similarly, due to the delay in the budget, we have the Secretaries of the Army and Navy testify before the committee, but they were unable to disclose any funding as it related to 2026. They just didn't know the numbers. As for the Air Force, we heard testimony from the acting secretary. Now we have a confirmed Secretary of the Air Force, and we should have him back to see if he knows anything. Now, it's not the fault of Mr. Cole or Mr. Calvert that this committee must move forward in the absence of a budget from this administration. But you're doing this so that we can possibly avoid another CR for the Department of Defense. But this is not how we should be doing our business. Meanwhile, Secretary Hagseth has traveled all over the world, Panama, Germany, Singapore, Japan, the Philippines, just to name a few. Now, it's important that the Secretary of Defense visit our troops overseas, and I do not take issue with that. It is vital that he come to Congress, however, and answer specific questions on the decisions that the administration has made and our interpretation of them. Today is June 12th, and there are 4 months left in the fiscal year. I don't know how else, Mr. Chairman, to get the attention of the administration to do its job to inform all of us, to inform Congress of the budget. And as I like to remind people, as a former school teacher, they need to turn their homework into Congress before doing any further travel. So I ask my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady, and I recognize Mr. Calvert to respond to the amendment.
I rise in opposition to the gentlelady's amendment. There's no doubt that the Trump administration has hit the ground running for the second term. There's no learning curve on the part of President Trump this time around. Yet the Secretary of Defense and the service secretaries are still months into the job. It's vital they travel to meet leaders, counterparts around the world, which they're doing. It's critical that they meet with service members deployed abroad, serving in harm's way, away from their families, and to thank them for protecting our great nation, which the Secretary obviously is doing also. Now, saying that, I share the gentlelady's frustration. We all share the frustration of not having budget materials on time. However, it's not the Secretary of Defense or the service secretaries, quite frankly, that are at fault holding up the delivery of the budget materials. Let's put the blame on where it really belongs, and our desires for quicker information would be more appropriately directed at pushing OMB to move faster and get this information to this committee as quickly as possible. With that, I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Do any other members wish to address the amendment? Seeing none, the question's now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Minnesota. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Oh. Again, I did it. My fault. And hold your eye. We're going to go back. The gentlelady needs a minute to close. I am so anxious to move through this process. But I apologize to my friend because she certainly should have been recognized.
No
And
apology
I regret that.
necessary. I'm just as anxious as you and everybody in this room to get moving, so I'm going to be brief. Yes, I am withholding funds, and it's only $10 million. I'm trying to get OMB's attention, maybe by the Secretary of Defense going down there and pounding on his door saying, give me the information. The Congress wants it. So please consider supporting this amendment. I think I know what the outcome is to both of my chairs on the dais here. $10 million to get their attention so that we can have all the tools needed to make this bill work for all of us. And I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. And again, my apologies to the gentlelady and to the committee. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Minnesota. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chair, as I said before, I have an amendment at the desk, and I would ask with unanimous consent from this committee that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In response to the Supreme Court's devastating decision to overturn Roe v. Wade in 2022, the Department of Defense revised their joint travel regulations to provide service women and their families of service personnel with the ability to access lawful, available, non-covered reproductive health care regardless of where they're stationed. I strongly support the department's policy at the time, and I'm deeply disappointed that the Trump administration rescinded it back in January. I have offered this amendment the same in previous years, and I want to be crystal clear. This in no way changes the Hyde Rule. No funds will be used to perform an abortion. This version would strike Section 8142 of the provision of the bill that deals with the administrative policy from 2022 that is no longer active. This bill does not take a position on this policy. We should not codify this provision into law. It would make it harder in the future for service members and their families to travel to access reproductive health care that they deserve. An Iran study corporation found that the percentage of active duty service women who have no or severely restricted access to abortion is 46%. 46% of the women that are stationed in states where they cannot pay for themselves their reproductive care. That amounts to approximately 80,000 women in the armed services who are based in installations that have limited or banned reproductive health care. 80,000 women. The states of Texas and Florida are home to several military installations, and both states have enacted severe abortion restrictions. In some states, women have suffered and died. In many cases, these states' laws are even impacting women who are experiencing miscarriage, and it's been documented. So I want our service members to be focused on executing their mission safely and not worrying about receiving the health care that they and their families deserve. And that's precisely why the Department of Defense instituted this policy under the previous administration, to ensure that every service member and their family has the access to administrative absence and travel allowance for their basic reproductive health. Now, I'm deeply disappointed by the Trump administration rescission of this policy, but the provision in this policy is a poison pill rider, and it must be removed. So I would ask members to support my amendment, and Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentlelady from Utah, Ms. Beloy, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the gentlelady's amendment. The Hyde Amendment is a clear federal ban on abortion funding, except in the cases of rape, incest, and life of the mother. It's been in place every appropriation cycle for 40 years. And I've been here, I've heard a lot of talk about partisanship and how this should not be a partisan bill. But this is a completely partisan amendment, whereas the Hyde Amendment has been a bipartisan consensus for 4 decades. The 2022 DoD policies an end run around the Hyde Amendment via travel, leave, and reimbursement policy. But in 1980, SCOTUS in Harris v. McRae said the government isn't obligated to fund or facilitate abortions. And this is a policy that clearly facilitates abortions. And it's not about reproductive care for women. It's about using the ability as the federal government to tax and spend to force Americans to pay for something that they're morally opposed to. Post the Dobbs decision, federal policy is neutrality, not federal imposition. The federal government must exercise restraint and respect diverse moral values of American people. This amendment is not in the spirit of that neutrality, not in the spirit of the Dobbs decision or the Hyde Amendment. My colleague's amendment not only violates that neutrality, but it touches on something else we've been talking about a lot here, Article 1 authority. This would allow the DoD to make federal abortion policy that isn't in keeping with what Congress has done through the Hyde Amendment. And that's a path that I don't think we should start to go down. Federal abortion policy should be uniform, like it has been for 40 years, through bipartisan consensus in the Hyde Amendment. Abortions, including abortion travel or enhanced leave policies designed to facilitate abortions, have no place in this bill. And for that reason, Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me thank Congresswoman McCollum for presenting this important issue regarding a female service member's right to reproductive health. Unlike veterans, active duty service members do not have the ability to choose where they're stationed. This lack of agency was manageable prior to the Supreme Court's decision in Roe versus Wade in 2022. Even after that ruling, the Department of Defense took deliberate steps to mitigate the impact by ensuring continued access to reproductive health care, including policies that supported travel for medical services not available in certain states. These efforts signaled a clear commitment to the well-being and the autonomy of women serving in uniform. However, as legislation increasingly seeks to restrict not only reproductive health care access, but also the ability to travel for that care, the burden on women service members becomes untenable. If a service member is stationed in a state that prohibits reproductive health care and is simultaneously denied the option to seek treatment elsewhere, we're placing them in an impossible and unacceptable situation, forced to serve while their fundamental health care needs go unmet. States with some of the most restrictive reproductive health care laws are home to significant military installations. Alabama, 6 military installations. Arizona, 6 military installations. Florida, 14 military installations or headquarters. Georgia, 12 military installations. Tennessee, 8 military installations. Texas, 19 military installations. Collectively, these states host a large portion of our active duty forces, yet approximately 8,000 women service members currently serve in locations where their access to reproductive health care is limited or banned outright. This is not a question of ideology. It is a question of readiness, morale, and equity. We entrust these women to serve our country with honor, to deploy into combat zones, and to operate under the harshest conditions. We should afford them the same respect and autonomy when it comes to their personal medical decisions. Denying them access is essential health care to essential health care while simultaneously demanding the highest level of sacrifice is not only unjust, it is a failure in leadership and support. If we cannot guarantee access to comprehensive medical care, we must reevaluate the fairness and ethics of stationing them in states where their health and rights are systematically restricted. I urge the adoption of this amendment. I thank the gentlelady for offering it, and I urge the committee to adopt it.
I thank the gentleman. Before I move to our next speaker, I just wanted to advise the committee there is pizza available, courtesy of Chairman Calvert, across the hall. We will not be interrupting, obviously, but any of you that want to slip out and catch something to eat at some time appropriate, Chairman Calvert's made that available. With that, the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong support of Ranking Member McCollum's amendment to strike bill language that would make growing a family more difficult and more expensive for our service members. In early 2024, following the Alabama Supreme Court ruling that threatened IVF access, the Biden administration publicly reaffirmed its commitment to supporting service members' access to the full range of reproductive health care that they need, reimbursing them for expenses from traveling to specialty medical care not available where they are stationed. This included life-saving care like abortion, but it also covered travel to access the full range of fertility care and services, things like IVF, IUI, cryopreservation, and needed testing. This is especially important for service members because TRICARE only pays for fertility treatment if you have a service-connected need. Everything else is out of pocket. But when Donald Trump came in, he reversed that reimbursement policy within his first month. Although DOD has since restored it with regard to fertility services, this has exposed how vulnerable our service members and their families are to the whims of this administration and this committee. Because Republicans in Congress are going even further than Donald Trump. Last year, Republicans scrambled to tout their support for IVF. Their actions say otherwise. Not only have Senate Republicans blocked passage of IVF protection legislation, but more than 8 in 10 House Republicans have signed their names on legislation that would codify fetal personhood, effectively banning IVF nationwide. And now Republicans on this committee are continuing their war on fertility services by banning any reimbursement for service members. It also bans DOD from putting any similar policies in place to help service members pay for their fertility services and make sure that they can get time off. A single cycle of IVF can cost upward of $20,000, and for many, the journey to parenthood requires multiple cycles. Easing the cost of travel to receive this care is the bare minimum that we should offer to our service members. This policy plays a huge role in making the dream of starting a family a reality for more of our service members who often delay parenthood in order to serve our country. IVF is not elective for many service members. It can be the only viable path to parenthood after service-related trauma, such as combat injuries, chemotherapy for service-connected cancers, or exposure to toxic substances during deployment. Without the safeguards that this policy provided, service members are losing control over their bodies and their future families. They may be limited by the bans on reproductive health care in the localities that they are stationed in. They may be denied permission from their command to seek care off base. They may simply not be able to afford to seek the care that they need. This is unforgivable. After all that they have done to serve our country, It is cruel and dehumanizing to strip away their right to make their own healthcare decisions from military families. And it is also cruel to add to their costs at a time when kitchen table issues and costs are on the rise. This is yet another betrayal of our promise to our service members. I stand alongside my colleague, Congresswoman McCollum, in firm opposition to this assault on their health care. I hope my colleagues across the aisle will join me, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized to speak to the amendment.
Okay. There are about 218,000 women of reproductive age that are in active military. And they don't get to choose where they serve. There are bases, or at least a base in every state in this country. Half of our states either severely restrict or ban abortion. Now, we've said this before, many of us, and I'll say it again. A woman, not a politician, not the people in this room, should make the very personal decision when or if to grow a family. So here's what I have to say. My. Enlisting in the military should not mean signing up for a forced pregnancy. That's not bipartisanship, folks. I'm not going to go along with that. Are you? He's not either. But listen, and this especially in light of the fact it's unbelievable, the rampant sexual assaults that go on in this military. Well, that's another story. But obviously, this is a very, very personal decision for women. We trust them to fly the Black Hawks, right? They do a lot of dangerous things, a lot of important things, and we should trust them to make their own personal decisions about their health care. And they're standing to protect our freedom, and we should protect their freedom. And I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Hinton, is recognized to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today in opposition to the gentlelady's amendment. The underlying legislation here in the bill restores the longstanding Department of Defense policies that were, as we know, reversed by the Biden administration. And these are, as my colleague from Utah already described, policies that have typically been bipartisan across multiple administrations. And I'm hopeful we're able to get back to that with the Hyde Amendment going forward for many more appropriation cycles. But the amendment attempts to undo a common sense provision. It is really disconnected from this longstanding precedent of this committee. And I think it's inappropriate for taxpayer dollars to be used to cover travel expenses related to abortion. Abortion is not life-saving care, it's life-ending care, and we need to redirect those resources to make sure that they are going to help our service women get the health care that they need for their lives. For years, this committee has maintained these protections in line with the Hyde Amendment. I don't think Iowans should be compelled to fund abortion travel with their hard-earned tax dollars, and so I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. I thank gentlelady. The gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to thank the ranking member of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee for this amendment. I've mentioned before in my statements to this committee that I was so proud and remain so proud to have served 3 terms on the House Armed Services Committee. And I was incredibly privileged and lucky to be able to work with our former colleague, Jackie Spear, on an effort to overhaul a system that worked against women in the military who had suffered sexual assault and sexual harassment. And we ushered in some great reforms, not enough, but we ushered in some reforms that I am very proud of. Because I have a military installation in my community, and because I was on the House Armed Services Committee, I've met with a lot of active duty service members over my term in Congress, both here and those who are stationed abroad. I always meet with the women in service because things are different for women who serve in the military than they are for the men who serve in our military. And if you haven't had roundtables with women who serve in the military, I would highly encourage you to do that, because what you will hear from them will really inform your perspective on how they are treated by Congress. I have always told the women that I meet with who serve in the service that Congress wants them, Congress needs them, that their leadership is valued, that their service and their sacrifice is valued. But I will tell you, sometimes, honestly, I question that. And the fact that we would bar women from accessing the reproductive health care that they need is what gives me pause about whether or not Congress really values women in service. I live in a state that has effectively banned abortion. The state of Texas has not only banned abortion, but passed a law that puts a bounty on the head of anyone who helps a woman who needs access to reproductive health care. Basically, in Texas, there's like a vigilante system that was approved by the state legislature to not just ban abortion, but to threaten people who would think or consider of helping a loved one who needs access to reproductive health care. So given that context of my state and the situation for women in my state, the day that the Dobbs decision was leaked, I know we all remember that day when we understood what the Supreme Court was about to do when it came to women's reproductive health care. My office was flooded with calls from women in active duty military who don't have a choice of what military installation they end up being sent to. They don't have a choice as to which state they serve in. I remember speaking to one woman in service in particular who was crying on the phone with me and said, I'm not from Texas. I don't know that I would live in Texas. I wouldn't choose normally to live in Texas, but I love serving my country. And through her sobs, she explained to me what will happen to me if I, like many of the women I've come to know, is raped and ends up pregnant, and I have to make a choice between serving my nation or getting access to the care that I need. I will never forget that conversation. So I would not describe the Hyde Amendment as consensus, first of all, but second of all, we all really need to ask ourselves whether we truly believe that what Congress is doing is supporting women who make the sacrifice to serve our nation. Ms. McCollum, thank you for this amendment. I am eager to vote yes in favor of it. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? A gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Briefly, I'm strong support of this amendment. We hear a lot about choice in a different context of schools and things of this nature. Women have no choice where they're going to be deployed. That point has already been made. But we also rendered them with no choice that they legally have under the Supreme Court finding in Dobbs. And therefore, I think this amendment is a critically important one, and it was an important policy for us to pursue on behalf of our daughters, our sisters, our wives, our friends who are women. And I yield the balance of my time to the distinguished ranking member.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment?
He yielded.
The yield to you. Okay.
Because I would need more than a minute to close, and I want to be respectful of the time. This is a situation in which sometimes we find it most comfortable to talk about it in black and white terms. Sometimes women don't know that they're expecting in the first 6 weeks. They just don't. Their period doesn't stop. They're still spotting. Or if they're in extreme great athletic condition, as many of our service women are, your menstrual cycle's off. So you don't know within the first 6 weeks that you're pregnant. And it's legal in the first 6 weeks, but if you don't know to go get a pregnancy test, all of a sudden you're week 7, you're week 8. So there's that consideration. And then there's the women that I've spoken to, both military and neighbors and friends and even family members and people I know very, very personally, who have celebrated finding out they're pregnant. It was the most wondrous news, only to find out a couple months later that everything is going wrong. Going wrong. Doctors are saying, your health is going to deteriorate, but maybe you're still testing as pregnant and, states different ultrasounds or different heartbeats or whatever. And all of a sudden, when you've received some of the most horrific news in your life, this has been a planned and wanted pregnancy. The federal government steps in between you and your doctor and your person of faith to tell you when, where, how, and you're going to have to pay to travel if you're wearing the uniform of this country, and you're probably going to have to pay for it yourself. This amendment just allows that freedom of travel. And I'm standing up for many, many reasons why women seek to terminate a pregnancy. But I'm standing up for those women I know personally who have received the most terrible news in their life, who are wearing our uniform, and they're out there, that we will pay for them to travel even if we won't pay for the medical procedure because, it may or may not be questionable because it's a DNC and, the government wants to, get your doctor's report and examine that you haven't done anything wrong. I'm not a fan of the Hyde Amendment, but I made crystal clear I didn't do anything in the Hyde Amendment to change it. So I think we know what the outcome of this is going to be. But this is not as black and white as we would like it to be. People's lives and decisions and doctors and people of faith can sometimes know. You have to choose between the lesser of two evils. And for many women, that's being able to become pregnant again or just remain alive. I thank the gentleman for yielding to me.
Thank the gentleman and gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the question's now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Minnesota. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, you have a minute to close, but I thought you had.
Well, Mr. Chair, I said I was going to take it in there, so you heard me right, and I'm done closing.
I thank the gentlelady. I'll just start from the beginning again, just to be clear. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Yes. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert.
No.
Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn.
Aye.
Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar, Ms. Dean, Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro, Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart, Mr. Edwards, Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey, Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar, Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat, Mr. Fleischman, Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel, Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin, Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest, Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder, Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris, Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson, Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer,
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy, Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce, Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter,
Aye.
Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. LaLota, Mr. LaLota, no. Ms. Lee, Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow, Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin, Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy, Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum,
Aye.
Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming, Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar, Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore, Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli,
Aye.
Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan,
Aye.
Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse, Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez, Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree, Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan, Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley, Mr. Reschenthaler, Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers, Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson, Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong, Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres, Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood,
Thank you for your help.
Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo, Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz, Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman, Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack, Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke,
Are there any members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? The gentleman from New York? I do not believe the gentleman is recorded. Gentleman from
Mr. Aguilar,
California.
aye.
Gentleman from California. Gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Otterholt, no.
Gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Diaz-Balart, no.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma.
Mrs. Bice, no.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Carter, no.
Are there others?
Mr. Cuellar, Mr. Cuellar has not voted.
Are there others wishing to be recorded or change their vote? Seeing none, clerk will tally.
Among free people. From every form of political oppression.
You next. You're gonna do this one?
This is my last one, yeah. I'm going to offer to withdraw. Ken's gonna
On this vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from, or gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum's recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is my last amendment at the desk. I ask the reading be dispensed with unanimous consent.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to offer an amendment that will restore funding for several diseases that have been removed from the congressionally directed medical research programs in this bill. Funding for each of these programs provides vital research for our military personnel. Let me give you a couple examples. For bone marrow failure disorder known as MDS, it is a rare disease that increases the risk of developing acute myeloid leukemia, a fast-growing cancer of the blood. Exposure to benzene, which is what causes MDS, has been detected in military personnel through exposure to Agent Orange and toxic well water at Camp Lejeune. $8 million was cut for that in this research bill. Spinal cord research, SCI, was also cut. Between 2000 and 2009, at the height of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, there were nearly 6,000 new spinal cord injuries reported in the military. The rate of injury was nearly 8 times that of the U.S. general population. SCI is a devastating condition and is likely to occur in younger individuals aged 19 through 30. Often, injuries happen in areas where immediate access to neurosurgical and trauma care may be delayed. With additional funds, researchers will be able to investigate treatments that might minimize the impact of injury to service members until they can receive the appropriate military treatment. Linking the connection of these afflictions directly to military services is a primary reason why we have invested funds into these diseases. Now, unfortunately, are we not only facing cuts to the diseases in this bill, but also the administration has a request in Labor, Age, and Human Services bill to the tune of $9 billion cuts to NIH research. That would be a 39% cut to their medical research funding. Each of these medical research programs across the federal government brings their own unique perspective to the research. Without investing in all of these programs, our nation will lose vital insights to discovering their cures. My amendment would also include funding for the Defense Bill research treatment that has remedies for alcohol and substance abuse disorders, something we talked a lot about in the VA bill to reduce not only personal tragedy and trauma and families that come along with these abuse disorders, but also to prevent suicide. It caught early, we know we can stop the number of suicides. And alcohol was something my father treated himself with when he came back from World War II. Epilepsy, hearing disorders, lupus, melanoma, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's, and vision issues. So, Mr. Chairman, I know you're aware, you heard in opening statements, and we both received letters this year signed on by over 100 of our colleagues, and I know there's more letters coming, endorsing robust funding for all of these afflictions. And Mr. Chair, I know it's your desire to try to work some things out sometimes, and so rather than have people at this committee take a vote that would be, I think, very uncomfortable for many of us, because I probably listed a disease here that somebody wouldn't want to vote against, I would like to work with you through the process to try to do what we can to restore this funding to ensure our military personnel know that they will be cared for no matter what the matter of the challenge that they face. So, Mr. Chair, I could yield to you now or just let you have your own time. What would you prefer?
The gentlelady, would you just yield for a second?
I would love to yield to my friend and colleague.
I would be happy to work with you through conference to see if we can find some additional funds for these things.
I thought that was the case, that all of us collectively would want to make that happen. With that, I yield back and I thank the gentleman. And I withdraw the amendment, Mr. Chairman Cole.
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
One moment, just before I recognize you, I just want to assure the gentlelady I'll look forward to working with you on that, too. You bet. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment bars the Department of Defense funding from going to U.S. universities who operate STEM joint institutes with Chinese universities. It is important that we protect our nation's research security and the taxpayer-funded work happening at universities across our country. Joint institutes are just one of the ways the Chinese Communist Party takes advantage of our openness and our willingness to engage. These institutions have developed technology with Department of Defense research dollars. That technology has transferred to the People's Republic of China, benefiting the People's Liberation Army. When American universities partner with a university in China, many of them choose one directly linked to the PLA. For instance, Berkeley's Joint Institute did research on LIDAR, robotics, and other cutting-edge fields. In fact, its research priority list closely mirrored the priorities of the PRC's 13th five-year plan, in some cases almost word for word. University of Michigan chose a university in Shanghai that makes significant contributions to the PRC's most sensitive defense programs, including rockets, satellites, and submarines. In another frightening example, Georgia Tech announced that researchers in its PRC Joint Institute had created the world's first functional graphene semiconductor. This technology has significant military applications, including quantum computing and advanced autonomous weapons systems. Thankfully, through the work of the China Select Committee, we have already been successful in getting Berkeley, Michigan, Georgia Tech, and 4 more universities to end their joint institutes. There are many more to go, though, and they need to know that the law will no longer allow them to continue playing both sides. It's unacceptable to work with our defense dollars and then turn around and partner with the PRC on a joint institute. It would be shameful if one day our men and women in uniform are harmed by technology that was developed by us and transferred to the PRC through a joint institute. These joint institutes are simply a way for China to take advantage of our willingness to engage, to take advantage of our innovations in cutting-edge research, and to catch up and surpass us for the technologies of the future. Stopping this is common sense. It protects our country and helps ensure the research that we are doing benefits the American people and not the PRC. I greatly appreciate Chairman Calvert and his team for working with me on this critical issue, and I look forward to working on this as we go forward and continue our appropriations process. Thank you, and with that, I withdraw my amendment.
Gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment.
Gentlelady, would gentlelady like to dispense with the reading of the amendment?
I
or
would
should
like to dispense with the reading of the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
My amendment proposes to appropriate $300 million for the Ukraine Security Initiative. I believe this Amendment is a moral imperative. We're going to hold up a map here showing you the size of Ukraine compared to Russia. Russia with 11 time zones, and what the nation of Ukraine is fighting for, her liberty. But in offering this amendment, I ask you to think a little bit today about America's history and walk with me along the mall here in Washington. We consider the founding of our country and the fact that in the 18th century, George Washington and our founders, Thomas Jefferson, actually adopted, in creating a republic, the legal set of values that we inherited from France on the worth of every human being. So that Washington Monument along the mall represents this republic. And then in the next century, the greatest achievement was the preservation of the Union, still our most costly war. Over 600,000 people died in fighting for the rights of human beings and whether we would be a union or be divided. And then in the 20th century, what was its greatest achievement? The victory of liberty over tyranny. And we lost on the European continent in World Wars I and II over 400,000 of our precious citizens. Now, defeating Nazism and partly the Soviet regime left other places unattended. And I ask myself the question, in this 21st century, what will be our generation's greatest gifts to this republic? Ukraine comes into focus because it is the unfinished business of the last century, my friends. No place on earth, no place has suffered as much as Ukraine. I view her soils as sacred. How many died there? No one really knows. The Soviets and the Nazis obliterated human beings at massive scale. We estimate 11 million to 15 million people right here, right here. Some of them were shipped up to camps in Siberia, but in so many places, their names are lost to history. They were shot to death in Katyn Forest. Black Raven squads from Stalin came into their villages and took them in the night, buried them in churches, in graves all over there. Nazis also invaded. They went up to Leningrad, remember that? And at Babi Yar, they murdered Jews from across Europe. They starved to death. We don't know how many. I visited the villages where they were starved to death. In the woods, the graves are unmarked. And I ask myself, for the millions of peasants and ordinary people who died in silence, what will be our generation's gift? Are we going to reward the Lenins and the Hitlers and the Stalins and the Putins, or are we going to stand as a world together with our NATO allies, with Churchill and Roosevelt, Truman and Eisenhower, Nixon and Kennedy, Reagan, both Bushes, Clinton, Obama, and Biden? Are we going to stand with what the 20th century bequeathed to us? And so today, I'm asking you to give very serious consideration, because when the war in Ukraine began in 2014, the world was distracted by the Sochi Olympics, and Putin just rolled right into Crimea, okay? And then, when he thought he was doing better in 2021, he just rolled in with the tanks, just like he did to Hungary. Russia's history is expansionism. They controlled 3/4 of Europe. This is a moment like none other. And I'll tell you, for myself and for my relatives who fought and were wounded, going back to fighting the Bolsheviks right after World War I, as one American, I'm standing up and saying, this is our moment. This isn't just about Ukraine. This is about the future of our allies that we have fought side by side during our lifetimes. Make your choice. I'm asking you to please support. If we can't find $300 million, 75% of which will be spent on buying ammunition that they need, Let's help arm them to win. My God, they are so brave. Could you do what they are doing and what they just did with drones? We can benefit as a free world from learning from them at the same time as they are dying for the very liberty that our people have fought for. Thank you so very much. I ask for consideration of the Captor Amendment for $300 million, not billion, to help them arm themselves to win. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert, to respond to the amendment.
I rise in reluctant opposition to this amendment. However, I certainly support Ukraine's efforts to defend itself from Russian aggression. That's why I voted for the Ukraine Security Supplemental Appropriations Act, which included $13.8 billion for Ukraine's Security Assistance Initiative. In fact, I managed the bill on the floor, if you remember. And so right now, as we move through this process, we will look to see what we can do to continue to assist Ukraine in its efforts. The administration is also actively providing assistance to Ukraine as we speak, using previously appropriated funds. However, as of last month, the Department of Defense had about $2 billion of unobligated funds for Ukraine. That doesn't include the $300 million that we just appropriated in March. Further, in April, the Europeans pledged another $24 billion for Ukraine, on top of the nearly $8 billion they've provided since January. Of the $24 billion, over half of that's coming from Germany, and it's great to see Germany finally stepping up to this. And another $6 billion is coming from the United Kingdom. And it's important that the Europeans do more to help in that neighborhood, especially against that threat. Because obviously the United States has put significant resources into this effort to this point and continue to assist in other ways, which we have been doing, which I can't get into here, but nevertheless, the Ukrainians wouldn't be as successful as they have been without the assistance of the United States. So while I support Ukraine, there's other priorities we need to address in this bill, obviously, especially as it comes to China. And so we hope that the Europeans will do more to assist us in this. I want to point out, since this war started 3 years and 4 months ago, 250,000 Russians have died. About 750,000 Russians have been injured. About 100,000 Ukrainians have died, and about 300,000 injured. About 1,300,000 people in a war in Europe have either died or been injured. I want to also point out these injuries are horrific. In an artillery war, it's arms, legs, amputations, brain injuries. It's horrific. The suicide rate on both sides of these soldiers, young people that are put in harm's way, is sky high. There's no, in spite of our problems with the VA that we may think we have, they have no VA. They have no psychiatric help to help these soldiers with post-traumatic stress syndrome and the rest. And so hopefully, I think we all would agree that a just peace can come soon, because this meat grinder is going on and on and on. And quite frankly, the Ukrainians are running out of soldiers. And so hopefully we can come to a resolution of this as quickly as possible that the Ukrainians can accept and the world can accept. And but with that, I appreciate the gentlelady's amendment, and we'll work as we go through this process to make sure we help the Ukrainians in a just cause. Thank you.
Gentlelady, the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Laurel. Is
That's okay.
very good, absolutely.
All right.
I keep doing this. Gentlelady's recognized.
Just gives us more time to talk to each other during the committee, Mr. Chair.
I enjoy.
I rise in support of this amendment. Today marks 1,204 days of Russia's invasion into Ukraine. For context, the United States' involvement in World War II lasted 1,347 days, and we fought alongside many allies. Ukraine fights alone. Yes, she has some support, but she's out there, her men and women, fighting alone. 2 weeks ago, the world witnessed a stunning attack by the Ukrainians deep inside of Russia territory. The Russians didn't know what hit them. Ukrainian drones costing between $400 and $600 each cost the Russians approximately $7 billion in damage, disabling 1/3 of Russians' cruise missile bombers. This attack was so revolutionary that the United States is now trying to defend itself against similar attacks that other state actors or terrorists might be thinking about. Ukraine continues, as Ms. Capter pointed out, surprise all of us. But this is only happening because we have been invested in supporting Ukraine. So we need to continue that support. Since the start of the war, I've continued to speak with our allies in Europe. The Baltic nations in particular fear if Putin wins in Ukraine, they're next in line for invasion from Russia. The chair and I and other members were just in the Baltics a few weeks ago, and we saw what they're doing as a population, as a civil defense, on high alert every day to keep that from happening. But there's a group, and I totally agree with what Chairman Calvert said earlier about the number of loss of lives, post-traumatic stress syndrome, and what's happening to the men and women who are fighting this war. But there's another group that we don't talk about very often, and that's the children. And the Ukrainians actually have an open letter in the Wall Street Journal. I have a copy of it, Mr. Chair. I'm going to put this in the record without objection from you later. Since February 24th, 2022, thousands of Ukrainian children have been forcibly removed from their homes. They were not lost to war. They were taken. They were kidnapped. They were taken by an occupying army. And what are they doing to those children? They are re-educating them to help Russia. They are turning those children against their language, their culture, their parents. They're being re-indoctrinated. That's a war crime. That's a crime against humanity. And that needs to stop too. But the other thing that could happen is Article 5 of chapter being triggered. A mistaken missile hitting Poland. Russia making a bold move and deciding that the United States is pulling out and wants to capture more territory. Maybe it's the Baltic nations next. They're certainly concerned about that and preparing for that. But what does a war between Russia and NATO mean for us? Because I don't think we'd stand down from invoking Article 5. At least I hope not. But it is something we can work on as a country to avoid that from even taking place, even having that be a thought that Russia would be so careless, so foolish, so bold. But something happened last week that has me concerned. The Ukrainian Defense Contact Group, a gathering of countries that support Ukraine, met to express their continuing support for Ukraine. The United States was absent. We weren't there. The Secretary of Defense did not attend the meeting with other European defense ministers. For me, that's an alarming signal from the Trump administration to send to Ukraine and to our NATO allies. An alarming signal to send to Russia. By voting for this amendment, we, together as a committee, would be publicly showing our support for Ukraine and showing the administration that Congress gets a vote in this too. So, Mr. Chair, I heard what you said about working with, and if this amendment fails, I know that you will be true to your word and we will work together on this. But I would really like to send a message today to Russia. I'd like to send a message to those parents of those 20,000 children. You're not alone. We're going to bring those hostages as well as work to bring other hostages around the world, those that have been suffered from the October attack in Israel. We're going to bring all the hostages home. We're going to bring these children home too. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady for what she had to say. The chair recognizes himself to address this issue and probably do what I should never do, and that's talk practical politics when we're also debating policy. Let's be real. If this amendment is part of the defense bill, many of you that support the amendment aren't going to vote for that defense bill. And I understand why. You have some philosophical objection, maybe the abortion issue, may disagree somewhere else. But the reality is, the majority of Democrats at this stage will not be voting for this defense bill. It will cost us votes because Ukraine is an issue. And I say that somebody's consistently supported Ukraine. I wrote the bill for the largest single aid package, and my opinion on this has not changed. But the politics is just practical. I want to get a defense bill done. And I'm not interested in dividing those who will support it initially by adding an issue that to them is very important and they feel very strongly about. And that's really the deal here. If you put this in here, you're going to end up voting against it yourself in many, many cases. You will vote against the bill that carried the amendment that you supported, and you will expect the people that disagree with you on that amendment to vote for the bill, and they probably won't or might not. So, again, there's a variety of ways to redress this issue. We've done it before as a Congress. We've actually separated this out before, put it in a rule package, or not in the rule package, but made it a separate vote and then merged it back later. There's conference. There's a whole variety of ways to deal with it. And please vote for it. I have no problem with that at all. But just recognize that in the bill, it'll jeopardize its passage outside. There'll be other ways. And those of us that oppose you on the amendment may not oppose you on the issue and will work with you on the issue. But again, you're for the amendment and you're going to vote against the defense bill on the first time out. Hopefully we'll go through conference. That's usually where we work these things out. We get something, we come back with a package that we can put plenty of Democrats and plenty of Republicans behind because we all want to defend the country. We all care about defending the United States. And again, this is an issue that is just, at this moment in time, very divisive issue. So I just say that so that those of you that support the amendments, perfectly fine amendment, recognize some of us may vote the other way on the amendment. They're not going to be opposed to you in the final outcome, and we'll work with you to try and achieve those objectives. So with that, I mean, I will follow the lead of my cardinal, as I always do in these matters, because I've tried to vote with my team, and I asked, the cardinals, the chairman, when the roles are reversed, same thing on your side, have to make a lot of tough calls. They got to figure out the trade-offs. Pretty easy in the minority because, having been there many times myself, you just normally vote no on the first bill. Fair enough. We all do it. But at the end, you want to get something done. And this is an issue that at this moment is incredibly divisive. I also want to associate myself, if I may, with Chairman Calvert's point. We need to end this war because it turns into a war of attrition. If you think the good guys are going to win, they're probably not. I hope they do. Wish them well. Couldn't agree more with what my friend Ms. McCollum had to say. I can't think of anything more horrific than taking children away from their parents and taking them into. This is a very brutal war. And so I don't quibble with people that try to end it. And my guess is it ends sort of like Korea, on some line nobody really wanted it to end on because the two sides have fought themselves to exhaustion. And a lot of people are dying right now. And I agree very much with President Trump about that. Not much is being accomplished. And I also think it's been a horrific defeat for Russia to this point. The casualty rates, forcing Sweden and Finland into NATO, everything else that's come from it. Anybody think this is a strategic victory for Russia at this? I would beg to disagree, but I don't want it to become that either. I certainly agree with my friend about who needs support. It's not hard to figure out who the good guys and the bad guys are here, who invaded whom, who started this, and how the war has been conducted, who's hitting military targets and who's hitting civilian targets. Pretty blindingly clear. So with that, I leave each of you to work this out as you see fit. And I recognize that because we come at this, even when we agree, sometimes from different directions. So I would just invite you to do what we do pretty well in the appropriations process. Whatever happens today, we find ways to work together down the road, which we have so many times before, and I think really critical that we do this year. So with that, I'll be voting with my chairman on this particular issue, but I'll be working with some of my friends that may vote the other way down the road on this particular topic. So with that, I yield back, and I now recognize my friend from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate everything you said, and I have traveled to Ukraine 5 times since the war started. I've met President Zelensky 7 times, and I've traveled with members I respect in this room who I know whose heart and mind is in the right place here. What concerns me, and I get the issue that we sometimes vote for amendments but don't like the first bill. We both have to do that. But you know, when I got sworn in, it was a special election. Mark Kirk came up to me, the first person that came up to me after I got sworn in, and he said, "You're going to get a lot of advice, but the best advice is everything that gets done that's any good gets done in the middle." My response to what you say respectfully is, we're not starting anywhere in the middle, near the middle, with some of these bills. So it makes it harder for us to dance with you all, and I want to, because a compromise can't go all the way over there. And when we talk about this issue in Ukraine, I can't help but think about this music to my words.
Good recovery.
I can't think about this in the context of the Reagan doctrine, right? We will do everything to support our allies in defense of, at the time, Soviet aggression. It concerned me then, because this should be a unifying issue. And when the last supplemental was voted on, it lost close, but it lost on the Republican side. So that ought to be the uniting issue that you reference here. Well, I think the mistake that the Biden administration made was by saying, as long as it takes, and it gets to the point that I think you're addressing, this war can't go on forever. What President Zelensky was saying when he was here was, thank you, but help us win quickly. And I think we erred at times not doing some things as quickly as we should have toward that end. But for us to now say the war has to end with the de facto Russian ownership of not just Crimea, but other land, that is a green light to autocrats everywhere, and those who would be cheering not just in Russia, but in Beijing, and others who would look at this and say, those are opportunities, because when push comes to shove, there's no FDR over there anymore. So it concerns me, and I just don't think that we're going to get to a resolution that's just and fair and tells the rest of the world we still care. If we say, well, we just want to end the war, if in the end what we've done is reward Putin by saying, okay, you can keep what you have, because we all know if they had taken 10 states here and occupied them, some other country, and another country said, well, why don't you let them stay in 4 because we don't want people to keep dying. We wouldn't want that, and we wouldn't want that for our good friends in Ukraine. So I think Putin understands one thing, and that is strength. So if the president wants to end the war, and he tells Putin, we're going to help Ukraine and help them win as quickly as possible, that's when Putin pays attention. Thank you for listening.
Would the gentleman yield for just 1 minute?
Certain.
And I would love to continue this dialogue. It's not a very good forum to do that, but
Sure,
we
I get
can
it.
certainly do that. We've done it before over other issues. And I'm not using this to cast historical blame or anything like that. Ukraine was invaded in 2014. Obama administration didn't do anything. First person to send arms to Ukraine was actually Donald Trump.
Yes.
So I don't want to get into this in a debate sense at all, because that's not what I mean. I'm just saying it's a complex thing. Its roots are deep. I think my friend and I probably share the same objectives in this regard, but it's a lot more complex than you think. In European history, particularly in this part of Europe, and I say this to the guy that used to do this for a living as a historian, is a lot more complex, than most people realize, and a lot more brutal. It is a brutal history. It is a hard history. And it is a difficult place to operate. And it's a lot closer to our adversary than it is to us. So, again, I recognize choices people have to make. I don't have any problem with that whatsoever. I look forward to working with my friend on this issue in other capacities going forward. And again, I would just advise everybody on this issue, I don't take one thing out of context and try and figure out where somebody is. There's usually a pretty complex set of reasoning, particularly on something like this, as to where people end up. What my friend is trying to do, and my friend is right about the where you start, but where you start in the appropriations process is not where you finish. As all of us in this chamber that have been here any period of time know. And that's that's the way it should be. I mean, you work these things through. In the end, it will be a bipartisan product or it won't happen.
Mr. Chairman, just 30 seconds.
sure,
What
but
you
your
said
time.
is
The
absolutely
only
true.
controls the time.
But the reason one of the reasons it's different now is that the Ukrainian army 3 years ago was a heck of a lot different than it was back then. And I think we should have done something when they went into Crimea. But the reason it's a different army is because of the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. It funded and trained them to be an army that's as competitive as any in the world that push back the bear. So it's just, this amendment strikes to your point, and that is one of the reasons it's different now, and we should have done more, is because of this funding gave them the ability to fight our fight. And they're still fighting our fight today. But thank you for listening.
Well, more importantly, thank you for yielding me the time. It was a very gracious thing to do. Gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciated the discussion. I just wanted to make one point about, I do vote for final defense bills, so I'll stand up here and say that, and I have many times in the past on that. So I said in my opening comments, I represent a defense-dependent state. So I make that decision of what to do. Don't like everything, but I voted for them. I would just say with regard to that part of the process, there are many people in this room here today who introduce amendments, they get them passed, and then they do not vote for the appropriations bills. There are a whole cadre of people who get their amendments, and I have the list. I have the list. And it's historic. I mean, it's over and over and over again. You get what you want, and then you don't vote for the bill. So people need to take heed with that. With regard to my colleague, Ms. Capter, and thank you. Thank you for your leadership on this issue, and also to Mr. Quigley. But in Tim Snyder's book, Bloodlands, 3.3 million victims of Soviet famines in the Holodomor here. The victims were mostly Ukrainian. This was the Soviet Union who starved people to death, and Stalin wanted to exterminate by famine those Ukrainians and ethnic Poles who resisted collectivization of the Soviet Union. So Ukraine has withstood and stood up time and time again to fight back, to maintain their freedom and to maintain their survival. And they have just been extraordinary about that. And I might also add, in 2019, under Ms. Granger and Mr. Frelinghuysen, we voted for a $250 billion defense appropriation for Ukraine. And it was voted out 48-4. 48-4. I support this amendment. It restores the funding to support Ukraine that has been part of this bill for nearly 10 years, and including in the 2025 continuing resolution, which every Republican voted for. The funds are used to build Ukraine's capacity to defend itself from Russia. Has been central to supporting Ukraine in its fight against the invasion. It has been effective. Let's not forget that many people, including Putin himself, thought Russia could march straight to Kyiv and overwhelm the country in a matter of days. We were all in those meetings. And they were not classified meetings, all in the meetings where we heard the leading defense personnel, the generals, et cetera, tell us Ukraine's going to be overrun in a week, in a matter of days, 3 years, and Russia still has not been able to achieve its initial goals. We continue to see how effectively Ukraine's military security service can use the resources that it has. Less than 2 weeks ago, as been mentioned, Ukraine carried out a stunning, coordinated drone strike across multiple far-flung Russia air bases. Operation Spiderweb destroyed, damaged 20 Russian airplanes, long-range bombers used to kill or wound thousands of Ukrainian civilians. Many of the platforms are no longer in production. Severe blow to Russia's bomber fleet that will save countless lives in Ukrainian citizens, while also reducing Russia's airborne capacity to threaten the U.S. and our allies. Ukraine's innovation, daring, and determination, sheer courage, has been degrading Russia's war capabilities and changing the shape of warfare in real time. They have proven over and over and over again, the Ukrainians deserve our support. You know, the Trump administration talks about peace through strength. The Ukrainian people have proven their strength, no greater strength. We should be supporting Ukraine's soldiers and its citizens so that they can stand up to an authoritarian regime like Russia, who seeks to undermine peace, security, democracy, and freedom that ultimately serves the U.S. interests. That is what this amendment is about. Ukraine needs continued security assistance funding, critical capabilities, air defense, artillery, long-range fires, armored vehicles, maintenance and sustainment needs, and more. Our national security requires this investment, but so does Ukraine. Within the $831.5 billion defense top line, we have the resources to allocate $300 million for Ukraine. This investment has significantly degraded the capabilities of Russia, a major peer adversary. We talk about not letting Russia gain power. The Ukrainian people are fighting for their lives every single day, their identity, their survival, their freedom. What a terrible message to the Ukrainian people, but to our allies around the world and to supporters of democracy if this amendment would fail. You know, you can't give lip service. The United States, nor can any of us give lip service to standing with our allies, to opposing aggression and invasion of a sovereign nation. That's not where we want to be. To our commitment to democracy at home and abroad. Ukrainians deserve our support. We should be doing every single thing that we can, because if what we say is if democracy fails in Ukraine, it fails in the world. We cannot allow democracy to fail in Ukraine or the rest of the world. I urge my colleagues to stand with Ukraine and vote aye on this amendment. Yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Moore, is recognized for his comments on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Want to associate myself with the comments of Mr. Calvert there. One of the things that bothers me, and this has been a consistent and persistent issue with security assistance programs that we've done in this country, really dating back to Iraq, Afghanistan, is that we've constantly been eroding State Department authorities in this. This is a Title X authority that we have right here in this program that goes in concurrence with the State Department. Now, a lot of us here, I'm assuming, know security assistance has been traditionally Title 22 authority. Foreign military sales under the Arms Export Control Act, Foreign Assistance Act of 1961 that laid out the difference in between military and non-military security assistance. This is another Title X authority that is eroding the authority of the State Department. So they get notified over there as it relates to this security assistance, and you want to have the State Department actually in the loop and actually taking the lead on this, as they do we talk about, you know, there's no training available. There's Title 22 authorities for training such as IMET that already exist, that's already in law. The Arms Export Control Act, which dictates foreign military sales, foreign military financing, drawdown authority, all the other security assistance provisions that exist. These are inherently political international security issues and decisions that are being made by the military when the State Department should be the lead in that role, in my view. Second to that is, and as the president has said, and he's 100% correct, as we heard the chairman say, we've got to find peace in this conflict. In my personal view, this is not winnable. It is not winnable, and we're going to continue to expend lives, resources, and capital if we don't find a solution, a peace solution here to this conflict. But this program specifically, and this has happened time and time again, it's like when they started 1206 and 1207 for the combatant commanders, which gave them literally FMF authority, taking that away from the State Department, who still has FMF under Title 22. But this is another one of these that has gone on. It started right after the invasion of Crimea, and the Defense Department said, we need this. We need immediate authority for security assistance. I just don't think this is a good way for us to continue to do business as a government, to allow the Defense Department to make political international security decisions when it should be the Secretary of State. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have listened. I was prepared to speak in favor of this amendment, and I fully support the amendment, and I would urge the adoption of the amendment. But having listened to the chair, having listened to all of the discussion, it seems that almost everything has been said. Not everybody has said it, but I will be one that will not prolong the hour by speaking to it. I support the amendment. I support Ukraine. I urge this committee to consider the needs for Ukraine and the needs for this funding. I commend the gentlelady from Ohio for offering the amendment. I support it very much. And with that, I will yield back.
Voice.
There's many reasons I like my friend, but anybody that saves us time, I'm just absolutely in love with right now. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean's recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, and I thank both chairmen for your words and your very sincere, it's obvious, concern all these years for Ukraine. I represent suburban Philadelphia, and the Philadelphia region has a tremendous number of Ukrainian Americans. My district has several Ukrainian churches, a tremendous number of terrific Ukrainian Americans. I've learned so much from them since 2014, frankly, when I was a state representative, and they came to me and explained the situation on the ground and what was going on. Like you, Mr. Chairman, I regret that our administration at the time did not do something with the invasion of Ukraine. We should not have been silent in the face of that invasion. I was thinking of the very practical thing you said, Mr. Chairman, about supporting this amendment and yet not supporting the overall bill. But I get the practical difference. And maybe I wonder if there's even hope that this will be voice voted yes, because this is a statement of values. What's in this bill here is a statement of values. I hope that included in this statement of values is support for Ukraine. Certainly the omission of the $300 million in security assistance for Ukraine says something. And I don't want this statement of values to say that. So I will continue to fight for Ukraine to get everything she needs. And I fought with the Biden administration on that expression. It must be everything she needs to win. You got to finish the sentence, command it, and say everything she needs to win. I believe this is about dollars and diplomacy, to the gentleman's point. It is, we have to be the diplomatic lead here, and that's what I'm worried about. Let's make sure the dollars are there, sending that message that the United States is with Ukraine. And yet we see this administration. One promise was to end this war on day one. Well, that didn't happen, nor was it practical or possible. But then a lack of focus whatsoever, and then a flip-flop saying that Ukraine was the aggressor, that Mr. Zelensky was a dictator. There was this insane rewriting of history briefly by this administration. And I do appreciate that. I think they've walked that back. But you saw just recently Secretary Rubio, who as a senator was so clear on the war crimes that the good ranking members have talked about. The taking of tens of thousands of children, indoctrinating them, harming them in ways seen and unseen. And yet Mr. Rubio, when asked by members of the committee, Foreign Affairs Committee that is, a couple of weeks ago, is he guilty, is Putin guilty of war crimes? He couldn't say yes. That's a diplomatic failure. When a Secretary of State knows better and on the world stage can't say, of course, these are war crimes. And so we are the indispensable nation. I'll end with this. I had the great honor of going on a CODEL the day after we passed the supplemental. I was so proud that we finally passed the supplemental. It took us 6 months too long, but we passed it. I think it might have been April of last year. And I went with Misters Kane and Moran and Keating and I. We went to Poland. We met the 82nd Airborne, so proud to be in the fight, getting so much materiel into Ukraine. And then we took that 10-hour train ride, and we met with Ukrainian soldiers and generals. If they said thank you once, they said thank you 1,000 times through translation. It was almost too much to take, because we must be in this fight. We see in Ukraine what we search for in ourselves, the courage, the tenacity to stand up for a vulnerable democracy. And so in the end, we need to send a message to our allies, because our allies are puzzled. Are we going to stand with Ukraine? Are we going to stand with them as they have stood up more percentage of funding for defense, as they should have? Mr. Trump got that right. More defense spending in Europe. But I hope it's not sending the message which the Prime Minister of Denmark said to us. They're very worried about us abandoning Ukraine and abandoning Europe, defense of Europe. And they said that Europe has really made a decision among themselves that by 2030, they better be able to go it alone, because they don't know if they can count on us. It takes dollars and diplomacy. I ask this administration, I ask us to say yes to this $300 million. It's quite small, as we know, when you're talking about the billions and billions, but also send a message to this administration, get back to the diplomatic table and get to peace. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady, and I extend to anybody an invitation over cigars. These things are best discussed with a different structure and a longer venue than we have here, but always happy to do that. With that, recognize my very good friend from Hawaii, Mr. Case, to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to both you and to my colleague, Mr. Calvert, the chair of the subcommittee. First of all, I deeply appreciate the honest and the authentic discussion. It's actually a moment of hope in the middle of this appropriations process, and I'm grateful for that. However, I think we do need to continue this discussion in this forum. This is an important forum, and this is the most important issue of our day, of our time, from the immediate requirements of our national defense. And I believe that this is our national defense that we're talking about. First of all, we all want an end to an absolutely horrific war. We want an end, though, on terms that avoid an even worse war in the future. That is the practical reality that we face here, and that is the lesson of history. Yes. You cannot fail to do something that's hard when you know that if you don't do it, it's going to be harder in the future. That was the lesson of Neville Chamberlain, who came back with peace in our time because he thought he was going to avoid any war. And of course, what he got was far tougher, far harder, far more horrific than anything that it would have taken to deter Hitler at the time. And that is the lesson of history. I think it's important for me to say that fundamentally, the problem that I have is that I have the most basic fundamental distrust of this president and his administration, from the State Department to the Defense Department to the intelligence community and beyond, to get this right on Ukraine. I don't believe, as I sit here, that they will get this right on Ukraine. And it's not based on anything political. It's based on what they've actually said and done over the last couple of months. All I have seen for months and months and months is this president and this administration undermining Ukraine, both in words, thoughts, deeds, and actions, and not doing anything with Russia. That is not the way to negotiate. I don't think the way to negotiate the peace that we want, the peace that will deter, is to undermine the side that we are on, or at least we think we're on, in order that the other side can prevail in its goals. That is not the right way to negotiate. So forgive me if I do not trust this president. If this president acts in a way that is consistent with our values, with our goals, and would do those things, then I would support this president. I don't care what the letter is after their name. This president has not done that, and that colors my judgment on this. And to be completely honest, I also distrust my colleagues in the majority on acting as a check and balance on this president and exercising your separate, independent, and co-equal responsibility as a branch of government to try to get this right as well. And so I have to sit here and ask myself, as I listen to the discussion, that you say you want to do the right thing, that this is early in the appropriations process. Give it time, give it patience. And yet I look at the bill. The bill doesn't even mention Ukraine except for one small provision that has nothing to do with this discussion. A committee report on an $850 billion bill. Not one word on Ukraine. I don't think that the way to negotiate this is to start from zero. So forgive me my skepticism. Also, I respectfully decline the argument that it's inconsistent for me to vote for this amendment and against the measure itself. The reality to my friends in the majority is you are in the majority right now. You have the ability to get this right. It is your responsibility to lead on Ukraine. And I urge you to vote for this amendment, whether or not any Democrat votes for this bill, because this amendment is what's in front of you right now. And this amendment is the right thing to do for all of the reasons that have already been mentioned. And so do it even if we don't vote for your final bill. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Maryland, Ms. Hoyer, is recognized to address the amendment.
I could not agree with the gentleman who spoke before me more. I will tell my friend from West Virginia, we just had a wonderful little talk last night at about 10:30. You sent a message that I think was a harmful message today. My friend, this is not winnable. I reject that emphatically. It is winnable. Who is Russia confronting, theoretically? Russia is confronting the United States of America, NATO, enhanced by Finland and Sweden, and much of the free world, including Japan and South Korea, Australia, and others. And yet somehow we have been wringing our hands for a long time now with Mr. Trump leading the hand-wringing. We can't win this. It's an awful war. We all understand war is awful. And this is particularly awful because our Ukrainian allies are striking military targets while Putin is striking civilian targets. He is a war criminal. Mr. Hegseth, a poor choice for Secretary of Defense, has been saying, oh, we can't take back the Ukrainian land, we can't take back Crimea, and they can't go into NATO. We did not ask permission from Russia for Finland and Norway to join NATO. America said, and NATO said, we had a little difficulty convincing Hungary, but we got them there. They joined NATO, Finland and Sweden. So when we say it's not winnable today, Hegseth says we can't get back that which has been stolen. And I agree 100,000%. The mother of this war is 2014, when the West, not just the United States did not respond effectively, the West did not respond effectively, and Putin got the idea, I can take eastern Ukraine as well. We had a vote just 2 days ago where we sent a message. $188 million, a small sum of money by this defense bill's calculation for infrastructure enhancement for NATO, was not specifically for Ukraine, and we said no. Today, we have an opportunity to say we are with Ukraine and we are sticking with Ukraine, and you are not going to win. Or the message we will send to China, and the chairman talked about this place being a long way away. I suggest all of you look on the map and see where Taiwan is. This is an opportunity today for us to say, as Reagan said, tear down this wall. As John Kennedy said to Khrushchev, you get those missiles out of Cuba. Mr. Diaz-Balart, America stood strong and said, we're not going to let you do this. Now, very frankly, from my standpoint, I'm not going to vote for this bill. But in the context of not doing that, I don't want to send a message that it has anything to do with our lack of resolve to confront the Russian bear, the Russian war criminal, the Russian terrorist, the Russian despot, the Russian anti-democrat. Almost all of my career, I've been here where Republicans have been at the forefront of fighting despotism, communists, and you're still doing it. You're still doing it. Only on one vote did we not get the majority of Republicans on Ukraine. Just one. So it's not as if we don't have a consensus. We have, for some reason, a reluctance to express that consensus on a regular basis, so Putin hears it every day. Because he doesn't hear it from the administration every day. All he hears is, this is a terrible war, and I want to stop it. If I'm Putin, the West, they want to get out of this war. They want to stop this war. If your enemy thinks you want to not fight, your enemy is going to be really hardened. And your enemy is going to be unremitting in their willingness to stop the war. This is an opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to make a statement about this committee's conviction about winning this war, about preventing the kind of heinous activity that has been pursued by this dictating dictator. I urge you to vote for this amendment.
Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Bill Kahn, is recognized to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to yield my time to the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter.
Gentlelady's recognized, of course. Gentleman controls the time.
You say that, Mr. Chairman. I thank you very much, Congressman Pocan, for yielding to me. I don't know the gentleman from West Virginia very well, but I know how hard West Virginians have fought for liberty in world history, and especially during World War II. Some very heroic soldiers came out of West Virginia, and so I respect your state. I wanted to mention that I was in, it's tragic that when Russia first invaded Ukraine, there was some hesitancy. I think it came as such a shock that perhaps the free world wasn't ready quite for that. But again, as I said in my opening statement, what was going on at that time was all of the advertisers in the world, right, were at the Sochi Olympics, and Putin was there in the stands, and they were distracted. The attention of the world was distracted. Putin is very smart at subliminal warfare and at information warfare. And that's one of our enemies right now. Messaging is very important. So I caution my colleagues, be careful what you say in public because you don't want to give succor to the enemy, And Russia isn't alone in her quest to undermine democracy around the world. She's befriended North Korea. North Koreans are fighting against Ukrainians. Meanwhile, if you look at what's happening in the Middle East, in Syria, and the Russian bases there, what she is doing to move her oil, because that is her main source of money in this war, you have to follow her spider web around the world, including even some of their ships coming back to Cuba and taking Cuban conscripts now into the war zone. So this isn't just about Ukraine. This is about a spider web of tyranny that continues to expand where it can, and we must stand up to this. And can we win? Absolutely. Can the Ukrainians win? Absolutely. I have such a different point of view. My first trip there was in 1973, before you were born, probably. And what was interesting, though we were followed everywhere and we were denied access, and so many things happened to us at that time, Mom and I, we were there, and I didn't speak the language, but she spoke Polish, and she could understand what they were saying. As we left the country, 2 border guards came up to us, and they said in English, "Can you send us books?" Soviet border guards. Oh, books. We could hardly get in here. How are we going to get books in here? How could we even send them in? And their answer, I said, what kind of books? They said, philosophy and psychology. Under the Soviet system, they were already beginning to question the dictatorship under which their rights were denied. They didn't fully understand the outside world because it was blocked from them, but the conditions were terrible. Everything we saw, I won't go into all of that. I was there in 2014 when a new president, Poroshenko, was elected and for his installation. And what I saw at that moment was so different than what I saw in 1973, because I saw the young people of Ukraine. And I saw they weren't looking down anymore, they were looking up. I saw hope, and I still see hope as hard as they are fighting. You cannot deny that hope. And I'll say this to those of you who hold a faith expression. I happen to hold one. I'm in one of the many Christian denominations. But to go to Ukraine today or to go to the National Prayer Breakfast and to see the delegates from Ukraine who with full faith believe that we will stand with them, it is so powerful. You will leave a changed person. But what the Russian regime does, it has no tolerance for religious expression. 0 tolerance. And so as you travel through Ukraine, you will see abandoned churches being reborn. If you recall, when the Soviet Union fell, what was one of the first things that happened? U.S. citizens who held faith expressions went to Russia to try to rebuild, and some of them were killed because of their religious vocation, because of what they believed in. They were not Catholic like myself. So I'm just saying that we need to express hope, and I would be care of what one says publicly because Putin is listening to you. And we have to have a united front to win. We have to be on freedom's team, on liberty's team. And anything that is said publicly will be right on Russian TV and on their outlets around the world. So I would be happy to meet with the gentleman and meet his concerns about the State Department, but right now we're talking about the defense of liberty halfway around the world, and we must meet our commitments. Thank you very much.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, I have to say, when I looked at the amendment list, I didn't think that this is the one we would spend the most time on. Certainly what's going on in Ukraine and Russia is important, but our responsibility is certainly our military and what we need to do to prepare against the threats against this country. And there are evil.
It's not winnable on public, on TV.
Can we have order, sir? There is certainly evil all over the world. There's dictators all over the world. There's people being hunted, persecuted in countries all over the world. We cannot afford at this point to be the policemen of the world and still survive fiscally as a nation and be able to defend our interests. It's interesting because, you know, when I came on this committee, you heard about how collegial everyone is, and we hear that sometimes, but I hope we're taking notes because there's a collegial attitude across this aisle when we agree, but when we're not, the vitriol coming this way is that we're immoral, we're evil. It's not just that we see it differently, maybe we see a different way to find peace and security for Ukraine. Today, the Trade Secretary and the administration's working on a peace deal that would bring economic stability to Ukraine, and they would projected have 3 times a larger economy, maybe in 20 years than Russia, which would provide them a pretty good sense of stability. So there's different ways to get to a goal other than us joining every single war. We talk about not trusting the president, not trusting the members on this side of the aisle, and then at the same time say we were upset that the U.S. didn't respond when Russia invaded Crimea. Well, who was in the White House at the time? That was Obama. When did Putin invade Ukraine? That was under Biden. Okay, let's be honest about this. If we're going to talk about the moral capacity, maybe we don't want to fund every war that your administrations allow and start from weakness in leadership in the White House. We didn't have to be in this war. We don't want to be in a war. And for goodness sakes, we spent so much time on this. When are you all going to start caring about the American people? Some of us don't want to send our sons to war across the country if we don't have, or across the world if we don't have to. We don't want to send our tax dollars there. We are up against a fiscal wall. Look at what's happening in the bond markets. Look at what's happening. Our credit rating was just downgraded. We cannot continue to afford every war and survive as a country. There's other reasons why we need to find a different way to peace than continue to send our dollars, our military dollars that we need to use to rebuild our own military for all the other threats that would actually affect our nation even more. So please, let's stop with the feigned moral high ground on this issue. It's ridiculous. Some of us just really care about America first. It's more than a talking point. We actually care about the citizenry. We actually care about our kids. We want our kids to have a future. We want this nation to be fiscally sound and be able to pass on the blessings of liberty and the prosperity we've known to our kids and our grandkids. Thank you. Now yield back.
Appreciate the gentleman's comments. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? A gentleman from North Carolina.
Hello? Oh, okay. Mr. Chair, thanks for giving me a couple minutes to my friends over here. I apologize for making this go any longer. I just can't help but say to the folks on the other side of the room here how hypocritical that I hear your comments. I've been to Russia. Excuse me, I've been to Ukraine. I looked into the eyes of weeping widows as they told me the story through an interpreter of how they witnessed Russian soldiers shoot their husbands and sons and throw them into cars and watch them burn. You're right. Every comment over there was right. There's unbelievable, immoral evil taking place over there right now. Vladimir Putin is a war criminal. He's an evil man, and we should be behind the people of Ukraine. And I know that it's not our war up close and personal, but we are the United States of America. We have a responsibility in this world. It's going to be unpopular for me to support this amendment with a lot of people back at home, but by George, I'm going to vote for it. I'm going to have the courage to stand up and do what's right. Why will you not? To listen to all this pontification about morality and doing what's right, and then you're going to turn around and vote against this bill? That's about as cowardly a stance as I have ever seen take place in the time that I've been up here. I could go on. I'm not going to waste any more time. I will support this amendment. I hope that you will too, and I hope you'll vote for the bill. If you mean what you said about doing what's right, vote for the amendment and then vote for the bill. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen, for his comments. The gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Perez, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is a true maxim that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I support this amendment because I support America. It is in our national interest that a despot is not given free rein, that the geopolitical order that supports our children's security is advanced. Pound for pound, this is one of the best investments we could make in our national security. Time is long, but life is short. Let's not confuse those two things. We have got to position Ukraine to persist in their righteous fight and the long work of opposing despotism, in negotiating and into this war in the best strategic position they can be in, to win the next fight and win the next fight and win the next fight, because as any historian will tell you, this is a long fight. As anyone who reads the Bible will tell you, this is a long struggle. And let's not forget, woe to those who cry peace, peace, when there is no peace. Peace is not bought cheaply. And I have deepest admiration for the Ukrainians who are suffering immensely, who are losing their children, their husbands, the horrors my colleague is pointing towards, and many of you have. Apartments being shot down, sleeping people murdered with Iranian drones shot by Russians in the middle of the night. There's a clear difference in the way this fight is being waged on different sides. I was at a church service honoring Holodomor, and I met a constituent whose father had been imprisoned for 40 years by the Soviets for having a Bible, for keeping a church open. Those are the same people who are now
bombing and operating drone strikes on hospitals and schools in Ukraine. We have got to position Ukraine to end this war in the best strategic position for the long work of peace. And that's why I'm supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been listening with great interest on this amendment and this debate. But some of the things that I've heard today are a little rich. I have great respect and admiration for Mr. Hoyer. And you know that I mean that, sir. I do. But it's kind of hard to swallow this, not you, Mr. Hoyer, some of the other things said, about how this is, you know, the life and the fight for good and evil. When some of the same people saying that have been supported Biden administration's efforts to help even fund Ukraine's largest supporter and ally 90 miles away from the United States. Ms. Captor was mentioned in her speech how there's Cubans fighting for Russia. About 20,000 Cuban troops fighting in Ukraine for Russia. And yet, some of the folks that have lectured us here today have publicly been supporting and supported the Biden administration's efforts to help the Cuban regime. And now we're supposed to believe that they now have had this change of heart and they believe that this is the most important thing in the world. So I respect everybody's point of view. I am going to follow the lead of the chairman of the Defense Committee, who has a very difficult task of getting a bill that we can pass, that can pass the floor, so that we can fund our military. But I would just let everybody, people here, if you could just take a step back, and those of you who are lecturing about the evils of Putin, and I disagree, I agree that he's evil, were less emphatic when it was Biden who was supporting and helping, got rid of sanctions, took the Castro regime off the list of sponsors of terrorism, while there were 20,000 Cubans fighting in Ukraine for Russia. With all due respect, it doesn't sound very convincing and very legitimate. With all due respect, I yield back.
Well, are there other members wishing to address this amendment? Gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't going to speak until my dear friend decided to get up and say that and suggest that there's some relationship between the Cuban essentially mandated military who are essentially forced to fight on behalf of Russia. Or you could take it one step further, the doctors that are enslaved by the regime in Cuba and transported and trafficked to many different countries around the world, including in our hemisphere. As someone who has, I would say, a pristine and determined and adamant record against the Cuban regime and has voted alongside my friend from Florida at every single opportunity, I can most definitely say that even though I disagree with colleagues who have not aligned with us on making sure that we can dismantle the regime in Cuba and restore democracy to Cuba, that has nothing whatsoever to do. So because you might not align on some issues related to combating the Cuban regime, which frankly most members have not had an opportunity to actually vote on any of those issues, my friend, as you know, because those haven't come up on the floor in most recent years. At the end of the day, Russia, here are some basic truths. Russia illegally invaded Ukraine. They are illegally trying to subsume Ukraine, and Putin's goal is not just to keep Crimea, not just to encroach a little bit more on the rest of Ukraine. It is to take Ukraine into Russia because he has never believed that Ukraine deserves sovereignty or to remain as an independent nation. And besides the war crimes that he's committed, which have all been described over the course of this debate, we should be for democracy and we should be for sovereignty, no matter where it has been impinged. And so it's just disingenuous to suggest that you wouldn't believe in the genuine commitment of colleagues who are fighting and have been fighting for sovereignty and democracy and freedom in Ukraine, simply because there are some disagreements that I also disagree with on the relationship between the United States and another country. So that just doesn't hold water. It doesn't make sense. You're either for making sure that Ukraine is able to remain a sovereign nation, and the United States should be able to maintain and increase our commitment. By the way, we're not putting troops. We have not put troops on the ground or boots on the ground in Ukraine. We have simply provided them with defense capability and in some cases proactive military capability, which we should continue to do because we have Article 5 responsibilities to the rest of the nations in NATO that we need to live up to. You're either for that or against that, and it has nothing to do with the issue that you and I, my friend from Florida, passionately agree on. Thank you. I yield back and urge support of the amendment.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I've just sat here for the last few minutes and have been called a hypocrite with members on this side of the aisle by the very people who are standing up now for fiscal responsibility, yet just a few weeks ago voted for a bill that will add $2.8 trillion. That's the low end to our national debt. And with that, I yield.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the question now is on the amendment. Oh, they've like circled this and pointed arrows at it several times. And so I apologize to my friend from Ohio. The gentlelady from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute to close.
First of all, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Thank you for an important debate as we move into this new century. And I just thank you for your genuineness, whatever you might feel. This truly is a pivotal moment in world history. The United States does not stand alone. We have 340 million people in this country. China has 1.5 billion. Russia has 130 million. Without our allies in Europe and without strength in the NATO relationship, we cannot stand alone in the world. We need to balance the budget. Nobody wants to do that more than I do. It's one of the reasons I ran for Congress. So we'll work on those issues, but that we don't play the piano on one key at a time. We have to do all of the above. And that includes standing with our hard-fought global relationships that give us the security umbrella so we can have a next generation of young people and their follow-on progeny in this country. That is all at stake. At this moment, I thank you for your seriousness. I thank the leadership of the committee on the majority side and the minority side for allowing this debate to occur. I am very proud of all of you because we are an open country. We do not stifle debate. We learn how to work together, and in the end, we produce working majorities, and that's what makes America the leader of liberty globally. Please support this amendment, support liberty, halfway around the world on which our security depends as well because of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, our security umbrella now, into this new era. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Ohio. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, is recognized for an amendment.
The desk, and I ask that we dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the courtesy and all of the members. My amendment is the amendment that I'm asking that we add to every subcommittee bill. It's a very simple, straightforward. I've talked to a lot of the cardinals and the ranking members. This amendment requires that the Department of Defense conduct performance and regulatory efficiency reviews. It also calls that we ensure prompt and competitive procurement and contracting, that they submit quarterly oversight reports, and that they develop updated performance measures. Just 4 quick points, members. As Mr. Simpson had asked me to keep this short so he can add this to his bill. Number 1, we have to measure what matters so we can do what works. We can't manage what we cannot measure. This requires outcome-based reviews, cutting outdated red tape, and making sure that if we're going to talk about cutting waste, duplication, that we actually have something that we can point out, because everybody talks about cutting waste and duplication, but you tell me if you can point to one particular provision in the appropriation that does that, and this provides that. So that's number 1. Number 2, more competition, more accountability, therefore better results. Well, we want to make sure that all contracts are openly competed, tied to real results. And if we can have a contract, and I can tell you in every single bill that we have contracts that are not on time and are not on budget. And if they're not on time and budget, we should provide severe penalties to make sure that they're on budget and on time. Number 3, technology and transparency. You know, as this world moves in a digital pace and speed, we can't track progress still using paper trails. And if you look at a lot of the agencies, they still have paper trails, and we have to change that. So this the amendment demands that we have modern system that can follow every dollar, real-time oversight, verified outcome, and making sure that we have a clear audit trail. And finally, a government that works better, not just bigger. We want to make sure that we have quarterly reports, updated performance measures, and real consequences if they fall behind on the measures that we set. Mr. Chairman, I know I've talked to the Cardinal and Ranking, and I'm going to withdraw my amendment so we can give the Cardinal and the Ranking Member and their staff time to review this common sense, straightforward. And members, if you want to point to something that gets rid of, quote, waste, duplication, look at this amendment. And I ask you, without due respect, to consider that. And with that, Mr. Chairman and members, I offer and withdraw my amendment. Thank you so much.
I thank the gentleman so much, and I wouldn't presume to speak for the chairman, but I bet he's grateful and looking carefully. So I certainly am. I thank the gentleman for the time he saved us. With that, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan, is recognized for the purposes of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We just had a very serious debate about real things within the Department of Defense, talking about Ukraine and Russia. And then, unfortunately, this current defense secretary has put lots of his time into other things that maybe are a little less weighty when it comes to what we would expect from the Department of Defense, but nonetheless need to be addressed. And my amendment would prohibit any funds in this bill from being used to unilaterally change the names of 8 Navy ships that were named after American civil rights leaders, including 6 John Lewis class replenishment oilers and 2 Lewis and Clark class dry cargo ships. Last week, it was announced that Secretary Hegseth was going to rename a ship that was named after Harvey Milk. Harvey Milk is a LGBTQ icon, but he also was in the military. He was a Navy Reserve officer. He served as an operations officer on 2 different ships during the Korean War. But he was forced out of service simply because he was an out gay man and he had to accept an other than honorable discharge. And he went on to get elected to the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, being the first openly gay official in California. And unfortunately, his life was taken by one of his colleagues at the time when discrimination was still quite rampant. And because he has such a significant place in history for the LGBTQ movement, he was named, they named a ship after him. Now, it takes a certain kind of special to do that the first week of Pride Month. Clearly, Secretary Hegseth has so much free time between signal chats and everything else that he decided to do something this dishonorable at a time period he knew that it would get the woke reaction that I guess he was looking for. But he also said he might go after other ship names, including after Dolores Huerta, Cesar Chavez, Harriet Tubman, Thurgood Marshall, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Lucy Stone, and Medgar Evers. 3 of those folks served in the military, Cesar Chavez. Harriet Tubman, in particular, enlisted in the Union Army as a nurse and later became a scout and a spy for the Army, helping to free over 750 people. These are all people that have significant merits to what they've done, and now for really nothing more than anti-woke ideology, the Secretary of Defense is going after this at a time we have much bigger things. Look, I understand Project 2025 is very big on CRT and DEI, and now we live in CTT instead, critical Trump theory. And granted, that's to make us as less diverse as possible. But seriously, what are we going to rename ships after? Are we going to have a USNS Elon Musk, a USNS Jeffrey Epstein? If we really want to be diverse, how about a USNS George Santos? Because then the ship could also pretend to be an airplane and a weapon system, right? I mean, but the reality is, this is as ridiculous as I just made it to be having this kind of a conversation about the Department of Defense. So this simply would say, let's not play games. We have real things to deal with. And most recently now, we're dealing with things in California, much less in the Middle East, much less in Russia and Ukraine. And to take time to just for really highly political reasons, renaming ships after people who've served the country, who are icons in many ways with respective parts of our country, and to respect our military. The bottom line is our military is far more diverse than the people we name ships after. I think there's about 17.5% of the military are women, about 31.2% self-identify as a racial minority. And yet, if you look at the ship names we currently have, there's only under 20, I think they're named after women, under 10 named after people of color out of 470, 480 in and out of commissioned ships. So rather than having an incredibly stupid debate, which I know we all love to have at times, it would just make more sense to say no funding from this bill should go to continue what seems to be started by the Secretary of Defense, and instead, let's get to the more meaty issues like we just had a debate on the floor, but let's not waste money just trying to prove that we can be as anti-woke as possible. And Mr. Chairman, I urge a yes vote on the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert's recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. Naming and renaming ships is the prerogative of the executive branch. The authority to name or rename U.S. Navy ships belongs to the Secretary of the Navy, acting under direction of the President of the United States. This administration, like the one before it, should have the flexibility to reconsider past naming decisions. I oppose the amendment and urge a no vote. Yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of this amendment. As has been pointed out last week, Secretary Hegseth ordered that the USS naval ship Harvey Milk be renamed. He was a powerful voice for the rights of gay, lesbian, transgender Americans. And as is pointed out, he honorably served in the Navy. As a dear friend I went to high school with, who served under Don't Ask, Don't Tell. Mr. Milk's contributions, as well as Larry's, to make America a more just and equal nation, they should be celebrated and not ignored. And that's what I think the naming of the ship does. It welcomes, it includes, and it recognizes the diversity. It's also reported that the Department of Defense is looking at reviewing other names, the John Lewis class ships that honor prominent civil rights leaders and activists. We all celebrated when John Lewis had a ship named after him. I was on a ship shortly after it had been named after one of the first Hispanic people in the Navy to have a ship named after him. And I'll tell you, all the sailors were so proud. They were all wearing their hats, and they were proud to be on a ship that was one of the first. So I'm very disappointed in Secretary Hegseth's renaming the military bases. In my opinion, has been too cute by far. Spending the money he's doing to do this, simply to diminish and erase achievements of minorities, men and women, because of things he's written in books and that. So he's entitled to his opinion, but I don't think he's entitled to changing the name of ships that are out there. So let's honor all of our Americans who dedicated their lives to the cause of freedom from all backgrounds and all walks of life. And as was pointed out, our nation does face some very real threats, and we've got some things that we're going to be discussing in the next couple of amendments. So I have to say, from knowing people who served during Don't Ask, Don't Tell, anybody who had the moral fortitude to put their life on the line and lead such a life where they couldn't be where they wanted to be with being open on how they are people I admire. And for me personally, seeing, taking away the acknowledgement of the diversity, not honoring Mr. Milk's legislature, service to our nation is really, really not the right thing to do. So let's support civil rights leaders that other presidents, other leaders, other DOD people have chosen to be honored by having the name of those ships. And let's not, go back and take it away. So I support this amendment, and I think Larry would want me to do the same. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized to speak to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong support of Mr. Pocan's amendment. To kick off Pride Month, Secretary Hegseth directed the United States Navy to rename an oil tanker known as the USNS Harvey Milk. The ship's namesake, Harvey Milk, served on the San Francisco Board of Supervisors as one of the first openly gay elected officials in our nation's history until his assassination. A Pentagon spokesperson explained that this plan change is, quote, reflective of the commander-in-chief's priorities. I am uncertain why President Trump, in his capacity as commander-in-chief, has chosen to prioritize changing the names of ships over improving suicide prevention for service members, medical research, quality of life for military families, stopping the Secretary of Defense from leaking war plans in group chats with his friends, or any number of other projects. And the president's priorities don't stop at disrespecting Harvey Milk. His administration has since revealed plans to rename 7 more Navy ships within the John Lewis class of oil tankers. Coincidentally, all the ships in this class are named for civil rights leaders. The other namesakes that Secretary Hegseth has deemed unworthy of this honor include Medgar Evers, a U.S. Army veteran who served in World War II, challenged the racial segregation of the University of Mississippi and other public institutions and facilities, and, like Harvey Milk, was ultimately assassinated. Dolores Huerta and Cesar Chavez, co-founders of the union that would become the United Farm Workers, who fought for the safety, well-being, and dignity of agricultural laborers, and even Harriet Tubman, an abolitionist and suffragist who escaped slavery, went back repeatedly to help around 70 more enslaved people escape, and served in the Union Army as a scout and spy in the Civil War. Once again, it is painfully clear that the real goal here is to make sure certain service members feel unwelcome in our military and erase any history that doesn't reflect Pete Hegseth's identity or heritage. That doesn't help us recruit and retain a skilled and effective force. It makes us less safe. I urge my colleagues in joining me in voting yes on this amendment, and I wish them all a happy Pride. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, is recognized to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment, but wanted to use it as an opportunity to place the story of someone that I came to know in my district who's no longer living, who served in the China-Burma-India campaign during World War II and was one of the extraordinary Americans who helped load the atomic bomb onto the Boeing B-29. They called it the little boy, what they dropped. And I never knew his story. He was so kind to my mother and myself because her brother, my uncle, had fought in the China-Burma-India theater, which was horrible. And there was an association in our community where they all belonged, and I was invited as a congresswoman on the Veterans Committee to go to all the dinners, and they kindly invited my mother, and it was a great comfort to her to be able to speak to people, veterans who served our country at such a pivotal moment in world history. And I attended his funeral, Earl Hofsis, and I was totally taken aback walking into the funeral when his partner came up to me and said, you know, Earl always appreciated what you did, Congresswoman. He was very proud of your service. I said, I was proud of his. And he was one of the men that had helped load that onto the Enola Gay on August 6, 1945, as Hiroshima happened and the end of World War II occurred. Earl never talked to me about his partner. I had no idea. He never brought him to the dinners. It was unheard of. But I just think of him at a moment like this, and so in his honor, in his memory, of someone who had to hide who he was and served our community so nobly and was just the nicest man and such a veteran, that we live in an age and an era where people can be what they are and they don't need to hide. And so I just thank you for the moment, and you, Congressman Pocan, for offering this amendment, and as America becomes a better place. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there any others wishing to address the amendment? The gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you very much. College students. We met at the second meeting of what became known as the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. John and I became fast friends, and we had no idea back then that we would end up serving in the United States Congress together. Had no idea that we would both grow up, marry, librarians. They became fast friends. John meant a lot to me. And when I saw his name on a list to be removed from a ship. I thought to myself, what are we coming to? What are we coming to? I guess Robert Smalls is going to be next. It was my great honor several years ago to go to the Baltimore Harbor and keynote the launching of the USS Robert Smalls, the only real hero of the Civil War, who served in this Congress for 10 years, served in the South Carolina State Legislature for 10 years, all after having been born enslaved. He was the author of the amendment that gave this country its first free public education for all. That was Robert Smalls that did that. He himself had been denied an education. He died still wanting to be educated. Today, I see Medgar Everett's name on a list. You know, I wonder when will Colin Powell's name go on the list? When will Colin Powell's names go on the list? This is not about partisan politics. Colin, who I knew very well, thought of himself as a Republican. I wonder when Chappie James' name's gonna go on the list. The first four-star African-American general. Nobody lowered the standards for Chappie James. They put in place DEI, a program to include Chappie James because he had been excluded from learning how to fly those planes that he became an ace at and became so good until he was the first African-American to get a four-star general, to be a four-star general. I wonder when Lloyd Fig Newton name's gonna go on the list. He lives in my congressional district. Well, I think he attends church in my district. He lives a little bit outside of it. I think they drew the line between his house and his church in Jasper County, South Carolina. Fig Newton, who became the first African-American to fly with the Thunderbirds. He still lives today. I still see him very often. I wonder when his name is going on the list. And what we're doing now is wiping the names of all of these people off of the website for the U.S. Army and Air Force. Something is wrong here. Something is wrong. Are we returning to the day when my 8 predecessors, there were 8 African Americans serving in Congress from South Carolina before me? The problem, Mr. Chairman, is there are 95 years between number 8 and yours truly, number 9. Why? Because of what this administration is doing today, trying to wipe all of these contributions off the slate and then say, y'all have never done anything. I can't tell you how many times I've heard people say to me and my colleagues, and in debate just 2 weeks ago, a Congress member made reference to the fact that people of color never made any significant contributions to this country. That's happening now. What are we coming to? Are you back?
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Bishop, you're recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate this conversation. And I wanted to thank Representative Pocan for denouncing this administration for the egregious order in renaming the Harvey Milk. As a Navy veteran, pioneer for gay rights, and one of the first openly gay men to be elected to public office, Harvey Milk displayed a courage that inspires Americans across the political spectrum, civilians as well as those who serve our country in uniform or in office. By waiting until the start of Pride Month to announce this naming, the Secretary belittled the service and the sacrifices of LGBTQ service members. It doesn't improve the morale of our troops. It doesn't improve our wartime readiness. It only weakens us as a military, and it wastes our time and financial resources, and it divides Americans against each other. This administration has once again shown itself to believe that anyone who does not think, act, or look like themselves is somehow less American. The administration is attempting to reverse decades of progress for civil rights, moving our country backwards into a darker, more oppressive, and less free history. It seems that this administration will not stop with the renaming of a single ship. They've threatened to rename ship by ship, base by base, in a broader effort to erase the historical memory of the diverse United States of America. I associate myself with remarks of Mr. Clyburn and others who have spoken in support of the great diversity that is this country, the United States of America. It is our national ethos and in our founding ideals that all people are created equal, that out of many we are one. That's our great quest. That's what we strive for. And I urge my colleagues that we must direct our armed forces focus back to the real threats that we face, the threats that we face from our adversaries who mean us harm. So I urge our colleagues, and I urge us to oppose this divisive rhetoric and to preserve the true legacy of America's heroes, all of our heroes and our sheroes. We are one. We may look different, but we have the same values, the same ethos, the same desire for a better life under our great flag, the United States of America. With that, I yield back and urge the adoption of this amendment.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady, Ms. Dean, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the Pocan amendment, and I thank you for bringing it forward. Sad that you would even have to draft such an amendment. And I rise for reasons, three reasons that I think everybody on the other side of this room really prizes. The elimination of waste, fraud, and abuse. That's what we're dealing with here with this declaration to try to strip away these names and their rich history, our common humanity in this place. Think about it. What a waste of the Department of Defense's time. What a waste of the Secretary's resources to try to strip ships and other material of the names of heroes. What an utter waste of our resources. It's a waste of taxpayer dollars. It's a fraud. This is an active fraud trying to rewrite history, to try to whitewash history. I go to Cape May, New Jersey. My kids and my grandkids go there. We love it. In the last couple of years, they just opened a Harriet Tubman Museum because she worked in several states, as you all know, but she worked and came through Cape May, New Jersey, saving people after she had escaped slavery. I love reading to my grandchildren about Harriet Tubman. I guess if this administration had its way, they'd shut that house down and they'd strip her name off the building. Are you kidding me? Do we want to be devoid of our history, of our common humanity, as Mr. Bishop just described? They are trying to defraud us and the American public of our rich history of heroes. And finally, it is an abuse of authority. Honest to God, Mr. Secretary, we knew you were not up to this task. But what an abuse of your authority. What a disgrace to our nation's history and to the servicemen and women who are honored with their names on these ships. What an abuse. Waste, fraud, and abuse. But I guess since Elon's gone, you're not focused on that. I yield.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized to address the amendment.
Like Jim Clyburn, John Lewis I knew very well. I walked across the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Some of you know what the Edmund Pettus Bridge was and is. Some 15 or 16 times I was holding his hand, 7 of those times. I'm not sure why this focus on CRT, on DEI. When we put our hands over our hearts, we pledge allegiance to one nation, under God, indivisible. Pledging that all of our citizens are indivisible. Not that some of our citizens are invisible, which this seems to be an attempt to accomplish. Last year I spoke of a movie that all of you ought to see. It's called The Help. It's about post-slavery, but deeply segregated America. And the help essentially was the help, not Mary or John, but the help. Not a named person, not a seen person, but a person who was experienced for what they were doing for the majority race in America. 1619, the first slaves came to America. And we are still trying to overcome that shame, that sinful act. And to take an action which, in effect, wipes away people who are different than we are, whoever we are. If we are indivisible, we are Americans. That's who we are. And if, as so many of the people that Jim Clyburn mentioned that are on this list in this amendment, who have done such honor to our country, notwithstanding what their country did to them, then we're a lesser people in a lesser land. I certainly hope this amendment is bipartisan. I hope that all of us believe that we are indivisible, that each of us is entitled to the respect and dignity which we earn, not as a color, but because of our humanity. So I would, again, I said it on the last amendment, we send messages. Send a message of indivisibility. of inclusion, not exclusion, of togetherness, not apartness. Vote aye.
Excuse me. Thank you, gentlemen. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is really an act of intolerance. And authoritative governments have one common behavior. They first go after dissenters, people that they may perceive to be the opposition. They try to erase every important name that could be associated with dissent. But at the root of it is a perverse sense of intolerance. Just as we speak here today, right now, just a few minutes ago, Senator Alex Padilla from the state of California was, I believe, assaulted as he entered a press conference with Secretary Noem, of DHS Secretary Noem in California, to express his point of view, to ask a question as a citizen of this United States of America. And he was pushed back and roughed up, and looking at the film footage, I believe he was assaulted. That is also perverse intolerance. This amendment calls out an attempt to erase the names of notable and important Americans that have contributed to our history. But there's also simultaneously an attempt to silence us, to silence dissent, which is so important in democracy. I think it is just as important as the majority opinion. It is a balance. It creates a balance, a healthy balance that guarantees tolerance. So during this time where we're watching a sitting senator of the United States Senate be assaulted simply by attempting to express his opinion, we should be supporting this bill and reaffirming our commitment to democracy and the ability to dissent to preserve it. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the question is now on the amendment. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a 28-year U.S. Navy combat veteran, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment regarding the renaming of U.S. Navy ships. First, might I add to my colleagues that the name of John Lewis is not on the list. But this amendment would hinder the Secretary of Defense from prioritizing and refocusing the Pentagon's mission on the warfighter, ultimately undermining the morale, the readiness, and the cohesion of our armed forces at a time when such unity is more critical than ever. The naming of Navy ships is a sacred tradition, one that honors our nation's heroes, historic battles, and enduring values. Our ships' names should inspire unity and strength, not serve as platforms for social agendas. While many great Americans have been honored with Navy ship names, it is more fitting for naval vessels to reflect and advance our nation's proud military tradition. I have served on 3 incredible combat ships, all with iconic names: the USS Enterprise, the USS Midway, the USS Saratoga. The USS Enterprise, a name that the Navy has used now 8 times, and goes all the way back to 1775 when we captured a British vessel and called her Enterprise. The USS Midway, named after the famous 1942 Battle of Midway, where we defeated the Japanese fleet. It was the turning point of World War II. And then the USS Saratoga, named after another famous U.S. victory, the Battle of Saratoga, during the War of Independence. Again, that was the turning point in that war. These names showcase naval tradition, warrior ethos, and inspire our sailors. However, naming ships after partisan activists like the USNS Harvey Milk politicizes this tradition and sends the wrong message to our service members. As a Navy veteran, I know firsthand the importance of a cohesive fighting force. Unfortunately, under the Biden-Harris administration, we witnessed a troubling shift toward prioritizing political agendas over military preparedness, from DEI mandates and transgender policies to COVID vaccine requirements that sidelined dedicated service members. The Department of Defense lost focus of its core mission, ensuring readiness and maintaining the world's most lethal fighting force. The decision to name a Navy ship after a partisan activist, Harry Milk, exemplifies this misplaced focus. Such deliberate intention on a divisive social issue has real-world consequences. You know, I was incensed and actually very embarrassed when my Navy, during the Obama administration, then named a supply ship, an oiler, actually, after Harvey Milk. He was a disgraced Navy Reserve officer who was thrown out of the Navy with an other than honorable discharge. That's right, his military service was not honorable, yet a Navy ship was given his name because of his stance on a divisive social issue. In the last few years, we have seen recruiting. Such deliberate intention on divisive social issues has real-world consequences, as I said. In the last few years, we have seen recruiting reach historic lows that the Trump administration's leadership is swiftly reversing by returning the Pentagon's mission to our warfighters. Given recent progress in military recruitment, amidst flaring tensions across the globe, we cannot afford to maintain ships' names that distract from combat readiness. This amendment would tie the Secretary's hands, preventing efforts to depoliticize our military and to shift focus away from activism toward the needs of our sailors and the readiness of our fleet. Instead of debating ships' names, we should be focusing on investing in modernizing our capabilities, our shipyards, and ensuring that our Navy has the resources to counter our adversaries, particularly the Chinese Communist Party's massive naval buildup. Readiness, not politics, must be our focus. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and send a clear message. The U.S. Navy exists to defend our nation, not to advance divisiveness or activist causes. Let's honor our sailors, our veterans, and the proud tradition of our service by keeping politics out of our ships' names. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise just to associate my remarks with the gentleman from Georgia. Can't say it as eloquently as he did. He's a former naval officer. The purpose of the Navy and our military is not a woke agenda, it's to kill enemy. That's it. I'm sorry. It's an inconvenient truth. And anything that moves us away from that objective is a danger to this country. Now, I will tell you, I come from Maryland. I don't represent the Naval Academy, but I will tell you, when I first came to Congress, we would frequently have between 40 and 50 high school seniors who want to get a nomination to the Naval Academy. It dropped off once the woke military started. And anybody who doubts, I can send you the figures. That's like a poll of your district about what you, oh yes it is, sir. Oh yes it is. Believe me, as a former naval officer, I will tell you that is a poll of your district as to what the people in your district think about the military and its role and the danger of sending your child into a military where woke is the goal. Not defending the country, not killing enemy, not defending yourself, not defending the person next to you, but woke is the goal. And having served in uniform, I can tell you that. I don't know, maybe you served in uniform too. I don't know. But when two people get up and say, we served in uniform for that branch, and tell you this is a problem, this is a problem. Now, this may not be the best solution, renaming the ship. It might not be. But I will tell you, it's a problem. The recruitment, we want objective figures. Let's look at recruitment across every branch but the Marines.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
No, I won't.
Okay.
No, I won't.
that's
It's
all
my
right.
5 minutes. You add yours, I get mine. That's the way. Mr. Chairman, can you call the committee to order?
The gentleman has the time. The gentleman's entitled to speak.
See, people across the aisle don't have respect for military at all. At all. You should.
Gentlelady will be seated. The gentlelady will be seated. This is not your time. Nobody, no. The gentlelady from California will refrain. This is not your time. Nobody interrupted you in your time. No, nobody interrupted. Gentlelady, this is the gentleman's time. He's allowed to say what he thinks, just as everybody else is and has. The gentleman controls the time.
Look, I know it's inconvenient to hear. I know it's inconvenient to hear that decisions made might affect the ability of our fighting forces to win a war. But the facts are the facts. Again, I don't know if this is the right way to correct that problem, but I will tell you, a woke military is a problem. I guarantee you that the Russians and the Chinese do not have DEI departments in their military. And there's a reason why, because they are single-focused on one thing, and I would suggest that's what our military should be single-focused on. With that, I will tell.
It is the gentleman's time.
I know,
When the
Mr.
gentleman
Chairman. I have a
finishes,
motion.
it's the gentleman's time.
I have no
I
problem, as
would
long as
not
I have
let
an
anybody
opportunity.
interrupt any of you, any of you. It is the gentleman's time. He's allowed to finish his time. He's been repeatedly interrupted. It's the
Mr. Chairman, I have
gentleman's
a
time.
parliamentary inquiry.
It's the gentleman's time. You can hold your parliamentary inquiry when the gentleman.
As long as my question is not ineligible, my motion is not ineligible once the gentleman sits down. That is why I am asking for a parliamentary inquiry.
I would prefer the gentleman be allowed to finish his time, then I will come to the gentleman.
As long as I can preserve the opportunity to make the motion that I would like to make, and it is not ineligible once the gentleman concludes.
Would the gentleman remain standing after he finishes his remarks? If not, just sit down.
I certainly will, and I'll address it right now. The rules of the House are pretty clear, that unless you talk about motive of a single member, that the chair cannot take down
The gentleman
words.
and I have been
I
through
know
this
that's what the
before,
request is
so
going to be.
I
but
wanna
Mr.
make sure-
Chairman, I will.
I will be happy to recognize the gentlelady. Look, I can't read into the future. It's the gentleman's time. He's allowed to finish his remarks. You know. the
Mr.
gentleman
Chairman,
may
I just don't
proceed.
want my motion to be ineligible. This is regular order. If I have a
Oh, I do
motion
not
that
think this
takes
is regular
precedence
order.
over what's
The
going
gen-
on
it's the
now.
gentleman's time. I'm not going to rule on a parliamentary motion off the cuff that I know nothing
No.
about.
I'm not going to sit down. I'm not going to sit down because the gentleman impugned our entire group of members on our side of the aisle and said point blank that we do not support the military. And that is a wildly inappropriate, unacceptable remark. It is not part of decorum. And I would like to,
Order, I would ask the gentlelady be seated, allow the gentleman to finish his
and then I
time.
have a motion, Mr. Chairman.
You certainly may lodge a motion at that time. It's the
Thank you.
gentleman's time. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much. And I will only briefly relate that when CBS News broke this story, that we were contacted immediately by the news. Harriet Tubman's on a list. We said, okay, where's the list? Oh, CBS News didn't actually show anybody the list. They said a list existed. Never been confirmed by another source. And the allegation that this is that the secretaries, this is a list the secretary is somehow, is just simply not true. Now, the Harvey Milk is true. And again, how they deal with that may be appropriate, may be inappropriate through this mechanism. But the rest of the list is certainly not at secretary level. And having been in the military, I know how this goes. You come up with an idea, you say, oh, let's think about renaming some ships. Some person pretty low down in the pecking order gets it, puts something down on paper, hands it to you, and you go, well, it's ridiculous. That piece of paper exists. That's what I think happened here. Because I don't think they're going to rename Harriet, and Harriet Tubman, of course, has not been built. It's only been projected. They're not going to rename it. But I will tell you, the Harvey Milk naming was the best example of the woke military, the most objective example. It's harmful to the nation's defense. This is an appropriate move. We should not tie the secretary's hands. I yield. Actually, I'm going to stay standing because the gentlelady wants to make a request to the chair.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the gentleman's words be taken down.
I will. Yes, if the gentleman will suspend, the gentlelady we will immediately suspend time, and we have a process to deal with this to review the record. So we are in recess. We have a process to deal with this. Committee will come to order. Give everybody a chance to take their seats. The clerk will report the words.
See, people across the aisle don't have respect for military at all, at all.
The chair finds the gentleman's words are in order, and the gentleman may continue.
I yield back my time.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman has yielded back his time. Gentlelady's recognized.
I move to override the ruling of the chair.
What?
I can overturn
Not a
it.
valid motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'm aware that on the House floor, we're able to move I move to appeal the ruling of the chair. Forgive me.
Gentlelady will hold.
I move that we table the motion to appeal the chair.
All those in favor say aye. Oh, wait.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Roll call, Mr. Chairman.
Roll call. Happy to have a roll call.
Hands.
Got 10.
Yeah, there's a sufficient number of them raise their hand.
Okay, call the names. Okay.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Alford.
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Alford, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert.
Aye.
Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, aye. Mr. Clyburn.
No.
Mr. Clyburn, no. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Ms. Dean. Ms. DeLauro. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, aye. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, aye. Ms. Escobar. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Fleischman. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, aye. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Captor. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, aye. Mr. Levin. Ms. Malloy. Ms. McCollum. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Moore. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Perez. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, aye. Mrs. Torres. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, aye.
Are there any members who wish to change their rule or to change their vote or record their vote? Gentleman from California.
Mr.
The
Harder,
gentlelady
no.
from Washington.
Ms. Perez, no.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Ms. McCollum, no.
Are there any other members who wish to record their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. Gentleman is not recorded. Gen- Gentleman from Michigan is not recorded.
Mr. Molinar, aye.
And Mr. Fleischman is aye. Gentleman from Texas is not recorded.
Mr. Carter votes aye. $26.19.
No, it's not. Gentlelady is not recorded.
Mr. Malloy votes aye.
Gentleman from Texas is also not recorded. And the gentlelady from Oklahoma. Gentleman is not recorded.
Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Bishop was already recorded as no.
Yeah, he was. We have two more members. Gentleman from California and the gentlelady from Texas. On this vote, the ayes are 30, the noes are 20. The motion is agreed to. With that, we'll immediately go into recess so members can vote. Committee stands in recess, subject to call of the chair. Committee will come to order. We're going to resume here in a minute. A couple things. We'll resume Mr. Pocan's amendment, which is where we recessed to. I want to be careful how I word this, just in the sense I want you to do what you want to do. I really do. We're going to recess sometime between 5:15 and 5:30 so members can go to the picnic. We're advised that's the time they'll need because they shut down access to the, when the president's coming at some point. So if they're going to make it, we're going to do that. We get everything done at that point, then I'll just let everybody go. If not, you'll be coming back at, what would it be, 8:30? Well, the picnic runs till 9. You guys want to stay for the whole picnic? The whole picnic, Stephanie? The whole picnic? Let's say, is 8:30 okay? Does that give you enough time to mix, mingle? Nah, come on. All right, because we got family. Okay, we'll say 9 o'clock. All right, so that's the deal. If we can get done, great. If not, I'll bring you back at 9. We'll finish the defense bill at that point. Okay?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
if I might just speak on this issue.
Yes, ma'am.
The picnic starts at 7, right? So why don't we work as close as possible to 7?
We are working.
And then
The what?
5:45 is not.
Well, it is.
Then let them,
If,
I mean, we're going to compromise here. We're talking about.
well, here's the problem. They close access to the White House. They shut it down an hour ahead of time for security for the president, so they can do the whole room. So they don't have till 7. They got to be there by 6. And they've got to get through Washington traffic to get there. So that's just the security reality of the situation.
Every effort to finish beforehand, because it really is ridiculous.
Yeah. No, if we can finish beforehand, believe me, nobody's happier than me. Okay. All right. With that, we're going to again resume on Mr. Pocan's amendment. Mr. Quigley of Illinois Mr. Quigley, you are recognized to address the amendment.
Look, as we take our breath and take a beat on all these things, let's just remember a few things. Patriotic Americans from the LGBTQ plus community have served and fought and died for our country. And to suggest that supporting them is woke, and to suggest that that's the reason recruitment is down. Nobody who comes before me and says, I want to go to West Point, I want to go to the Naval Academy, but we have a ship named Milk, so I don't want to go, is outrageous. There's real reasons, competition with the private sector. The Defense Department estimates that only 23% of Americans aged 17 to 24 would qualify for military service. There's a whole lot of other reasons that they and others have quantified. It's not because we're, quote, woke. And we recognize those who serve with us now, who have served valiantly. And of course, we always reference Mr. Matlovich, Sergeant Matlovich, and I was at his grave when President Obama signed the repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell. Medal of Honor winner, Bronze Star, Purple Heart, and on his tombstone, he said, they gave me a medal for killing people, and they kicked me out of the service for loving a man. So let's put all this in perspective and remember that at times when we say things, it's certain to inflame either side. We can't question the patriotism of those who care about the military. We clearly all do, and we're tired and we haven't had a lot of sleep. So maybe it's even more important to recognize we are patriots, with people who have served here on both sides in current and in our history, and that in the end, there should be more that unites us than divides us when it comes to supporting our military. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Watson Coleman, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to echo some of the same things that Mr. quickly has said, I have tremendous respect for our military. I feel badly that our military is being weaponized to be used in Los Angeles, or suggested to be used internally to this United States of America for reasons that are totally unnecessary. But needless to say, I still do respect our military. I am in support of Mr. Pocan's amendment, because the gentleman who was recognized was a hero on so many different levels, including his service in the service, as well as his public service outside of the service. And for folks to think that his name should be removed from a ship that carries our soldiers suggests to me that the problem is with them. It is not with Harvey Milk. It has nothing to do with whether or not he's deserving. It has to do with whether or not we are being guided and controlled by a bunch of homophobes. And that's unfortunate. This country we are experiencing such really tough, evil times right now. And I think that this, as a committee that typically is bipartisan and typically decent to one another, could set an example for our Congress and for our country. And so I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Mr. Clyburn.
Thank you, gentlelady, for yielding me this time. I was a bit disturbed earlier when I heard the reference made to this side as being anti-military. I was married to the same woman for 58 years. When I got elected to Congress, we sat down and she said to me, whatever committees you serve on, I want you to serve on the Veterans Affairs Committee. And I did what she asked me to do. But she asked me that because her uncle, Joseph Henry Washington, was in the Navy. Joseph Henry Washington was on the USS Arizona on that fateful day, December 7th, 1941. That's not having disrespect for the military. She had high respect. And I had to take her to Pearl Harbor. And she wanted to go to Pearl Harbor because she wanted to see the book that she heard existed, to make sure that her mother's brother's name was on that book. Now, Joseph Henry Washington would never discuss with me, and I don't know what it did, but I do know, some of you may remember the TV show, Ralph Edwards, This Is Your Life. Yeah. Joseph Henry Washington was on that show. He was on that show. But he would never talk to me about his experiences in the Navy. He just said to me one time, now, James, they were too painful to share with you. We know that history. We know what those men went through. And when he came back from that war, he could not get the GI Bill to build a house. He could not get the GI Bill to go to college, and he never did. But he got a job at the Brooklyn Navy shipyard, now closed. He never married, never had children, but he literally adopted my late wife and her sister and educated them. That's not any disrespect for the military. He loved the military. But he had experiences that we all know about. And we shouldn't disrespect those experiences. I campaigned with Jackie Robinson. I knew Jackie. When he was VP of Chock full of Nuts, we campaigned together. He shared with me about his experiences in the military. He shared with me about his experiences with Richard when he broke the color barrier. He was bitter about those experiences, but we never showed. And so when you remove his name from the website, that is showing disrespect. When you say to the one of the most decorated soldiers ever, C.Q. Brown, the second person. Now, a lot of people think Colin Powell was the first four-star general. No, it was Chappie James. Before Colin Powell, it was Chappie James. Before C.Q. Brown, it was Colin Powell. We should not disrespect these guys' experiences. We ought to be honoring them. And for one of the least qualified secretaries of state to remove, fire one of the most qualified generals ever to serve, C.Q. Brown, and say he's not deserving of being honored. That's what disrespect is. Not people over here who see their sons, their parents, their siblings, their relatives so disrespected in history and not be able to benefit from the GI Bill that was supposed to help them get reacclimated to this country. And you all heard me give the statistic the other day. The first 3,252 of those awards given out, only 2 went to people of color. So they can pass on to their children the equity in those homes that white soldiers got. And we sit here as if that should be treated as normal. And so I just want to say as I close, when I studied the history of this, I mentioned I'm number 9. Number 6, 7, and 8 who served in this body all got indicted and all went to jail. Everybody talk about Robert Smalls. Robert Smalls was imprisoned. Why? As one of his opponents said to him, Smalls, we don't want to hurt you, but we got to have this seat. You lead the seat, and you'll be fine. That's what he went through. And you're going to tell me that we're going to sit here and disregard those sacrifices so that you and I can sit here free. They all went to jail on trumped-up charges. Number 9, 8, who I succeeded, died in Chicago having skipped bail to keep from spending 5 years in jail for nothing. Let's respect those sacrifices and stop pretending nothing like that ever happened. It did happen. I'll yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Not, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this isn't about owning the libs or owning people. This is about respecting our troops. The way you respect our troops is you recognize 17.5% are women, 31.2% are racial minorities, and additionally 18.4% identify as Hispanic or Latino. And we have 6 to 8% of our ships that represent those folks. All the rest are for straight white men. And this move is something that disrespects a large number of our troops. And just to the idea that somehow someone wouldn't join the Navy because there's a ship named after Harvey Milk. The next time you go to a Donald Trump event, perhaps the picnic tonight, and they're playing YWCA or YMCA, that is a song by a gay band about gay men hooking up romantically. And while you're dancing to it, if it doesn't turn you off from Trump events, I think the same logic is true. You can still join the Navy if a ship is named after Harvey Milk. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, gentlemen. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment's not agreed to. Gentleman from California, Mr. Levin, is recognized for an amendment.
I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for unanimous consent that the reading of this amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman from California is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to offer a simple amendment, one that reaffirms the rule of law and our constitutional boundaries. It states that no funds in this bill may be used in contravention of the Posse Comitatus Act, a law that has stood for nearly 150 years, protecting this republic from the misuse of military power on American soil. Passed in 1878, the Posse Comitatus Act is not some relic of a bygone era. It's a cornerstone of civilian governance. It says that our military cannot be used for domestic law enforcement except where specifically authorized by Congress or the Constitution. The principle is simple. We do not turn our warfighters into police officers. Our founders were deeply wary of standing armies and how they could be used to enforce the will of the powerful over the rights of the people. That's why the Constitution gives Congress, not the President, the authority to raise armies and set the rules for their use. When Congress debated the Posse Comitatus Act all the way back in the 1870s, one member of this institution put it plainly, and I quote, "The purpose of this bill is to place the Army where it belongs, in the service of the nation, not in the affairs of the people," end quote. This wasn't about politics. It was about preserving liberty. President Rutherford B. Hayes, who signed the bill into law, said, and I quote, "The military ought not to be used except in cases of extreme necessity, and then only when authorized by law," end quote. That principle has stood the test of time, and for good reason, because when we send active duty troops into the heart of domestic life, when we use war fighters trained for battle to enforce civilian law, we cross a constitutional line. We risk turning a democracy into something it was never meant to be. Make no mistake, this is not about weakening law enforcement. It's about protecting the separation between civilian and military roles, a line that defines the very character of the American Republic. There are rare exceptions, like the Insurrection Act, but they must be invoked sparingly, lawfully, and with full accountability to Congress and the American people. This amendment doesn't create new law. It enforces existing law. It upholds a principle that every generation of Americans has relied on, that the military defends the nation, but does not police it. James Madison warned us that, I quote, "The accumulation of all powers, legislative, executive, and judiciary, in the same hands, may justly be pronounced the very definition of tyranny," end quote. Let us not hand that kind of power to any one branch, especially through silence. This vote should not divide us. It should unite us in defense of our Constitution. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Chair, would the chair entertain a motion?
We're actually in the middle of the debate,
Okay.
so I would prefer to finish the debate. Gentleman has a motion. We can deal with it after that.
Fine.
Thank you very much. Gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert's recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. Interesting on the history of the Posse Comitatus, since you brought it up. Posse Comitatus, as you probably know, was put into law at a time in the 1870s, as the gentleman is correct, to remove the Union Army from the former Confederate states because they were protecting the black population in those states. And that was the beginning of the rise of the Ku Klux Klan in Bedford Forest. And what happened after that is a historical record. So the history of Posse Comitatus is not good. But saying that, I support Posse Comitatus. We shouldn't use that unless an extreme situation has been used very rarely. And I support Posse Comitatus. And I think most people in this room, if not everyone, feels the same way. So there's no room for vandalism that we've seen in LA or in other places in the United States. The Guard is They're to protect the law enforcement or enforcing the law. LAPD is not able to protect every square inch of LA. Having the National Guard protect federal properties can provide relief, so the LAPD can focus on their efforts on ensuring the rule of law is enforced. With that, I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, is recognized to address the amendment.
I've said this publicly. I was disturbed to hear that the president had decided to activate 4,000 National Guard to quell the situation in Los Angeles. I believe it was premature and was an escalatory decision, not only to deploy the National Guard troops in Los Angeles when not having been requested by the governor. Governor would have called him up if he needed him. But then the discussion to do active duty Marines as well. Everyone knows I'm from Minnesota. I was in the Twin Cities during the riots that followed the murder of George Floyd. They took place in my district. We had people come from all over the nation to disrupt our peaceful protests. Tens of thousands of protesters did take to the streets. And when some bad apples got in there and vandalized and broke the law, we wanted our law enforcement to arrest them and to bring peace. When our governor knew that our police departments needed help, immediately he made the decision to call up the Minnesota National Guard to protect life and liberty, but also to protect federal installations. At no point did we need Marines to be deployed. Our state and local law enforcement trained in crowd control worked hand in glove with the National Guard. It was seamless because we were prepared to do this and because the governor was able to do the unified control. So the fact that there's active duty Marines that have been deployed in America is disturbing. So I think the reaffirmation, what the gentleman from California just said, there is a role that could be properly used, but it needs to be used judiciously and it needs to follow the law. It is not the role of the military, unless you're the military police and you wear it on your thing or your shore patrol, to be doing any policing, and then they're only policing military. So I rise in support of this. And the other thing that I'm concerned about with this as well, Mr. Chair, and I mentioned this earlier in my remarks, just the use of this without consulting Congress, without having clear and present deployment goals, objectives in that Congress has signed off on, this is going to put a hole into our budget with what the Secretary of Defense has been talking about. So let's just take a deep breath. Let's go back. Let's support this amendment, and then we can have a discussion on how to move forward in the future.
If the gentlelady will yield, I'm just looking through the language on this amendment, and just for the rest of the members to understand that none of the funds appropriated by this act shall be used in contravention to the Posse Comitatus Act of 1878 as amended. I agree with that, quite frankly. So if that's as simple as the language is, and I don't think anyone here is going to rewrite Posse Comitatus. So if that's simply what it says, then I'm prepared to accept the amendment.
Well, Mr. Chair, that was my point. It's to make sure that
I just
we
want to
do
make a
things
point. The
judiciously.
United States Marine Corps has not been deployed. They are on standby. And if they are deployed, as I understand it from the Marines, they're only going to use the Marines to guard federal facilities. But at this point, they don't believe that it may not be necessary. But we'll see.
Well, Mr. Chair, I appreciate that, and I think that gives us a chance to take this in the seriousness in which it's meant, and I appreciate that, and I'll leave it up to the authors of the amendment. And
I
yield
accept
back.
the amendment.
Given the fact that the gentleman going to accept the amendment, does the gentleman still want to speak to the amendment?
There's no way, Mr. Chairman.
Win's a win, man. I thank the gentleman very much. So the amendment is accepted.
Mr. Chair.
Well, actually, let me voice vote. All in favor of accepting the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Amendment's accepted.
Mr. Chair.
Gentleman from...
I have actually two motions now. My first motion, Mr. Chair, would to motion to reduce the speaking time to 3 minutes save for the close, which would be 1 minute.
That would be fine by me, but this, I'll put this again to the committee. All those, are you fine with that? 3 minutes for any of the 5-minute speeches, obviously the normal 1 minute close and that sort of thing.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that, and I'll encourage my colleagues to say yes. However, there is one chair, and you are the chair, and we need to respect that you are the chair to enforce this. Other members trying to enforce time, banging their phone against the table to try to enforce time, should also not be allowed. So I'm fine with 3 minutes, but let's make sure that there's one chair in the room at any given time.
I appreciate the gentleman's sentiment. I think there is one chair in the House. So if the gentleman, let's just leave it at that. I'm quite confident I'm the chairman. But thank
Mr. Chair,
that. We want to move to the next.
I have a second motion, sir.
Well, I will,
Would you entertain that?
okay, I actually will ask this as an expression of the sentiments, because I'm not going to force anybody to do something in terms of time limits that they don't want to do. That's exactly what we did last night, and I know there's bipartisan support on this. So, if you're all in favor of limiting us to 3 minutes and 1 minute, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Okay, the ayes clearly have it.
Mr. Chair, my second motion, if you will entertain this, please. It's my understanding that the chair of our subcommittee on defense is in support of number 11, the Taurus number 1, in support of case number 1, that is number 12 on our sheet, and the Zinke number 1 that has support for that as well. I would call for a voice vote on those.
No, I think that whoever's offering the amendments has an opportunity to offer that amendment, and then the gentleman can speak for himself.
All right.
So I'm going to deny that motion.
And I am withdrawing our amendment number 16.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
It's not going to happen.
Matt, where are we at? Okay, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Torres, is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I rise today urging support for a very simple amendment to ensure civilian DoD employees working overseas are provided with rape kits after they have been assaulted. This March, a policy change at DoD directed our medical personnel to stop providing rape kits to many civilian DoD employees working overseas. Who suffers from this change? Well, our DoD intelligence officers, law enforcement personnel, nurses and teachers, cooks, and many more in Iraq and Syria and so many other places abroad where DoD civilians serve with our uniformed military personnel. This committee must show our young civilian employees that we have their back, that their country has not abandoned them when they are raped. Every day, this policy remains in place. We're telling brave Americans that their service doesn't matter enough to guarantee them basic care when they become victims of violent crime. I urge the committee to support this important amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from California is recognized to address the amendment.
I thank the gentlelady for the amendment, and it's a good amendment. I accept it.
Gentlelady from Minnesota, fine with that?
I think that that's a fabulous idea, and we're showing we can work together when we have great amendments.
Amendment's been seconded, and, but you still have the opportunity to vote.
yield
Gentlelady has
back.
the opportunity to close.
I yield back to the chair. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Amendment is accepted. Gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Case, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk and ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you. On March 15th of this year, senior U.S. national security officials, including Vice President Vance, Secretary Hegseth, NSA Director Waltz, CIA Director Ratcliffe, DNI Gabbard, and Secretary Rubio used a Signal group chat dubbed, quote, Houthi PC small group to coordinate an airstrike operation in Yemen. Messages published by The Atlantic revealed Hegseth's account posted detailed strike information such as launch times for F-18s and MQ-9 drones, Tomahawk missile deployments, and a target's, quote, known location, unquote, mere hours before the strikes occurred. Atlantic editor Jeffrey Goldberg was inadvertently added to the chat, giving him access to the planning discussion. Secretary Hegseth also participated in a second Signal chat with his wife, brother, and personal lawyer. I stand today to offer an amendment within the jurisdiction of this committee to try to prevent such events from occurring again. My amendment will prevent any funds from this bill to be used for the transmittal of classified information or war or operational plans to be transmitted over unsecured networks. Classified information exists to protect national security interests. Transmitting such material over unsecured networks fundamentally undermines that purpose and creates unacceptable risk and disastrous consequences. Adversaries like China, Russia, Iran, and non-state actors aggressively target U.S. communications infrastructure. Using unsecured channels offers them a direct window into sensitive U.S. national security information. There are very clear federal rules under Executive Order 13526, NISPOM, and DoD directives that prohibit handling classified material outside of approved encrypted and monitored systems such as SIPRNet and JWICS. Violations of these are not just procedural, they are potentially criminal. Consumer messaging apps like Signal or WhatsApp, even when encrypted end-to-end, are not approved for handling or communicating classified information or war and operational plans. These platforms cannot provide the full suite of protections required by law and regulation. It is frankly questionable whether all of those on these communications knew all of this. But if they did, that's even worse. There is also a disturbing pattern of selective enforcement under which junior personnel guilty of these discretions are punished severely while senior officials have thus far escaped any real consequence. The rules around classified information are not just suggestions, they are mandates. My amendment offers all of us, as members of Congress, a separate, independent, and co-equal branch of government responsible for oversight of the executive branch and culpable where we fail that responsibility to confirm and reinforce all of this. I ask for its passage. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert, is recognized to address the amendment.
I've served on intelligence committees since I've been here in Congress, and classified sensitive operational information should always be handled properly and should not be communicated over areas where you do not have secure and approved networks. So I have no disagreement with the gentleman at all on this. And it was a mistake. Hopefully that mistake will never be made again, but I'll be happy to accept your amendment to help ensure that that continues to be the case. Thank you.
Gentleman's entitled to close.
I have nothing further. I totally appreciate my chair's full understanding on this. It's an important lesson that we all need to learn and reinforce to those that committed this in this situation. So appreciate it very much.
I did not have an opportunity. Young lady from Minnesota, I'm sorry, I missed the card.
I think everybody's doing really great right now. I'm good.
I think I sensed the school teacher coming back out in you. Again, without, all those in favor of accepting the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you very much. Gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Underwood 1, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to offer an amendment that I hope will appeal to every single member of this committee, especially my colleagues across the aisle who sought to champion government efficiency and fiscal responsibility. My amendment requires a public report itemizing all the costs associated with the president's military parade this upcoming Saturday in celebration of his birthday. This amendment is especially important to include in a bill that cuts over $400 million from the health programs at DoD. Because, in case my colleagues are not aware, Donald Trump's taxpayer-funded birthday party is estimated to cost the Army between $25 and $45 million. That's before potential damage to the city's streets and other infrastructure, cleanup, and the necessary police presence. And that's just from the Army. We know that other government agencies are paying for this parade too. For example, the Secret Service reported that this single day, just one day, on Saturday, will cost them an additional $13 million. The president has called the cost of the parade, quote, peanuts compared to the value. So why haven't we, the Appropriations Committee, been able to get a full accounting of the expected costs? I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment to improve transparency and fiscal responsibility. The American people have a right to know how their tax dollars are being spent so they can make informed choices about whether they'd rather be funding health programs for our troops or a birthday parade for an adult man. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert's recognized to respond to the amendment.
I know every member of this committee is committed to ensuring our service members have the support they need to support this nation. And I know every member of this committee is proud to recognize the Army's 250th birthday this weekend and to honor the countless soldiers that have proudly served this nation. And I think that includes the Marine Corps and the Navy, all the military. We're very proud of them. And the bill we've written includes language to ensure that no parade is going on to cause any issues that members on the other side of the aisle are worried about. I think this is going to be a great parade. It's going to be something we can all be proud of. And by the way, I have no problem letting the American people know how much this parade is going to cost. I think that's what we're all about. I agree with the gentlelady. I think there should be appropriate accounting that be done and let people know what it costs. And and I think it's worth every nickel. So we may disagree about the outcome and why it's there, but we certainly agree that it should be transparent, and the American public can make their own determination whether it was worth it or not. So with that, if that's all the gentlelady is asking for is an accounting of the cost of this parade, I have no problem with that. I would approve it. I would agree with it. So,
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
you don't think it ought to be public?
I think we can all agree, and all together, let's wish the United States Army a happy birthday. Happy birthday, United States Army.
Ooh.
With that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman accepts the amendment. All those in favor say.
Sorry,
Oh, I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Chairman.
gentlelady has 1 minute to close.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank Mr. Calvert for being so agreeable to ensure that full accounting is provided to this committee and the American people. I would ask Chairman Calvert's assistance to ensure that this provision makes it not only through the floor, but through a conference committee into final passage of a final bill, whether that's a CR or an Omni, because this provision and accounting is going to be so essential for the American people. Oh, I so appreciate Mr. Calvert's agreement in front of our committee this afternoon. And, you know, I'm so delighted that we can recognize the 250th birthday of the Army and the President entering his 80th year. With that, happy birthday, and I yield back.
Well, and I understand it's Mr. Hoyer's birthday too, so I mean, I think this is great.
Mr. Amadei's birthday, and I want to say happy birthday to our great chairman. Thank you.
Yeah. My God, this is just fantastic. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it.
Let the record reflect I am not 250.
Okay.
Can I debate that?
Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Underwood 2, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to offer an amendment to preserve the history of decorated United States service members and to ensure that our Service Academy students and all Americans can benefit from learning about their accomplishments. President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have taken it upon themselves to purge the Department of Defense's websites and education curricula of information honoring some of our country's heroes. In the last few months, dozens of articles and web pages detailing the honorable service of service members throughout our nation's history have abruptly disappeared. This included the impressive achievements of veterans, including the 688th Central Postal Directory Battalion, known as the 6888, a corps of Black women who devised a faster system for delivering mail to troops in World War II. The 54th Massachusetts Volunteer Regiment, a Black infantry regiment that fought courageously for the Union in the Civil War, and the Tuskegee Airmen, a squadron of Black military pilots who not only fought the Nazis in World War II, but also paved the way for the desegregation of the military. Secretary Hegseth has declared that diversity, equity, and inclusion is dead at the Department of Defense because it conflicts with his vision of a warrior ethos. But who embodies the warrior ethos better than the Tuskegee Airmen, who helped defeat Nazi Germany while also battling hostility and discrimination from their own brothers in arms? And if Pete Hegseth wants to learn more about warriors, I suggest he educate himself on the men of the 54th who survived slavery and lived to fight the traitors of the Confederacy. And of course, it's not only Black service members who are being erased here, it's also Native Americans like the Navajo Code Talkers I mentioned in my opening remarks. It's women of all backgrounds, like pioneering Civil War nurses and the Women Air Force Service pilots, or WASPs, in World War II. I'm looking at this list of veterans whose accomplishments are being purged from the schools and scrubbed from the websites, and at this rate, it seems the only people safe from Pete Hegseth's vision are the ones that look like Pete Hegseth. And that's what this crusade against DEI is really about, because the opposite of DEI is not a warrior ethos. The opposite of diversity is homogeneity. The opposite of equity is unequal opportunity. The opposite of inclusion, friends, is exclusion. We already know that a fighting force that reflects our diverse country is critical to the security mission of the Department of Defense. We urgently need to recruit and retain all kinds of warriors, and our Service Academy students learn all the lessons that they can from those who served before them. But right now, Pete Hegseth's relentless dehumanization of veterans he does not care for is hampering the Department of Defense's ability to fulfill its mission. My amendment would help stop him. I ask my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert's recognized to address the amendment.
I rise in opposition to the gentlelady's amendment. The department moved quickly to eliminate diversity, equity, and inclusion programs that distracted from the mission of protecting our country. I know many of us support those efforts and believe that the department should be laser-focused on modernization of our forces with the right equipment, ensuring that our service members have the support that's necessary. In instances where the department moved too quickly and inadvertently removed a reference to the honorable accomplishments of someone or some organization that served in the past, they have moved just as quickly to fix that, and that process is continuing, and rightfully will restore those materials as quickly as possible. With that, I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, is recognized to address the amendment.
Well, thank you. I rise in support of the amendment, and I almost called you by your first name, Mr. Chair Calvert. There's more work to be done. So in kind of preparing for this, I did a little bit of research. So I wanted to see what the Department of Defense had up about women. So the Department of Defense has a page that you can see, and it says, Military celebrates Women's History Month. And Women's History Month was in March, and that's when I was looking. And then I went to click on the link, and it's dead. So I thought, well, maybe it's me. I'm not great with my, clicks and all that sometimes. Tried it again. It was dead. So then I came in and I talked to the staff, and I said, let's find out if there's something wrong with this page. We couldn't get it to work here either. So then I made an inquiry weeks ago. Crickets. No response. So I'm going to support the amendment, but I'm going to tell you something that you might have read if you could get on the page. Any of you know about the Hello Girls, World War I, Pershing? Well, as Pershing was going through during World War I, he had this problem. The guys were laying all this, communications equipment, the telephone operators, but the guys couldn't speak French and English very well, and war plans and things were getting all messed up. So Pershing said, find me people who can speak French and English. So they went and found women AT&T operators. So they took an oath, and then they were told that they were, after they took the oath for the Army, then they were told that there was this internal memo that they were civilian employees, but they never signed a contract saying that. The women were required to purchase their own kits, including uniforms, shoes, hats, and insignias between $250 and $350 because they were told, because they didn't have uniforms to fit them, that they would have to buy their own. And by the way, their monthly salary was $60. They wore U.S. Army uniforms. They were subject to Army regulations. They were given honorable discharges. Because they were considered civilians. Congress fixed that. We went back and we recognized the Hello Girls, and we've done a lot of things to put them forward. But that's just an example of things that, our curiosity and how we've come farther. And that website's gone. So I support the gentlewoman's amendment from Illinois because I'm not a historian. You're steeped in it. You've got your PhD. I just have a 4-year degree in American history. But we should be able to access that. We should be able to share it. I should, as a history teacher, be able to go out on the website and find things like that. So now you know something about Pershing. He loved the women. He even took them to the front line after he was told not to because he did not want to lose the war. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. I support the amendment. I'll be brief. I take the chairman's comments about efforts to correct, and I assume that is going forward. But some of the things I've seen really make you pause. For example, the Naval Academy Library had pulled Maya Angelou, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings, from their shelves. They left Mein Kampf on the shelves. They left the book called The Bell Curve on the shelf, which is, you might not remember, but about, 35 years ago, it was a book that came out and talked about African-American mental inferiority to whites. The critique of The Bell Curve was pulled from the shelves too. Now, whatever's motivating all of that, I'm not really sure, because it really doesn't make any sense. I think we're supposed to believe in the free market of ideas, and giving the competition, the truth will emerge. At least that's the hope. But certainly pulling those books, pulling history from the shelves, certainly isn't helpful to upcoming generations. Not knowing their history, not knowing what's happened, not knowing the truth really doesn't make any sense, and I think it's frankly indefensible. So let's support this amendment. Let's make sure we have all the information on the shelves. Let's make sure that future generations can read and learn for themselves and draw their own conclusions. And let's get the military off of this, distorting, whitewashing of history, because that's really not the main goal of the military. That's not their main mission, and it's not helpful to the American people one way or the other. So I support the amendment. I hope all of you will support it as well.
Are there other members who wish to address the amendment? A gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank Ms. Underwood for addressing the blatant removal of key influential and heroic service members because they represent minorities, DEI, and of course she referenced the 6888, which all of us have been moved and excited as we saw the portrayals on the Netflix movie, which has gotten rave reviews, reflecting the great contribution that these ladies made to our nation's efforts in World War II. Unfortunately, the administration has taken deliberate steps to erase this history. Units, leaders who represent the diversity, Colin Powell, Tuskegee Airmen, Navajo Cold Talkers, and others have been systematically removed from our educational and commemorative materials. Now, I am fortunate to serve on the Board of Visitors for the United States Military Academy, and the chairman is here, Mr. Womack, and there's some incredible young people there, and the leadership and the curriculum there is just stellar. But the Department of Defense is now prohibiting students at the service academies, including the Sergeant Major's Academy, West Point, and the Siege Services Colleges, from writing papers on women and minority figures. This is not only unacceptable, it's a disservice to every service member who deserves to see themselves reflected in the stories we tell and the leaders we promote. Representation matters, particularly in an institution like the United States Department of Defense. One of Secretary Hegseth's first actions was to remove leaders who embodied and represented this diversity. The result, not only is our history being erased, so are the present-day leaders who carry the legacy forward. And our service members are being told explicitly that they cannot honor or even study the contributions of trailblazers. We have to ask ourselves, who will be erased next? Diversity is not a threat, it's a strength. We should be embracing our full history, not censoring the parts that make some folks uncomfortable. The sacrifices and the achievements of all who have served should be celebrated and not sidelined. This amendment is vital, and a vote in favor sends a clear and unequivocal message. We see you, we value you, and we will not forget you, regardless of your race, your religion, your gender, or your background. Vote yes. Let's stand for inclusion. Let's stand for truth, for every American who has worn the uniform with pride. This is, I believe, our obligation to those who have served, and to those who are serving, and to those who will serve in the future. We need to create an environment of inclusion that represents and reflects the diversity of this great country, the greatest country on the face of the earth. I urge the adoption of this amendment.
Thank the gentleman. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud, is recognized to address the amendment.
Question? Call the question.
I don't think you can call the question while we're in debate. So, yeah. So are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none. Oh, okay, seeing none. The questions now on the amendment offered, what? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, again, I'm sorry. Gentlelady, gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Well, colleagues, we've had a really robust discussion today about the way that we honor incredible American heroes and who gets to be honored and have their legacy live on in the pages of history. I understand we're in a political moment where my colleagues across the aisle may not want to stick their necks out for these American heroes, veterans who have so capably and ably put it all on the line for the American people and the freedoms that we all enjoy. But one day we will have to stand up. And I look forward to voting yes. I encourage everyone else to do the same because we cannot be a nation where only some people get to be recognized for their heroism, for their valor, for their sacrifice, while others are called to serve and sacrifice, and it goes overlooked. I hope you will join me in voting yes. I yield back.
Question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Illinois. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. Amendment of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient hands having been raised, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Ms. Bice. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Loloda. Mr. Loloda, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler. Mr. Rushenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Do any members wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Tennessee. Gentleman from North Carolina.
Edwards, no.
Thank you. Did you get Zinke? Okay. Again, are there any others?
All right.
Get points for brevity.
On this vote, the ayes are 29, the noes are 33, and the amendment is not adopted. Just so people know, we have one remaining amendment, then we have the vote on the full bill. Get through that, I will let you loose, and we will not see one another again for a while, unless you guys want to stop at 2:16 for a celebratory drink and cigar with my friend, the chairman of Defense Appropriations. With that, Mr. Zinke is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment on the desk and request the reading be dispensed.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and for support and the staff. For those who don't know about the Irregular Warfare Center, it started out as a think tank, and then it went a coordinating authority with SOCOM, and now they're involved in operations on the classified side, about 63 countries. What they do on the unclassified side, irregular warfare, they look at target analysis, vulnerability, hardened sites, infrastructure. They go to the different theaters and make sure the troops understand and the COCOM commanders also understand. They sit under the DISA, which is Defense Cooperation Agency. That's not a good place for them. They're working that on the other side of it. But all this bill does is make sure that the money they have allotted doesn't get siphoned. And because we don't have the J books, it just simply protects the $12 million budget that they have. With that, I'll yield. It is operational.
I thank the gentleman. Gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If anybody understands irregular warfare, it's the former commander of SEAL Team 6. So I will take his word for it, and I accept his amendment, and I think it's a good amendment.
Appreciate that. All those in favor of the gentleman's...
Chair.
The gentleman is actually, I just wanted to know I do it on both sides. The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Close.
Oh,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, you're taking away a great opportunity for the two of us to bond.
I regret that. Gentleman's recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I do not oppose the gentleman's amendment, but I'm concerned that it might not fully address the problem he's describing, so I look forward to working with the chair on that. And on another note, Congressman Zinke, I do look forward for us to be able to work on something together in total unity. We've had our disagreements in the Interior Committee, and with that, I wish us all great success, and I yield back.
Close.
On a gentleman's behalf, he's pretty good on Indians. With that, question is now on the amendment offered by Mr. Zinke. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Amendment is agreed to. Seeing no further amendments, I now recognize Mr. Rogers for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to favorably report the fiscal year 2026 Defense Appropriations Bill to the House.
Questions now on the motion to favorably report fiscal year 2026 Defense Appropriations Bill to the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Recorded vote has been requested. Seeing a sufficient number of hands, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt.
Mr.
Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, aye. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, aye. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, aye. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, no. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Miss Dean. Miss Dean, no. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, aye. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Escobar, Miss Escobar, I'm sorry. Miss Escobar, no. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, aye. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter.
Just please hold down the noise so members
Ms.
can hear.
Capter, no. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, aye. Ms. Lee. Miss Lee, no. Miss Letlow. Miss Letlow, aye. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, no. Miss Malloy. Miss Malloy, aye. Miss McCollum. Miss McCollum, no. Mrs. Ming. Miss Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, aye. Miss Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Miss Perez. Miss Perez, aye. Miss Pingree. Miss Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, aye. Miss Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, aye. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, aye.
Do any members wish to record their vote or change their vote? The gentlelady is recorded as yes? No. Gentlelady's recorded as no. Somebody with a little more sense spoke up.
I tell you, Simpson, I tell you to go home, but you don't have one to go home to.
A little too soon, buddy. A little too soon. What, nice job, by the way. I'm glad you finally got a building. At least we didn't bring up Confederate flags.
At least we got it to the floor. I got it to the floor. Dangerous shit. What's that? Who'd have thought?
Didn't say it.
Who would have thought the Confederate flag?
of the Navy has been that way since 18.
Are we coming back after?
No, we're done. Finish it.
Yeah, we'll come finish it back, but first we haven't, I gotta look at the schedule now, but we don't get done, but that's where we will do, we'll go back to that and we'll get home. On this vote, the ayes are 36, the noes are 27, the motion is agreed to. I asked unanimous consent that staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and report just approved. 3 days. Seeing no objection, so ordered. There being no further business, the committee stands adjourned.